Hello, everybody. My name is Utile. I'm one of the co-producers at NFT NYC. And I had a 10-hour live stream, and at 5 hours, it cut me off. So let's bring the guests back in. I'm bringing in Chris and Amanda. It won't let you share your audio or video for whatever reason. So Amanda, maybe it would be best for you and I to grab time together physically when we're both here. I'm gonna get started with Chris. Oh wait, I see, I hear audio. So
Yeah,
Amanda, meet
it is
Chris.
working.
Chris, meet Amanda. This is obviously as rough of a start
Hello,
to
Amanda.
part 2 video as you could get. I've done 20 interviews in the last 5 hours. And I guess the Westin Times Square Hotel decided that I needed to restart the internet after 24 hours. So I unexpectedly got cut off, and that's the joy of technology. So Amanda, we didn't get enough time with you, but for those that are tuned in right now, I'm gonna jump in with Chris because I want to be faithful to the schedule commitment I had.
You can talk to Amanda some more if you want. I can wait.
Well, I'm thinking because Amanda, you don't have your video. What I'm thinking is, why don't you and I grab time? Why don't we grab time at the event, and then you and I can dive in and go a bit deeper face to face. Would that work for you?
That would work. Yeah.
Okay. Let's do that.
Let's
because
like
that
not
way,
push all the times.
Yeah, because what ends up happening is everybody suffers.
Yeah, you start staggering.
So
you have another 5 hours to go.
Amanda,
let's chat there.
Okay, I look forward to it. Thanks for being understanding.
See you guys in New York.
Guys.
Bye.
Yeah, see you in New York. Bye.
All right, Chris, let's dive in.
Yeah, sure.
And thanks for being understanding and chill about the whole thing. So here we are. We're gonna talk a bit.
Perfect.
So you and I haven't met, so this is genuine. Introduce yourself to me. Tell me what you're working on, and
yes, sir.
Let's kind of get the party started.
Yeah. Chris Ebling, creative director and co-founder of Virtual Human Studios, who our first main IP is Zrun, which is a horse racing ecosystem built on blockchain. It's our first kind of contribution to the metaverse in terms of being able to own a digital horse, but in a digital world, right? It's exactly like the real world, but just, of course, 10 times cheaper and 10 times more accessible, a million times more accessible, and just yeah, it's a game, it's an ecosystem, it's a racing game, it's a breeding game, it's what you wanted, but it's a start to something what we're building, and that's you know, and being a part of building, which everybody is building in the space, which is the metaverse. So it's pretty exciting.
And it's called Virtually Human Studio.
Virtually Human Studio. Yes.
And then the first
we're based in Australia.
Was the horse game. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, we're out of Melbourne, Australia. Sorry, there might be a lag there.
Yeah. So I know that when the game came out, it really caught fire amongst a lot of my network, and then also kind of I kept hearing on podcasts and media, and it was just kind of popping all over the place. I think it's because you had a usability and an attribute structure in place that was something that I really loved about CryptoKitties, right? Like you got a couple kitties and you have a cat, right? And the same thing with this. It was like you could race them, you could breed them, and there's all these benefits. Can you talk a bit about when you thought of community? Yeah, the utility of it all. So when you thought about the community and you're thinking, okay, how do I as a creative director create utility around these NFT projects that's going to be the best case scenario for the community so they will be happy and committed, and then we can bring other follow-up projects?
Yeah, look, I think we listen to the community. That's how we do it. You know what I'm saying? Like we've been from the very day dot. I mean, we've been 3 years. So year and a bit, maybe amazing, because I started rambling. Oh shit, my internet just went out.
You're still seen and still heard. It was a little rough, but no, it's okay. Keep going. I mean, all that's happening is we were just kind of leaning in. What is he saying? It's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, I'm still here. Keep going. It was just unstable for a while. Let's keep going.
No, what I'm talking about is it's about the community. We listen. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll just try to keep rambling. We listen to the community and we build with them, and we're just going through this amazing upkeep and upturn or trajectory, and we're just growing the team. You know, it's still very early days in the Zrun game. That's what's really important to it's yeah, it's been amazing in terms of there's so much. We're scratching the surface of the utility of blockchain, and that's what you're talking about. It's about utility. What can we give people? So we were heavily inspired by CryptoKitties as well when that first was around. But how do you then gamify that? And it's no different than thinking about all these video games that we play today, or some people play today, or these digital worlds that we step into, and just giving that an economy, and giving that utility beyond. So people who play the games get rewarded events, tangible things that, even if you're a Bored Ape holder or whatever you're holding, you're getting something in return, right? And while it's digital, you can still feel it. It's still real. And I think that's something that's really important. It's this blend of two worlds that are coming together. And, Zed is only the beginning in one sports category. You could imagine the sports that you could do this with, or the games. And just like the internet, people are going to contribute. This is what NFT NYC is about. It's about all these contributors believing in the same thing, coming in to build something special, and that's the metaverse, among other things. So that's
So one thing is the community and the utility and doing something that's a benefit for them. The other is tackling the technology. So as you as a creative director are tackling the tech around the strategy, right? You have your strategy, your idea, your vision, your intent, and then you have the tech to be able to pull it off. What's been the process of leveraging the tech that's currently in place, and kind of where is that at?
Well, it's still very early days. So blockchain is still very, very early days. It's not really a framework or a language or like a roadmap for it. So being on the forefront, which I believe we believe, and we humbly believe, and Zed is in some ways, with these like games, like taking that next step from CryptoKitties and gamifying that experience, but also tying it to some like real world familiarity of sport. While cat breeding is familiar to some, it's not as familiar as horse racing is for many. And so it's still very early, man. Like if you know the history of Zed, we've had some hiccups and bumps, but we're learning along the way. It's been awesome. It's been good. What's been good is that we're brave, or our team's been like brave enough to try and do all these different things, and we're trying different things, and we're listening to the community, and we're building something really, really special. And it's only gonna be bigger. Like we're only scratching the surface, which excites me so much, and the team. So it's a long road with Zed. You got to be in it for the long haul.
When you think about the long haul, do you anticipate that your community in the future is going to go from Zed to the next project if it's not tied to?
Oh no, yeah, of course. We got to stay humble. We got to stay aware. But I think when I say long haul, don't get me wrong. In the crypto space, long haul is like it can be a month. But we're building something bigger and something that needs time to build and really establish itself. It's an ecosystem, man. It's an ecosystem based on horse racing and horse breeding, and that takes time. That's not built in like just a couple of years like that. So we're gonna take our time. We're gonna build our team, and we're gonna deliver something fucking amazing. So I'm not too there's other people around there, and I think it's good. There needs to be other games. There needs to be other blockchain games. I'm all for that, to be honest. Like we've already got ideas and many other ideas for other games out there too. So it's an exciting time, and I can't wait to meet other like-minded people at this event. And talk a bit more about Zed, but also just talk about the future, what the metaverse is about, where are we going, man? And we got to go together, right? So
yeah, we got to go together.
We build stronger together. You know what I'm saying? So, and
it's a rising tide raises all ships. Some of these things are 100. Kind of bumper stickery, but they still are true. When you think 100. About the future over the next 2-3 years, right? Not predicting, but building toward it. Like, what do you want to see the metaverse built in the next couple of years? So if I say NFT 2024, what positive things come to mind that you'd like to see achieved by the greater community over the course of the next couple of years?
It's got to be community, and it's got to be community centered. It's got to be owned by the people. It's got to be owned by not big businesses. This is the whole point of like the point of decentralization, and that's the beauty of the internet too. The internet today is not owned by. It's got stakeholders, right? You got your Facebooks and your Googles, and you got these big companies that own big parts of the internet, but it's still not owned. You can do anything what you want on the internet. You can contribute. You're contributing right now, and so am I, like being on your show. But what this is about is the metaverse and the digital metaverse, where everybody's going to be able to contribute as well. It's just that next level. It's no different than the internet, but it's going to face the same challenges. It's going to face the same kind of ups and downs and peaks and troughs as we learn. what this is about. People didn't believe in the internet in the early days, and we're in that stage now with blockchain. But you can see who's buying in, and you see where we're going. So I have faith in the people, and it's got to be about the people who band together, and small companies banding together. We need to figure out what this language is, and how we all can benefit from it together, not in any other way. So that's my rant on that.
I think some people are going to come and they're going to want to connect with you and talk about strategic partnerships, maybe even like being a part of the team. And there's all sorts of things that people have in mind when they think about a successful effort like your studios had. When you consider the 5,000 people that are there, who are the types of people that you really want to connect with because you have a place for them at your existing table right now? Like, where's the room in your world for people besides just being part of the community and buying an NFT?
No, that's good. Well, of course, table is the community.
That's right.
That's who I really want to meet. I want to read our content creators, our people who play the game, our people who care about the game, the people who who enjoy what we make. And I think that's really humbling. And I just want to meet them, and I want to meet. There's so many people I want to meet over in New York. Like I get this. I'm in Denmark right now, but I flew from Australia here with work for a conference, and I'm tapping this conference onto it. But otherwise, I couldn't leave Australia if it wasn't for work. If I hadn't left for Denmark, I got the permission to leave for that. So this is the first time one of us founders are coming over from Australia to say good day, and it's gonna be fun. But it's community. I want to meet the community, and then of course I want to meet people who want to build this metaverse in terms of other companies, hear what they're doing, interested in what their views are. I think it's an interesting first step to learn and digest what others are thinking, and then also add to it if I can, or if we can as a company. So I think that's what this is about. But the people first, like the community first. I think people should get wild up about NFTs, and I think we should help educate. Your responsibility is to educate. So as like I'm saying, we all have to build that metaverse. We all have to be responsible for educating the right way as well. And so that's just that's what it is, man. It's got to be family, and we got to be together for this.
I think what's cool is how people just generally feel that same way. Good. Because if you and I feel that way, or if 10% of people feel that way, and there's like this overwhelming majority that don't align with these principles, then it would be difficult to imagine a positive outcome with where the metaverse is going through.
I think the crypto community,
that's a big deal.
Yeah, I think the NFT community is amazing. I mean, I've been in there.
It is amazing.
It's really amazing. There's so much positivity and people backing each other up, and looking after each other and shouting out for each other. And it's what this is. It's a new form of wealth distribution for the people. Let's not get it twisted, right? There's a lot of wealth in these NFTs, and young artists being able to make money off their art, young musicians and all this, and people who are creators like ourselves making games. But the most important aspect is the people who invest and buy into these games, they get something in return. And it's like, it's an investment, right? And if the game does well, it's good for them, and it's and so on and so forth. So we have to be connected. We have to help each other, and because it'll benefit our common cause, which is blockchain. It's going to change the world. And I think it's going to be the economy of Web3, of the metaverse. That's what I'm rallying for. So man, I
love that.
Cool.
Final thing I'll ask you: if you had everybody's attention in Times Square, you have all the billboards, so everybody's looking up. You got the horses racing. You got the horses.
I want them racing down the street too, with the AR and stuff.
Right?
No,
okay. Let's go. Let's go there. So we're in Times Square, and everybody's got these cool chrome glasses, and on them is AR, and they're watching the horses race, and you get to put a notification on the top of everybody's lens. They opted into the notification.
Imagine if you're standing on Times Square and I'm standing further down at Central Park, and they're running through in real time, and so you can talk to me from one glasses to the other and say, hey, they just passed me, and now they're going to pass me. You know what I'm saying? But that's going to happen because
that's going to happen.
And I'll tell you how. Those glasses are going to be connected to the cloud serving, rendering, and that's where the power of that rendering is going to come, and it's going to project beautiful imagery, and it's going to tap into fucking Google Maps or whatever the API is to make them run on the road. we're going there, but it's going to take time. It's going to take time.
It'll take time. Yeah, I think we need to not be so impatient with our developments. But
Totally,
my final question in context of that is, if you could give a message to everybody, they're enjoying your game, but you yourself can, from Chris to each individual, say something to the NFT community, not the people checking it out, but the builders, your peers. Yeah. What do you want to say to your peers if they gave you their attention? What would you want to say to drive them to progress, encourage them, whatever it may be?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, keep taking risks. Keep taking risks. Keep pushing, man. We got to just test everything before we know what's working. So just we've made many mistakes and we'll keep on making mistakes, but we'll own them and we'll move on faster. And that's the way good things are built. And by the way, so just so it's not people in the NFT community call me EBS. So just to kind of throw that out there. There's another one of my founders, that's just for the people out there watching it. It's all good, man. But hey, it was a pleasure meeting. I'll see you in New York and I'll be there in I'll be there soon next week.
Good. Yeah. I just got here yesterday and it's definitely good to be here with everybody. Okay. And I'll remember to call you EBS from now on. The problem is, you can
call me whatever you want, bro.
I know. I see Chris on the screen. I even saw EBS, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's EBS. And I'm like, but it messes with your head. You got the name in front here.
You're good.
Cool,
You're
man.
Good, man.
Well, hey, peace. I'll see you in a few days.
Perfect.
Okay.
Peace out, man.
So for those that are with us, I started a 10-hour live stream at 10 a.m. It was rocking. It was so good. And then the internet stopped here at the Westin, which is, I guess, my fault. I guess they have a 24-hour internet cycle here. So I'm waiting for the next guest. If they don't pop in soon, then, because it's just one link, it's not, there's nothing new. Let's see if they, I believe, maybe not. Did they email you? You said Metaverse did. They said they can't make it. Okay. So why don't you pull up, I'm gonna let you in. Why don't you pull up and go through the program top to bottom? And we'll do that for 10 minutes while we wait for the next person. Obviously, it's nice to come out with a bang and really hit things, big. And that's a big part of high production value. But this is not high production value. This is raw, vulnerable, authentic, just trying to create some space for our speakers and sponsors to come and have genuine conversations with me. We can laugh together and spend time together, getting to know one another, and break through the noise of the busyness of an event with 5,000 people. So right now, I'm going to have Gabe go ahead, and he was going through the program last time, but since we have somewhat limited time, we got about 10 minutes before my next guest. Gabe went through the program top to bottom. It opens up with Jody Rich and Gary Vee jumping on stage. And then at the very end at the program in the Edison Ballroom, I'm going to be talking about NFT 2024, the future of NFTs. Now, nobody knows the future. I like to think of myself as a futurist, as though I kind of see where the puck's going, or I have imagination to see what's around the corner. And, I'm great at building teams to build the future that I could imagine, a positive future. So I'm it's an entrepreneur, right? I build things. But one way that I kind of get my pulse on where the future of NFTs might be going is by asking questions. It's why I've interviewed 20 people already today, and I have 20 more the rest of the day. I've interviewed more than 100 people in the last couple of weeks. And then every year, 2018, 19, 20, I've interviewed well over 100 of our sponsors there. And I always ask the same question: where will NFTs be in 2024? And so the first time I gave this talk was actually February 19, right? So almost 3 years ago. And I did kind of a little final 5-minute talk on the future of NFTs. And what I did was I had interviewed all these people, right? Like when Alex and Devin were just starting OpenSea, before Joe Cipollini even had launched a crypto art project, when Lou Kerner was still actively just doing Crypto Mondays, and that was it just started, like when everything is brand new. And I'm asking everybody, hey, what's the future of NFTs? And I kind of gathered their thoughts, and then I came up with my own way of delivering it. So I'm actually gonna have Gabe share that video for 5 minutes, and then I'll come back in and get ready for the next interview. But it gives me a little break just to do some administrative stuff to make sure that people that were on the last live stream know that we're live here and things of that nature. So I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes once this video is done rolling. I gotta pause Gabe because the video cannot be heard. So Gabe, if you share the video, you gotta press share sound. Share sound, that's the key. So when you share, yep, there it is. Okay, everybody, second try. Here we go.
My name is Ian, and I come bearing gifts. Anybody want an NFT beanie? Okay, first hand up. There we go. How about, sorry about that, how about a black hat? Yeah? Okay, there we go. Liven up the crowd. Yes, you want one? I love people that sit in the front. There we go. Giving out gifts. I'm going to give you out the gift of inspiration and optimism. That's the gift I'm going to give you for the next 5 minutes. My name is Ian Utile. I've been involved with technology in the San Francisco Bay Area for about 20 years. And my passion is long-term building, castle building, right? 1,000 years ago, a king or a queen, they sat down with a vision. We're going to take the next 10 generations to build a castle that none of us will enjoy until there actually is, 300 years from now, the castle's being built. And I really hope that as time goes on and people become more self-aware, they realize how impatient they are. And they start thinking through blockchain in 5 years, and in 55 years, and in 555 years. And the world, the foundation that you're building is very, very important. I think about the future a lot because I think about the past a lot. My ancestor, Lieutenant Moraga, in 1776 founded the city of San Jose and the Presidio in San Francisco. And for the longest time, I thought about what he did. And then recently, I thought, well, what about what I want to do? And so for this event, Jody asked me to talk about NFTs 2024, the future of this industry. What I did was I interviewed about 50 different people in the last several weeks to find out what they think. And I'll tell you this, it's all over the place. The vision is all over the place, right? It's for esports, right? It's for solving major problems around, systems. It's for physical sports, right? It's for all sorts of applications about where things are going. And the big thing is that people have passion and drive and the ambition to build something of great significance that maybe goes beyond your life, I think is a worthy pursuit. And that's my hope to give to you today is that. And because you can think about all sorts of ideas to build to, right? We heard today about building faith as NFTs. What is it like when you start to take the faith paradigm that's so important to many people and you start to put that into the blockchain as a non-fungible token? Like, how does that change things? What happens with games? Like Olympics 2028 is in LA, right? So in the next 10 years, maybe even Olympics 2024, how might there be a blockchain game that when people play it, they're creating tokens with every single move they make? That every single thing that happens in the real sport, a token is created. What happens when a person that plays the Olympic 2024 game says, I'm going to take that terrible move where they missed, and I'm going to put that against my friend I'm playing against and make him not do as well. I'm going to take that move that was amazing. I did that three-pointer from the half-shot line in that, and I'm going to play that over and over again in the game. When I'm tired of the game, I'm going to sell it to somebody else. You start thinking through these applications of real-life integration. The point of NFT, in my opinion, that's so different is that there are applications for it, right? It's not just speculative investing, right? So if you play the Pebble Beach golf game in 2024 against Tiger Woods, and he's really playing, his ball is tokenized, and every hit is tokenized. And those hits, they go into a game. And you play the game at home, and what you do gets tokenized, and you can sell and trade and buy these different moves inside of games. Obviously, it's easy to visualize a game. You know, blockchain is so important because it will be a foundational thing for humanity and also for keeping technology accountable. And one of the great things that we as a community can do is to create real world applications that are not speculative investing, but take what we're already doing in Minecraft and World of Warcraft, you know, and you take the things in sports games and you take all the applications that are centralized and you start decentralizing them and you let people have true ownership, right? And these things are accelerating at a very, very fast pace. We might see castles being built in the next 5 years in this industry. And I think those that are in this industry that don't quit will be the legends that people will talk about decades from now, maybe centuries from now.
Are you going to be one of the legends that people talk about decades from now, centuries from now? That's my question. I got 3 minutes, so let me talk a bit about NFT 2024, my perspective. This day is certainly not about me. That's why I block my video from time to time and just let people have the stage. I would never book 40 back-to-back interviews for 10 straight hours for me. No, this is a great sacrifice for the community. You know, a lot of the community comes down to sacrifice. What is the sacrifice that is being made that people are willing to make while I sit on my keyboard? And let me say, mistakes we made. You'll sit on your keyboard. I talked in February 2019, a couple of years ago, about building castles. I talked about a lot of things in terms of tech, right? I talked about my concern for speculative investing, and it still became a big thing in the NFT community. That's a lot of what has driven the community: buying Top Shot, buying Beeple, buying VFriends, right? All these different things that were kind of explosive in the industry. One of the things that I so appreciated about Top Shot, Beeple, and Gary is I really felt like they had a long view. People didn't come in and drop art that he had just made. No, he brought the art that he had made for over a decade. He was a faithful creator for a decade. And then he brought his community to us. What a great thing for Mike to do. And then he also brought all of his art to us. And he didn't stop. He's still creating art constantly because that's who he is. He's a creator. I look at Top Shot. I look at Dapper Labs. You know, they couldn't get any big IP to trust them early on. So they created CryptoKitties. Then they created Cheese Wizards. But they finally broke through with the NBA, created the Flow blockchain, which was their long-term castle building approach, right? It wasn't just about getting some people to switch over to baseball cards on basketball cards, football cards on the blockchain. It was about this long-term approach of building a castle, you know, building for the long term, for many, many generations. And finally, maybe the person that has articulated this as good as any is Gary Vaynerchuk, who we're very thankful to have be so involved in our event this upcoming year. You know, Gary talks about a lifetime of work leading up to this, and that this is part of his pursuit for the rest of his life. Even his very first drops included tickets to his event for 3 straight years. So you might want to buy one of his VFriends and then sell it after you go to one of the events, and so he can still have value, not just from the NFT, but from access for the next couple of years. Or his gift goats, right? He dropped gifts to people. And I have fantasies about the creative things that Gary's going to do because of his creativity and also because of his resources. And then the way that he's come into the community and really done some cool things with acquiring so many CryptoPunks, getting behind projects, bringing light to projects, because it's not about Gary's castle. He's always been very forthright. And if you really want to succeed, don't tear other people's castles down. Build your own tallest building. And so as he does that, he's not tearing people down. He's like, look, let's all build these huge buildings together. This is what I'm doing. What are you doing? And so I think about some of these things. Now, it's not just people. It's also Metacove and that put them on the market. It's not just Gary. It's Gary's community he built for a decade that put VFriends on the market. It's not just Dapper Labs working and launching Flowchain. No, it was the fact that NBA came with their athletes, came with their community, came with their fans. So when we have these castle-like mentalities of building for generations, when we want to build not for 2024, but 3024, right? When we have these thoughts of like, if humanity is graced and we're able to see our great-great-great-great-grandchildren on and on for 1,000 years engage, what might that actually mean if we have those types of mentalities where it's not now, it's not just flipping things, which no shade being thrown, but that can't be the driving force for us. I have my next guest coming in. And so enough from me, time to bring in Kevin Wang, and looking forward to jumping into another interview. So here we go. Hi, Kevin. Welcome to the party. I see you're connecting to audio. Oh, there we go.
Hey, hello.
Well, welcome to the live stream. This is you're right in the middle of this extravaganza of conversations, and so this should be a legitimate human-to-human connection between you and I. People just happen to be watching us live, or certainly we're going to get a lot more energy and attention from promoting the archive of this. You're the co-founder of your company. Maybe you could just give a little background of who you are and how you started the organization, and kind of what you're building, and then maybe we can jump in and I can ask you some questions.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Kevin Wang. I'm the co-founder of Nervos Network. I think, like many others, I started in this crypto journey with the Bitcoin, and that was many years ago. And I was trained as an engineer, and I also had a pretty keen interest in economics, and this is sort of when Bitcoin came out, and I was hooked. About, I think this is about 3 years ago, that I co-founded the Nervos Network with some of the other folks. A lot of us are, again, sort of crypto OGs and Ethereum and Bitcoin community. So Nervos Network is a layer 1 blockchain smart contract platform, and it has a layered approach to build as a scalable, interoperable infrastructure for the crypto economy. Is it good as the intro?
It's a great intro. I just blocked my video so you fill the screen. It's not about me. I want you to be able to connect, even though I'm listening. You got my attention. When you think about community, in this fashion, it's totally different than anything that you or I, any of our peers, anybody on our team has built in the past. Because even if we've been involved in crypto in 5, or some of us even longer, it's still new. How do you approach community, seeing that DAX and DAOs are legitimately being spun up, that there's real consensus happening, that there's true community ownership happening? And as you build out this infrastructure, where does your mind kind of gravitate towards in terms of community development that will last through more than just an exciting moment, but really have a life cycle that's indefinite?
Yeah, I think it's really building a personal relationship with the folks that come to build the community. Again, for us, we are a layer 1 blockchain, and we're a platform. So for our supporters are developers who come to want to build applications on the platform, and teams, entrepreneurs. They essentially bet their career, years of their life to our platform to build their project, as well as early supporters that users who come and obviously hold our tokens and want to be able to use these applications. So I think we have folks that are very active in various communication channels with both the community members as well as the entrepreneurs. For the entrepreneurs, obviously, we want them to be successful. So we provide a lot of sort of hand-holding and services, including funding and financial support, including for us, again, technical documentation to make sure they understand the intricacy of the platform and how to build things here. So we really want to be able to be very available, and then take a sort of service mentality to help these folks succeed.
So there's a big part of it that's technical. It's not community, it's not human. There still has to be the technical underpinning to all of this. I mean, part of why we call it Web3 is because of a totally new technical paradigm. So as the co-founder and as the executive that's driving not just the emotion of the community having authority and all the good things that come with that. There's also that aspect of programming, platforms, products, etc. So how do you approach that? And how do you keep the technical focus internally on your team and with those that are working on it, kind of laser focused on the part that really matters most?
Yeah, I think it's for ourselves, it came a little bit more naturally because we are trained as engineers ourselves, so we understand the challenges, and then we're more like tuning into what we need to build and what's important, and we're developers ourselves, so we know what to build for developers, and then what people care about, the experience, productivity, tooling, compatibility with existing ecosystems, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I mean, we definitely don't have all the answers. We also listen to other developers that that want us to build certain things, and we're very open. So we talk to people all the time, and then our roadmap is also available. So we get a lot of feedback. Yeah. So in that aspect, I agree with you. It is very, very important to be able to focus on building the right infrastructure, building the right technology for people.
So when you start to cast vision about what's next, not predicting like this will definitely happen, right? This token will go here, and these NFTs will scale in value here, and this tech is definitely going to be built. Like we know nobody knows for sure, right? We can look at history to kind of get an idea. Last time I was having dinner and we were talking about where things are at today, and like where are the AOLs, right? Where are the companies that are willing to go into debt to send CD-ROM drives to every household in America over and over and over again to get mass adoption? And part of that was that AOL had the executives had a crazy aptitude for risk. They had incredible courage, and they're willing to sacrifice everything to try to get the mass adoption. And they grew their user base higher than anybody else because of their vision casting, because they felt like they knew where the puck was going and they were going to run there. So when you cast vision, and when you try to really drive and motivate people to make incredible sacrifices to build community and build technology and get adoption, like how do you see things playing out in the next couple of years? I say to you, NFT 2024, and you say, okay, next 2 or 3 years, like this is what I'm hoping for. This is what our vision is that we're laying out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think again, I'm very excited about the NFT future on the blockchain, because NFTs are really what connect to a much wider audience, right? Connect our technology, our space to people who otherwise probably don't understand or no interest in token trading, right? But NFT is something people can have a building connections with, and we have seen that played out again and again, in sports, in music, in and even gaming. So these are the things people can connect to. In terms of like what are the most important, like you said, for AOL to ship out CDs, and for the executive to do that, I think we have to focus on, when we talk about adoption, right, to a much wider audience beyond people using MetaMask and doing crypto today. We have to understand the barrier for the so-called non-crypto people when they come to our space. Again, this may be the same as people, the AOL execs shipping out CDs, and because people understand how to pop CD into their computer, and then they can go online, right? I think we got to meet where people are today, how they use internet, and then how understand interact with the applications, beyond mobile, reduce the barrier to entry as much as possible, right? So if we still ask people to say, hey, you want to interact with these applications, you have to, first of all, go KYC with a bank account and get some native currency of the blockchain, and then you have to create a wallet which has C phrases. You have to, by the way, write it up, and don't throw them away, otherwise you lose money. I mean, this is just too scary. That's too scary for regular people. So yeah. So anyway, so this is where I think Nervos Network, we think about this all the time, and then we want to be able to meet people where they are today, but also provide entire non-custodial experience, so that they don't have to go through all this, right? Just use your email and then to set up, but it's entirely secure and non-custodial, backed up by cryptographic primitives and proof. So I think it's very important, and it's a big step. And also in terms of transactions and fee payment and all that, we got to optimize and meet people where they are. That's really what it takes to bring this technology to billions of people, which I'm very excited about, and I think will happen in the next few years.
Thanks for casting that vision and for jumping in with me. I want to ask what you would want to say to the community. We're going to have 5,000 people that have tickets. It's so funny. I feel like I'm getting text messages like every few minutes from like people that generally you'd be like, you can have whatever you want. You're this person, but we have no more space. We keep adding buildings and everything, but 5,000 people with tickets, and thousands will come in that don't have tickets, just hoping to network with people. Now we're going to gather everybody up on Tuesday morning at 8:30 in the morning in Times Square. We're going to try to get 1,000 people on the red stairs. We're going to give them everybody NFT hats. It's going to be a blast. So we know there's going to be a large group of us in Times Square Tuesday morning, November 2nd. And we rented most of the billboards in Times Square to show off NFTs and just have this moment of celebration together. But if you were able to get everyone's attention, and if you had everyone in Times Square and you could talk about what's on your mind, not just to the world and like, come and check out NFTs, but to the builders, your peers, your strategic partners, the investors that are making these things happen. What would you say to the community that are really driving this adoption right now?
Yeah, I would say, come to check us out, and then, we're ready. We are at a time that's, Nervos is really at a time, we're about to open up our L2 framework, which is, again, the scalable and then has this sort of universal support for not just NFT applications, but also for other type of applications. I think it really just, when we talk to entrepreneurs, the traditional internet applications has a way to grow and expand and reach out to regular users, but we just haven't been able to see that for cryptocurrency or blockchain applications, mostly because the friction is too much in terms of onboarding new users, the education cost. So we're able to cut it almost to zero, and then we're very happy to work with entrepreneurs and developers to build on the platform. Yeah, it's exciting time.
Yes, it is an exciting time. Maybe a final word just on how people might want to engage with you. You want to connect with people, they want to connect with you. They're going to want to look into where you're at and kind of where you're going. So who should be approaching you? Like, I know you want to talk to everybody, but specifically, who do you want to connect with while you're there? Maybe you could kind of share that, and then I could say goodbye and I'll bring in the next interviewee.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I will be in the event, right? So NYC NFT event, I think will be super exciting. We'll have a booth to come to talk to us. Happy to talk, and that's why we're there. At the same time, I mean, really, we like to talk to, in the context of the conversation, we'd like to talk about NFT fans and collectors. We don't want to talk to developers that build applications. We want to talk to also sort of entrepreneurs that are maybe not crypto focused. Maybe they are more like internet or mobile entrepreneurs, but they think about how to use crypto or how to use NFTs to transform their business and create a different value distribution and connect to their audience, create more authentic community and so on. We would like to talk to them, and I think we really have a good solution for them.
Well, we're grateful that you're going to be there. Yes, you will have a booth that's in the Edison rooftop where all the other vendor booths are at. I'm going to at least spend some time in there. So maybe I'll come over and have a longer conversation. You can show and tell with us, then I can really wrap my head around it. But I appreciate you jumping on YouTube with me so that you and I can get to know each other. We have a basis for a relationship. I'm doing this for 10 hours. So it's part of
okay. Wow.
I started this live stream at 10 a.m. and it goes till 8 something. So
wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's
awesome.
It's my gift to you and all of your peers to kind of give you a moment where you can break through the noise and be able to just have a second to, let me know what's going on, because people can kind of tune in to that. But I'll come see you up at the vendor booth, and we're just very, very grateful to have your involvement.
Thank you. Me too.
In this event.
Good. Thank you for allowing me to be part of the conversation.
Good. I'll see you in the next few days.
Okay. All right. See ya. Bye.
Okay. Bye. Okay, for those that are watching, I think I kind of got my rhythm back. You got to imagine streaming for 10 hours, 40 interviews. I don't know most of these people. And the worst part is when I do know them and we're like buddies, I've hugged them, and then I forget because, I have 49,000 people on my cell phone. Sometimes I'm a little friendly to where I forget that I'm actually connected to somebody, or other times I think that we're friends. And then I realize, no, this is a different person. So it's one thing to manage this silliness that I'm attempting to do for our community, which I'm happy that I am doing. It's another thing when tech problems happen, like a video can't be pulled up or they can't be heard, but nothing is worse than the internet going down. So that happened to me about 45 minutes ago. We did about 5 hours, lost internet. Now we're back for part 2 video. And I'm starting to feel the rhythm again. So this is good. I have another guest coming in soon. She did confirm, so I imagine she'll be here any moment. I think some people are familiar with Pollyann Studios and what she does as an NFT artist. Certainly has a, she is unbridled. She's doing things that others wouldn't even think of doing, which we need this diversity, all these different approaches to how NFTs can be done, how artistry can be done, how creators can be empowered. So hopefully she'll be jumping in just a moment, and I'll get a moment to kind of chat with her. And then after that, I think there's a little 15, no, not yet. And then there's another one I have scheduled. And then I'll bring Gabe back in to share for a moment. So we still have a rhythm. We're still going for another 4.5 hours or so. So if you're watching live, thanks for your attention. I'm glad to have you part of the journey. If you see the archive, this is the silly thing that I decided I'd do on Thursday, October 28th, 2021. Couple things just to be aware of. We have been sold out of tickets over and over again. There really are no tickets. If you want tickets, maybe the Discord channel, NFT NYC's Discord channel would be a good place to go. If you want to know what's happening, the program, you can go to NFT NYC /program and download the whole program. Gabe had gone through that already once today. I'll probably have go through that again. I've already done over 100 of these interviews for the last 2 weeks. Previously, the first 90 or so were individual videos. And, people say like, well, what's the best one I should watch? I'm not going to say this was a 10 and this was a 1. For me, they were all quite enjoyable. I got to learn things. Usually I rank my happiness on an interview by the amount of laughter I have and how serious the laughter was. Like, did my stomach hurt? Does my mouth hurt from it? So some of the high laughter moments was like David Lee with Samsung Next. That was a joy bomb for me. Or Alex from Celsius. We had quite the extravaganza together because I was in the San Francisco airport wearing a space helmet so that I didn't have all the speaker interfering in the airport. And I had to wear a mask, and that way I could kind of be seen. So those are some fun moments. I mean, there were some righteous conversations I've had so far, and I'm hoping that continues on for the next several hours. I guess what I should do is just take a peek at my email. It is funny how many things I can process in my head at one time. Let's see. Okay, so wrong link is what has happened. Let me make sure. I changed the link because of I could every just come into one place. So let me shoot this off to her again and make sure that she knows where to go. So everybody, thank you for your patience. I have to send over my friend this new link, and hopefully she gets that right now. I may want to text it over to her. Let me see if I got her cell phone down here. If you have questions, you can jump in the comments. Let me know. Gabe is kind of tracking with those. So I'm gonna go ahead and text Pollyanny, see make sure that she is able to get in here, but she'll probably pop in any moment. Okay, I just texted to her also. She's probably on the other one, just wondering where. Oh, there we go. Here we go. This is going to be fun, everyone. I'm looking forward to this. Hi. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party.
Hi.
Well, you certainly bring a lot of joy to the NFT community. Not just the art that you create and the posts that you share, but I think the things that you believe and the way that you approach this, and you're so courageous, you're so outside the box, and I so appreciate the diversity that you bring and the way that you break boundaries and are a forerunner for others. And we need that in all flavors, and I think your flavor is really needed. So thank you for who you are and what you do. I know we lost a little bit of time because I had the wrong link was maybe auto sent to you. So for those that don't know you, can you please introduce yourself to me? This is you and me. We're having a human connection. They're just listening. But why don't you tell me a bit about who you are and your background, and we'll dive into talking community and the future and things of that nature.
Yeah, sure. So my name is Pollyanny. I'm a multidisciplinary artist. I've been a full-time NFT artist since September of 2020. So for over a year, I've been making my living from selling my NFTs. Right now, my artistic journey has led me towards the erotic arts. So for the last 2.5 years, I have been exploring the erotic arts, and that's the type of NFTs that, that I've been creating and exploring. So, I'm just all about, like, when I got into the erotic arts, it was a real eye opener for me about, just sexual oppression in general, is censorship, just the issues that a lot of adult creators run into are just like most people who are in just like traditional art or, just like safe art, like regular art that's not like adult themed, like they couldn't even fathom the bullshit that adult creators really have to go through. It's like, it's hard enough to be, a content creator or an artist, but then when you're on the fringe of that and you're doing stuff that's like controversial or not everybody agrees with, then there's like a whole nother layer of like, issues that come with it. So yeah, so that's a little bit about me.
Well, thank you for sharing that. As far as community development, do you find that it's the people that are buying your NFTs and engaging with you and sharing and being inspired, and maybe they're following your lead in some form or fashion? Are these the OnlyFans creators? Are these people that are already involved in erotic art of some form or fashion? Or do you find that the community is really like the NFT community? They're like, oh, look, this is totally a different approach. Or is it totally new people? Like, are you finding that a community is going from where they were to kind of being part of your tribe, or is it super eclectic? Like, give us an idea about the development of that community.
Okay, yeah, it's pretty eclectic right now. So I'm a brand ambassador and the NFT liaison for adult NFT project called XXX Nifty. And so, but before that, like that's a relatively in the past 6 months thing. But before that, coming into the NFT space as an adult creator, I had to kind of start over because my, original fans and supporters, who have been supporting me on OnlyFans and clip sites, like they couldn't get crypto. And despite, my best efforts of trying to get them into it. So now, my community of collectors ranges from, people in the crypto world and NFT collectors, as well as, porn supporters. I've, got to work directly with, traditional porn stars and, OnlyFans creators. And so erotic artists. And so it's kind of all over the board. And, I just done a tremendous amount of traveling this year to help like spread the word. So that's kind of allowed me to connect with, a wider range of people. And so what we really need is more attention in the adult NFT space and more support there as well. XXX Nifty has an amazing like built-in, like the community that's developed around that has been phenomenal, and it's given a lot of adult creators like myself a more creative outlet, and an additional way to monetize in a more creative way, which is really good for the soul. So for many of us, like, it's been relieving and inspiring.
That's so good to hear. When you think about the technology in the centralized Web 2 space, there's a tremendous amount of censorship, right? Like maybe we can curse on YouTube, but you can't show a lot of your art on YouTube. And in other formats, maybe you can post certain things on Twitter, but they'll censor a picture and you have to kind of opt in to see an image. And in certain capacities, radio, TV, traditional media, and when that plays out on social, you can't really have very much freedom at all in terms of how you express yourself. Do you find that these similar censorships are still in place and they've kind of been brought over as a shadow into the Web3 environment? Or do you find that there's a lot more freedom in the Web3 environment? And just give me an idea of how technology is played out in this specific effort of the way that you do art as a creator.
Yeah, honestly, a little bit of both. I've definitely seen some like bleeding over of like the traditional censorship into the space. Like one of the most expensive NFTs I bought, because I'm also a collector, was a piece from Cryptonatrix, and it was a very tasteful piece. She was fully dressed and she has a strap-on dildo and she's waving it around, and it was removed from Rarible. And, you know, so I was still able to buy it on OpenSea, so that, you know, I just really wanted that piece because I have a band art collection. But so that was like the first time in the NFT space that I saw and recognized censorship. And what was interesting though, is at the time on Rarible, and this was like late 2020, like there was like a whole, what's it called? Not like a real person, like an AI, you know, and they would have like nude women, right? But that nude women was allowed, but a very tasteful image of a woman with the strap on wasn't. So that really led us to believe like there's definitely some misogynistic things going on there. It's like, who's making the calls here about what, you know what I mean? What gets seen and what doesn't, you know, like if nude women is okay, but like empowered women with the strap on isn't okay, you know? So I've seen, you know, with the rise of, you know, a specific adult NFT marketplaces has been helpful, because that needed to happen. And that really started to emerge in spring of 2021, as when we really started to see the first like adult NFT marketplaces like XXX Nifty, Unique Fans, there's Treat DAO. Spank Chain has been around actually for a while, and doing their thing. And they finally released like the Spank Chain Pop Shots. And so, you know, so we're getting like, you know, creating a safe space for adult creators, so we're not subject, you know, to that level of censorship. But we still are seeing some censorship coming through.
So I'm not going to say much context because I don't want to lead you to give an answer you think I want to hear. And just so you know, we are going to run out of time eventually in the next couple minutes before my next guest. So I have two boys, 9 and 12 years old. So as a parent, I have my perspective on protecting my children. And then there's cultural perspective. And then there's the perspective that you and your peers have, which I don't know. So my question to you is, what type of things could or should be done to protect young people from running into things that maybe they wouldn't want to be exposed to at their age, or certainly parents might have some hesitancy and concern of protecting them. So what do you think is appropriate to protect children?
Yeah, because I'm a mom myself. I actually have two children. I have a 15-year-old and a 13-year-old. And so I believe in that as well. You know, everyone in the adult industry is right there, like, you know, sex work, sexual content, porn of any kind is for consenting adults. And I just believe, and I really hope, honestly, I really hope to see more development. Like this is 2021, we're coming up into 2022, and we have access to all these new tools and all these amazing minds innovating in this space. And I just would love to see, you know, it's like, there has to be a way to protect and keep, you know, like consenting adult things between consenting adults, like in real life, how I can have a conversation or a sexual experience with another consenting adult behind closed doors where children can't see. And so what we're really thinking is that maybe NFTs can be used as like keys that can give access. And unless you hold these NFTs, then you can't see this work. So I definitely think that like this technology actually could provide those protections that all parents want, you know, because we really all want the same thing, you know, and there's no reason to, you know, completely shut off and oppress, you know, sexuality, because it's such an important part of the human experience, you know. So I believe that there are solutions, and I hope to explore them with people at NFT NYC.
I think this is a good community to explore it with. I think that was also articulate. I think it's tough because oftentimes people feel pressure to say things they're supposed to say, because they want to abide by conservative principles, or they say things they're supposed to say because they want to stand out and, you know, be the agitator. And so I appreciated your perspective and the way that you shared that with us. Before we wrap up and I take in the next person that I'm interviewing today, any final words, anything else that you want to kind of share with our community as you have everyone's attention that's tuned in live and that sees the archive of this interview?
Absolutely. So many adult creators like myself, and I'm mild in my expression. Everything on my Twitter, you might see some topless, but like nothing more extreme than that. I'm shadow banned. My stuff, everything I post is marked as sensitive. My stuff doesn't get seen, which makes it very hard to interact with the community the way everybody else does. So like retweeting, you know, interacting, you know, collecting the work, like those kind of things are really super helpful, because if not, I'm just kind of shouting into a void and nobody sees or hears. So that would be great to just see some more support there.
Well, thank you for letting us know how we can support you. I look forward to seeing you here in New York City for our event in the next few days. And all of us are grateful to have you represent yourself and those that are your peers, because all of us need to be part of this collective solution around decentralized Web3 technologies and the way that we can empower creators to make a living by being artists. So I recognize you as a great artist. I love what's behind you and the way that you do things. So thanks for being with me, and I'll see you in the next few days here at the event.
Thank you so much. Okay. I'm excited to meet you.
Yes, me too.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, that was great. For those that are watching, thanks for your attention. I'm bringing in Diana. Hi there.
Hi, Ian.
I love your hat.
Thank you. Do you recognize what project it's from?
Even if I did, I may not. I don't know.
It's a cool
I mean, I do, but yeah, okay. Yeah, there's a lot going on here in my mind. I'm 6 hours deep into 10 hours of nonstop interviews. So recognizing NFTs like the cool cat heart, and then being able to say that under pressure, being asked a question, it's a little higher bar than
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, and I'm super impressed that you're doing this for 6 hours.
You know, I get to share my humanity with everybody. You know, the moments of weakness are good. It's character building, if nothing else, and it lets you and I laugh together and feel like we're two humans having a conversation.
Totally.
I was hoping that we could have just a conversation together. You know, some folks might be watching this live, which we appreciate their attention. Obviously, the archive is kind of where we cut these things up and leverage them to bring you and what you're working on attention. So here's how the structure goes for our time together. I just want you to introduce yourself. Then I'll ask some questions about like community and technology in the future, and we'll probably spend 10 minutes together and see where it goes. So would you like to just kind of start with giving an introduction? I'm gonna block my video, by the way. I'm still locked in. I'm like right here paying attention, but that way you feel the screen. It's all about you and your cool cat's hat.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Ian. So my name is Diana, and I actually just started at Rabbit Hole. I moved over from Unstoppable Domains. So now I run content at Rabbit Hole. It's rabbithole.gg. And basically Rabbit Hole is onboarding people onto Web3, and then at the same time helping Web3 projects and protocols find more users for building up their community. So in the future, like in the long run, Rabbit Hole is going to be the best place for people to find and discover work in Web3. And so I'm super excited to be leading the content initiative here now. On the roadmap, we've got, you know, podcast is in the works, of course. That is my background. So, like I come from that world. I ran the Unstoppable podcast at Unstoppable Domains. And so definitely going to be starting up a podcast at Rabbit Hole. And then another super exciting thing for people who maybe haven't heard is that Rabbit Hole is going fully decentralized. We're decentralizing into a full-on DAO. And so I'm super excited to think about like how to build up this content and media engine in the context of a DAO, and how do we scale content in the format of a DAO while maintaining quality and tackling all of these challenges. I think it's going to be, one of my focuses for the next few months, and something I'm really excited to be working on.
So you've been a part of a lot of communities. You've developed community. Did you have a background in developing community in the Web2 ecosystem as well? Did you transition from kind of traditional community building to this new decentralized approach?
Not formally and not officially. I actually had started my career as an attorney, total plot twist. And then in another total plot twist, I quit that to become a travel blogger. So I do have some experience with content creation as, a full-time travel blogger trying to monetize my content and build up a community of followers. I guess like that, I have experience building community from that angle. But really, that's really been it. It wasn't something that like I had paid particular attention to until I joined the Web3 ecosystem and realized how important community is. And I think like in this ecosystem, no matter what role you have, obviously our community managers are maybe some of the most important people that every Web3 project has on their team. But I think every member of a Web3 project or protocol is a community manager, or should be a community manager to some extent, and be out there engaging with their community and building up the community. I think that's super, super important. So I do think that, building community is a skill that everyone in this ecosystem either already has or is working towards building up, or, maybe if you're not working on Web3 yet and you want to maybe think about like, how can you engage with the community? Like, how can you hop in some Discord channels of projects and protocols that you're really interested in or passionate about, and just start contributing to the community there.
So how about the technology side? Community development is a big part of it, but there's also the need for the tech to kind of facilitate all these things. What in place today, not what's coming, what in place today in terms of the platforms and the products and the protocols that are out there to you are most exciting that you're engaging with at the highest level?
Yeah, I think the most exciting thing right now is all of the L2 platforms. Gas has become a huge problem and a huge barrier to entry for a lot of people who are wanting to learn more about crypto and Web3. And so I'm really excited about all the new L2 projects that are coming out that's making gas cheaper and helping people be able to do more things on chain. I'm not a technical person, so from a non-technical perspective, like I just like to see the results of helping more and more people be able to onboard onto Web3, not having that like financial barrier to entry. And then it'll also be interesting to see long-term, whether one blockchain wins out or whether we live in like a truly multi-chain world, which is sort of where I think we're going. And then how we manage to bridge all of these things together, like different chains, L1s and L2s, like all of these things. I think that is something that I'm really excited to see moving forward.
How about as you project the future and the things that you find personally to be inspiring, or that you'll kind of discuss and foster, these hopeful visions of what could be? So if I frame it NFT 2024, and you think, okay, 2-3 years from now, like this is what I'm hoping for. This is what our community is driving towards. Give me some thoughts on what you'd like to see develop in the next 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, so the biggest thing I would say, thinking about NFT 2024, I hope that the main thing is that we're not all focused on art anymore. I love NFT art. I'm not saying that we should have less of it, but I just think there's so many other use cases of NFTs, and I would just hope to see more and more of those come up. And so we're already seeing a lot of NFTs being used in games. in-game items, whether to help you level up or just, to help you sort of like spruce up your character in the metaverse. I think that is super cool. I think digital fashion is going to be a big thing as platforms like Decentraland and Crypto Voxels become more popular and more mainstream. People aren't just going to want to be like these naked avatars that have no personality wandering around in the metaverse. People will want to express themselves, like just like we do in the physical world with how we dress. Like I have clearly brought like the metaverse into my physical world with this Cool Cats hat. But like people are going to want to express themselves on the metaverse just as much as they want to express themselves in the physical world through fashion and through how they look. And so I think digital fashion is going to be like a huge thing in the future. And then another thing I'd love to see is, going back to like NFT art, what we're focusing on today, that some of the projects that I'm most bullish on are projects that are fully on chain. So like most projects today, you'll see the artwork being hosted on a separate server somewhere. So in case the creator of the project did decide to rug everybody or, just like delete all the files, then your NFT artwork or your profile pic or whatever the thing is going to be completely gone. And so I think the projects that are stored completely on chain, where in case you lost the artwork somehow, you could always derive that artwork from your transaction hash. I think those projects are, like here for the long run. And I hope to see more and more projects moving on chain, like fully on chain in the future. And hopefully by NFT 2024, like we're not even talking about this anymore as an issue because everything already is fully on chain and people think that's just the way things always were.
I love that vision. I mean, I've been so impressed by some of the ways that some of the new chains and many of the blockchains that are doing the most enhanced on-chain media, right? Videos, whole films going on-chain, entire audiobooks or collections of audiobooks going on-chain. Not, just it will happen one day, but there's already developments being made. And I think that is such a huge advantage to people really feeling like this is not just a bridge to where we're going, but we're beginning to actually cross the bridge into the next season of what is the metaverse and all things decentralized technologies. On Tuesday morning, on November 2nd, we're going to gather up everybody we possibly can to give them some cool hats, not cool cat hats, but they're going to be cool hats and they're going to be NFT hats. They're going to have a little NFT chip inside the hat. And I think people are going to enjoy it. We're going to give 1,000 of these hats away on Tuesday morning. So we're going to gather everybody up in Times Square on the red stairs. We can take a family photo, let's call it. And we have rented the billboards, almost all the billboards in Times Square, we've rented between 8:30 and 9:30 a.m. that morning. So it's going to be, I think, a moment of celebration. And it's going to be a moment that people, really probably have some emotional experiences of joy. Maybe some tears will be shed, right? Because for the first time, we're going to bring a force to Times Square that is not, and to the world, really, that has not been seen at that exact capacity and level, in that way. When everybody's there, if you had the microphone or if you could take over the billboards yourself and you had everybody's attention, and remember, this is not people that are like exploring. These are your peers. These are the builders. These are those that have committed themselves to being collectors and really being part of these decentralized communities. What do you think they need to hear? What would you say? What's your final word for everybody today in our conversation?
I think my final word would be, like we say this at Rabbit Hole all the time, participation over speculation. I think in crypto, it can be really easy, even in the NFT world, to get caught up with speculating on prices, people going out and using NFTs essentially the same way they use crypto, like trading it and trying to make a quick buck off of it. And I think like that is totally fine if you want to do that. But I think it's important, or I would like everybody to see the bigger picture of what we're building in the long run. We're building the future of the web, which is going to be the future of how we all interact day to day, how we live our lives. And that's huge. And so I would just encourage people to like think about the long-term vision and to really just stop, sitting on the sidelines and speculating about prices and things like that, but really start participating. And by participating, I mean, like get a wallet, like start going into the community, like joining communities that you're interested in, that you're passionate about. Go out and join some DAOs, contribute to DAOs. experience what it's really like to work in the Web3 ecosystem. That's what I would say to people. Go out there, participation over speculation. Go out there, get your hands dirty, figure out what this is really about. And I think if you do all of that, you will get really excited about what we're trying to build.
Well, I love that. I'm on the same page with you. I just shared a video I did. I did the final talk in 2019 at our event, the future of NFTs. And like, I kind of had forgotten that my whole entire rhythm I was talking was that I was concerned about the speculation of cryptocurrency and how excited I was about the utility of NFTs. And then somehow, some way, NFTs became very speculative during the last year. But that doesn't matter. It's just a moment. And it's been a moment that's actually been a great grace to so many artists, creators, community members, people that were impoverished that no longer are. And so, I mean, it's wonderful, but I'm on the same page with you in terms of like real utility, the long term. So thanks for sharing that. Thanks for coming in to this just nonstop marathon of conversations that I'm having. And I look forward to seeing you at our event, NFT NYC, very soon.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me, Ian. And I look forward to meeting you as well. And best of luck for the rest of the day. You're doing great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll tell everybody to tune into the live stream.
Sounds good. Bye.
All right, bye.
Okay, I'm gonna have Gabe come and say hello. This is Gabe. So Gabe and I met when he was 14 at a Google startup weekend. And he had done really well at that Google startup weekend when he was 12. He started a bow tie company. So him and 13 people joined me. We started our company called Attention Live. And the first time I had Gabe speak at an event was the future of tech inside Twitter's headquarters in 2017. He was 14 years old. He spoke at the future of blockchain with me in 2018. He spoke at a bunch of the future tech events.
Very scary when you were 14.
I imagine 14. It is. And this week, it's the first time we're bringing him on stage to really give a talk about his perspective as a youth with NFTs. And he has incredible background and experience in this as he's been working by my side with our team, developing out some wonderful things. And I figure, you know, he's going to be on a new stage. It's a new level that he's rising to. So why not let him take 10 minutes or so and practice his talk with all of you, because I had something came up. So I got a little break in the schedule. So you're going to see Gabe's slides. You're going to hear Gabe's voice, but this is your one chance to see Gabe smile. All right, Gabe, go get him started. I'll be back in a bit after he's done.
Awesome. All right, so put it in present mode. So, hello everyone. So my talk is the youth's perspective on the NFT industry plus creation and distribution. Don't know why it's not moving. There you go. All right. So here's a little about me. I was born and raised in California. I was in Redding, California. It's about 3 hours north of the Bay Area. I grew up as an entrepreneur. I started a bow tie company about 13 years old. Did that for about a year, then realized, you know, fashion isn't really my passion. I'm more technical and I like video games. I've been gaming since I was a young kid and everything. So as you can see, the next one's gamer and athlete. I played football for about 8 years of my life. And yeah, football, snowboard, all sorts of games you think you play growing up, I did. And so basically that means I am, if you remove entrepreneur from that list, I am a normal kid. I was raised a normal kid. So yeah, so I have a normal 18-year-old's modern day perspective. All right, so we'll start out with gaming. So the gaming industry is over $173+ billion, and it's expected to reach $314 billion by 2026. And so that's a huge number. So kids my age are literally starting to game at the ages of like 3. I see it with cousins I have. I see it with everything. They're on apps. They're playing Xboxes. They're playing all sorts of stuff. So digital currency and all that stuff is introduced at a very young age. And that is not a foreign concept at all. And so, and also the gaming industry is growing much faster than films and music, which I didn't even know that. I learned that fact. But things in games that kids are becoming more familiar with are things like in Fortnite, you buy pickaxes, backplates, or in Minecraft, you buy skins, or in Call of Duty, you buy gun skins. It's just, these are the small ways that digital asset ownership is being introduced into us. And so the next slide is conception of the idea, digital ownership for the youth, digital asset ownership for the youth. And so this idea, like I said, is not far off from the youth. Kids my age, NFT is basically a household name for 18-year-olds and above, I would say. It's becoming, if not it is right now, the name NFT is very prominent with kids my age. So it's out there. But the conception of the idea of digital asset ownership, in my opinion, really came from gaming. And so here are some examples that kids my age are looking to use NFTs. So I have a bunch of friends that I know that are small artists. They rap, maybe they make a small comedy podcast, or they make bad music, or they make great music. So there's just a bunch of different ways that I know the artists that are like small friends of mine, they're small labels, or that can't get signed by a label. They want to release their music somehow. And I believe if they release it as an NFT attached to some sort of digital art, it'll make everything better. And also that goes for all forms of content creators for kids, young kids my age. It can be kids creating a podcast. It can be kids making music. It can be any form of art or content creation, basically. And so I'll move on. All right, so I'll go. This is my creation and distribution part of my presentation. So the voiced in NFTs, and what these are is I've created NFTs for the top global 2,000 companies. This voiced in is hosted by Dr. Terry Fixer, and NFT production, it says obviously by me. But yeah, so I'll move on to the next slide. Here are some examples. All right, move slide. There we go. Dr. Joan Palmiter-Bajorek. She's the CEO and founder of Women in Voice. She's very smart. She also worked a little with Amazon and all this and all that, so that's awesome. Next one, this one was honestly my favorite, Adam Schreier. He's a co-founder of Apple, Siri, and Samsung Bixby. He was on my bucket list of all-star Silicon Valley people I wanted to meet, so that's awesome. I got to meet him. That was really cool. And another one, for example, is we have Sophia Altuna. She was the global product partnership for Google Assistant. So very important woman over at Google. And so I'll talk a little bit about the creation and distribution process right now. So when you want to create, if someone says, I want to create an NFT or I want to create a collection, what you need to do is decide what blockchain you would like to issue your NFTs on. Ethereum is currently the leading blockchain service for NFT to issue NFTs. But for example, here are a couple: Binance Smart Chain, Flow by Dapper Labs, Tron, EOS, Polkadot, Cosmos, Tezos. The list goes on, and the list will continue to go on as technology and everything progresses. And so when you want to distribute, you choose a certain distribution platform. I suggest using OpenSea, Rarible, Super Rare, Nifty Gateway, Foundation, Bakery Swap, Foundation. I suggest using platforms that have a lot of followers because you want, a lot of eyes to see your NFTs. You want them to see your art. So yeah, basically, so that is how the creation and distribution process for me, or for someone on a small scale, looks at it. And so this is my final word. Let my peers, the youth, work with you to create the future of the NFT and blockchain industry, because we are the future, we are the present, and a gift to you and your partners. Thank you. So I'll stop my sharing now. I hope you guys like that preview of my talk for NFT NYC. Thank you.
I liked it. I liked it very much. Gabe, we still have a little bit more time, I think, before the next person comes in. Yeah. Why don't you come over here and kind of, without slides, why don't you talk a bit about your perspective here? Let me give you one of the headsets. That's the left ear. So you've been with me on this journey for 4 years. So let me just see if anybody has any comments on YouTube. We'll do more than one thing at a time, potentially. So if somebody wants to, ask a question to Gabe, then, go ahead and let us know. So we'll talk for 5 minutes before the next person comes in. When you've walked through this journey with us and you started creating all these NFTs with Terry and I in the Voice Den, and you started going to the conferences, what do you think was the easiest thing for you to understand as a young person?
So I would say the easiest thing for me to understand is probably the creation process of how NFTs are made, because it's very click this, click that, type that. But what was more difficult, I would say the more difficult thing was getting over that initial hump of NFTs are not just digital art. Like there's a million different applications we're finding, and I'm saying now that it's not just art. Like there's a million different applications for NFT, for IP protection, for all sorts of things like that, in my opinion. It's just getting over that initial, understanding of the blockchain and the whole technology as a whole, in my opinion.
So then the technical aspect of how it all works, would that have been the biggest hurdle to understand, because it was different than what you were used to in terms of, it wasn't a website, it wasn't Facebook, it was it's a distributed ledger. And so help me understand, when you ran into hurdles of like saying, I don't get this, how would you tackle it? Would you go on Google to research? Would you ask me? Would you ask other people you work with? Like, how would you figure out the answers to your questions when they weren't that obvious to you?
So I would say I did a lot of Googling, a lot of YouTubing, a lot of asking around, but that's basically what I had to do, because there was no, college class 101 or NFT class that you can take. It's more of, I had to get out and, actually get on the platforms and do it myself. So it was a lot of you learn while you're doing it.
Right.
Oh, I made a mistake. Because there's a lot of NFTs I actually made mistakes on, and then I had to hide them so no one can see them. And it's like, oh crap, that's there forever. And so there's some things that you have to learn.
When older people like your parents, mentors, anybody asks you, because you're around a lot of professional musicians, global musicians. And so from all angles, these global musicians are coming to you either directly or through their agents or their record label or your dad or whatever. And they're like, what do we do about this? What do we do about that? So what type of questions do you get the most from adults that haven't really dove into this? And are you surprised by the questions that you get from these professionals that that are coming to you, a young person, and seeking your advice?
So the truth is, it's honestly how. That's what it always is. How do we do this? How do we turn music into an NFT? I've had several small labels that I'm not gonna say names or anything, but that I know that have come to me and they're like, hey, how do we do this? How do we go about this? And then I give my spiel and, creation, distribution, how it works. And so I think that's it basically.
But you said that the easiest thing for you to figure out was how. So if the most difficult thing for your parents' generation is the how, and the easiest thing for your generation is the how, what is the roadblock in the Gen X and millennials leaning on the Gen Ys and Gen Zs to actually do the work of the how, to roll up their sleeves, do the blocking and tackling, and make things happen? Why do you think you and your friends that maybe have similar experience, or at least could figure it out, are not resourced more often? Because that's one of your big messages. I'm not the future. My peers are not the future. We're the present, and we're here to help right now. Why do you think they aren't coming to you? Do you think they know you're not available? Do they think that you're not willing? Or where do you think the hesitancy is?
I think the hesitancy is 18-year-olds are stupid. 18-year-olds aren't seasoned. 18-year-olds aren't, you haven't been through college yet. You're not, that sort of thing is my opinion. What I think the main reason for maybe because I think they should be more hungry for 18-year-olds that are more interested in this, because whether you like it or not, we're going to be in charge one day. So
it's true. So there's things going to jump in any moment. So final question for you. What do you think the future of NFTs are? I say NFT 2024. And what are you anticipating to be developed in the industry as a whole in the next 2 or 3 years?
All right. So the future, I think NFT, the terminology is going to be removed, basically. So it's just going to be digital assets. Maybe not for art and trading cards and things like that. They're still going to be referred to as NFTs. But I think digital land, digital that, and stuff like that, it's going to be a lot more digital asset, not NFT. For some reason, that's the term that stuck. But I think NFT is going to be removed, and it's going to be digital asset is what NFT is going to fall under, in my opinion.
Yeah. Thanks for jumping in. I'll take my headset back.
My pleasure.
All right. Any moment, I'm expecting another lovely guest. And as you might imagine, with 40 people coming and going, I have to look and see who it is. We have the marketing director, potentially. No. So let's see. We have the CEO of Wire. CEO of Wire. And that's Yanni. So I imagine Yanni will be popping in any moment. And as soon as they get here, then that will be great. I'll check my email. People are a moment late. Sometimes I'm concerned that maybe they missed it. Let's just take a look at this and see what's happening. So and for people that have tuned in more recently, this is a nonstop, continuous live stream on the NFT NYC channel. And what it is that we have 5,000 people coming out to our event, and which is, as you might imagine, quite a wild thing to have develop, being that we've had this event the last 3 years, and it's usually a few hundred of us, right? Usually have a few hundred people coming, 100 speakers, dozen sponsors. This year, it's 5,000 tickets sold, went from 1 to 4 days, went from 1 building to, I think, 6, and 600 speakers. We had more people on a waiting list to speak than we can even approve. Even we had to turn away a bunch of sponsors. It's a very unusual situation. And of course, it's a great opportunity and a problem to have. We're still waiting for our next guest. They did accept it after I sent them the updated link, so it shouldn't be an issue. But why don't you just double check email every once in a while? Maybe I'll text them. Part of the continuous live stream is that I'm bringing you into my process, right? I do these nonstop interviews consistently. Most of the time, I'll turn it off and on and off and on and off and on. This time, I figured instead of starting and stopping Zoom, all those numbers of times, it would be better just to go through the process of one constant theme or stream, and then be able to show everybody, like, hey, here's the process of how this is done. I mean, it's not impossible. I wouldn't suggest anybody ever do this for an hour, let alone with 4 people, let alone 10 hours. I mean, I've built up the muscle to be able to do this. I've live streamed maybe 10,000 hours in the last 10 plus years. I used to do crazy live streaming things with Akamai, right? 15 years ago, when it was like $10,000 to stream for an hour. So there's certainly, this is not a duplicatable process, but this is an extreme example. What I do is an extreme example of what could be done on a smaller scale, and even if it's only one stream at a time. If you think to yourself, like, I have friends, I have Instagram or YouTube or whatever Web3 version you'd want to use, and you say, I want to jump in and I want to interview somebody, it's not that complicated, right? A couple key things. Don't look at the camera and talk to the camera and tell your guests to talk to the camera as though the internet really cares that much. Ultimately, the internet, it's like people watching when you're live streaming, unless they do care that much, but it has to be earned. Really, it should be a human-to-human connection between me, the one hosting the conversation, and the one that is my interviewee that I'm trying to bring attention to in that conversation. And it shouldn't be overly thought. I try not to have people prepare too much in advance so it can feel natural and organic and easy, flowing. And so that kind of gives a chance for me to show that. I could say that all day long. I can say, this is it, like this is the way to do things, but it's different if I show everybody, how things can be done. So let's take a look here. Yeah, I still not seeing anything in terms of a cancellation. So I don't know. I guess we could fill up some space. So if we're filling up space, yeah, that's different though. This is the one that's for 4:30, and this is Yanni. with Wire. So assuming Yanni's not going to make it, Gabe, why don't you go ahead and pull up, why don't you pull up my talk from last year? It was the second talk, it was Tokenizing Attention, because I'm talking about attention right now, so it's relevant. So go on the YouTube page, and it was the second talk last year, Tokenizing Attention. It's only like 3 or 4 minutes long. And it's talk number 2 on the main stage, because I'm talking about attention, and ultimately a big focus for me is figuring out how to tokenize that attention so the creator can make money, so that there's an exchange of value. And I believe in the future we'll actually compensate people for their attention, much like the Brave browser is doing for people that give their attention to that search engine. So once you're ready to go, make sure the sound shared. Okay, I'm gonna unshare. I'm gonna let Gabe share a video I did a bit ago, so I can take a momentary break, and I'll come back in 5 minutes and kind of give some context and get ready for the next person that's coming in 9 minutes from now. Again, if you're watching, glad that you're here with me.
My name is Ian Utile. I'm going to entertain you for the next 3 minutes because I think we have some catching up to do. And if I can't say what I need to say in 3 minutes, I probably can't say it in 5. So there's a major problem that my company is solving. Now, my company is called Attention. And as you can see, I have figured out how to get attention. Okay? So I ride around on this one wheel, and I'm just screaming for attention with my Snapchat spectacle glasses and my chrome shoes. So the first thing I want you to realize is that I am a friend of the industry. Okay, I'm here to bring attention to all of you. So the very first thing you want to think about is, how can I bring attention to your project, your product, your service? And that's what I'm here to do today, is to serve you. So I'll be up in that room, and I'll be doing short interviews with anybody that has a story to tell. Now here's my story. There's a problem with communication right now. And the problem is that if I want to live stream to Instagram and YouTube and Twitter and Facebook and the other sites, I literally have to have 5 cell phones to do it. That's a problem. People can't afford to have 5 cell phones with 5 LTE cards. So what we've done at Attention Live is create one piece of software right there. And with the touch of one button, it takes my audio live on all the platforms. Pretty easy to understand. And so you can imagine that over the course of time, as people understand what Attention Live can do, they will start to use on any iOS or Android device, tablet or computer, they'll use Attention Live. With one button, they start a live stream, and they go live on all the platforms. And that eliminates the need of all of these different cell phones. Pretty simple. That's what we're doing. That's the problem that we're solving, is one place to go live. I like to call it live podcasting. Now to the NFT market. Why am I here, and what can we do to collaborate together? We're working to tokenize attention. So every time somebody does a live stream through Attention Live, it creates an NFT. And that NFT shows the ownership for the content. You see, when somebody broadcasts their voice, right now my voice is being broadcast through my 5 cell phones on all of my social media sites, and through this cell phone, through our Attention Live software, just audio. Well, who owns what I'm saying? The audio of what I'm saying, the transcription of what I'm saying. Is it YouTube's? Is it ours? And so we're working to solve that problem, not just for ownership, but for monetization. And so you imagine a future where when you live stream through Attention Live, in real time, a NFT is created and popped in a marketplace like OpenSea. Why does that matter? Because now you have an ability to lease, license, or sell that content to publishers. Now you imagine how significant this is for organizations and people that are major influencers, right? They create content, and now how do they take advantage and get an ROI on that content? Well, what they can do is they can now have a token, and they can lease, license, or sell that content to a publisher. And this is going to allow people to not just have control, proof of control, that really belongs to them, but the ability to monetize it, hopefully for many generations, like musicians monetize their art. Because when you speak, you're creating something. And so we want people to benefit from what they create. So in conclusion, my name is Ian Utile. I'm the CEO of Attention Live. I wear ridiculous clothes to get attention because that's what I'm all about, is gain attention for my company and right now for this industry, and I'm here to help you. I'll be in that back room.
So the token actually, thank you, Ian. So the token carries with it the IP ownership of the podcast and the cash flow from the podcast and any audience data.
Yes, and so this is the important thing that Jody, Rich, and Cameron and NFT.cred are helping me with, as well as some others, is the ability to include the audience in it, in both tracking and also including them in the process of how can they also benefit from being a part of this. So, of course, we're looking for strategic partnerships. We're looking for collaboration. You want to talk about it? Come up there and let's have a conversation.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Tokenizing attention. That's what that was about last year. I thought about, how it's important to break through the noise and that we recognize that this YouTube live video and certainly the archive has some attention. Our event has crazy attention, right? 600 speakers showing up and 5,000 plus people showing up. Like, we have the attention. So how do you tokenize that attention? And for me, I think there's 3 ways that attention has the ability to be given to a creator. The old model, which still remains and will always remain, is I, content creator, have something that you, audience, want, and you pay me for that. So I give you content, you give me money or compensation in some form. The new model, that was the Web 1 model. The new model, Web 2 model that emerged, was I give you content for free because I value your attention that much. If you pay attention and maybe you like and you comment and you share and you become an audience and you're committed, and when I go live, I have lots of little hearts that go up and I have lots of little, buzz that's happening, and that's worth it to me. I think Clubhouse was the pinnacle of that, right? People sharing their most deep, innermost thoughts and strategies and innovations for nothing except for accolades and attention. And to me, that was kind of the pinnacle of that approach. Now, what I foresee coming, and I'd like our company, Attention Live, to be a big part of the development of this, is the ability to actually compensate people for their attention. You imagine a future where if a podcaster is brand new and they want to break out, or a musician is brand new and they want to be heard, maybe they don't charge for their music or their podcast, Web 1 model. Maybe they don't give it away for the exchange of attention, the Web 2 model. Maybe in the Web 3 world, there's people that they don't have anything except for their attention to give. And what if we, creators, were willing to give them NFTs for their attention? What if we're willing to compensate them in some way? We're actually tokenizing their attention and benefiting them for that attention. It's often been said, you post something on a social media, it goes viral, you don't get anything, right? Well, the same goes for if you post a comment, if you post a like, if you share, retweet, if you engage in a Discord community that's not structured in the way I'm talking about, there's no benefit for you. And so I'd love to see these 3 different attention models: paying for content and your attention. You give money and your attention for content. You give just your attention for content. You have to get compensated for your attention when you engage with that content. And that was the premise of the talk I gave a year and a half ago that Gabe just shared, was this whole thought around what we're doing at Attention Live with this very specific endeavor. So I do anticipate having somebody pop in just a moment. So I want to be mindful of that we have, let's see who's coming next. Generative artwork. So that should be fun. And so it's an art duo, and it's Stephen and Alex, and they released 3 different projects on art blocks. So I think there's a lot of enthusiasm around what they've created and what could be created going forward. And it's interesting when people, like, one of the great content creators happening today is JP Sears. He just did some NFT drops, but he also made a video kind of making fun of some of these NFT projects, kind of, well, you can watch it for yourself. It made me chuckle. And so part of that is, people look at these art block projects, and if they don't understand both how they were created, why they're valuable, why they're scarce, they might just think to themselves like, what is that? Why would somebody spend so much money on that or build community around that? And so I think it'd be nice to have these two jump in and be able to give their perspective, some clarity on what's happening in the market and how we kind of got here. So here we are. Alex is coming in. Get ready, everybody. This will be a fun one. Hi, Alex. Looks like your microphone's working. It's good to hear your voice.
I got it all set up.
Cool. Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, thanks for having us. I'm sure Stephen will jump in here in a second.
Yeah, I imagine Stephen will be right with us. That'd be good. Because he also accepted it. So while Stephen is coming on, it's been said that the greatest thing for a person's reputation is when other people talk about them. Maybe you could actually tell us a bit about Stephen when he's not here, so he doesn't blush, and you can kind of sing his praises behind his back. Why don't you start? Let's start with that.
Yeah, so Stephen is a software engineer like myself. We went to college together. We were roommates back in college. So he was a year older than me, so we kind of came up together through college learning and always had little side projects together. He's extremely talented musically, artistically, and he has a very unique style.
And here he is. He's coming in. He's coming in.
Oh,
you keep going.
Okay, here he comes.
You keep going. No, you keep going. I mean, let's roll with it. But I'm just didn't want to catch you by surprise.
Yeah, so my art is very geometric, and his is very flowy and colorful, while I more lean towards monochromatic, black and white. So I when we kind of came together as an artist group, it's always been very great to be able to bounce ideas off of them, and we work very well together, and we've worked together now for years. So it's an honor to work with him.
Awesome. Well, Stephen, thanks for jumping in. We are live. I'm doing 40 of these interviews back to back, so this is the flow of what's happening. I told Alex that one of the great things for a person's reputation is when somebody else talks about them, and I told him he should say some nice things about you before you're on. How about it's your turn? Why don't you introduce Alex to us and tell us why you honor him and why it's been a joy for you to be able to work with him?
You're putting him on the spot there. He might not actually be honored to work with me.
Uh-oh.
No worries. Yeah, it's great working with Alex. Like Alex said, we've been working together for years now. Alex is a really hard worker. And I joined a little bit late. I don't know how much Alex talked about this, but we sort of have some different styles. Alex has more of an architectural background. My background is more music outside of visual art. So we sort of bring those two things. Alex has a lot of rigidity, maybe, but not in a bad way. A lot of hard shapes, a lot of 3D patterns, things like that. And I like things to be a lot smoother, more colorful. So I think that combination helps us work together really well. We can really bounce ideas off of each other. And like I said, Alex is a hard worker. He's always on top of everything. So it's great working on everything with him.
So the two of you have been working together for how long?
As Generative Artworks, about 2 years now. But we've been working together on other things since I think 2017.
Okay, yeah, that's a significant amount of time to be able to kind of learn each other's rhythms. When you have seen communities blossom around the art that you've created as a duo, and you've seen the communities from inception to what it is today, and then of course you cast a vision for what it could be. Let's not talk about the future of the community, but could you just, maybe one of you could kind of touch on here's how it started, and then maybe the other one of you could talk about, and here's where it's at. Which of you would like to talk about the beginning of the community, and then maybe the other guy, you could take on the present state of where that community is at right
now? I'll talk about the start, if that's cool with you, Alex.
Please.
Yep. So we started Generative Artworks almost 2 years ago, and we started it as an Instagram page where we decided. Alex came to me with this idea. There's this thing called generative art. it's really cool. Let's try it. There's this library called P5JS. So we tried it out. We decided to start posting daily on Instagram, just to grow the page. That's a great way to get more followers, things like that. But it ended up being a great way for us to practice all of these skills and learn the P5JS library. We eventually moved on to 3JS and experimenting with some other libraries as well. But really, we started on Instagram. And then back in February, we met Snowfro from Art Blocks, and we had a call with Snowfro, and we loved the idea. Our original idea was something like OneOf X t-shirts. So if you bump into someone on the street or at a party, you'd say, hey, I like that shirt. I have the same one. Oh, but it's a little bit different. So every t-shirt is unique in that way. And Snowfro's idea with Art Blocks was really the same thing with this long form OneOf X generative art. So we got our first project on Art Blocks called Empyrean in March. And from there, we started to become a part of the Art Blocks community. And that's where we really grew, met a lot of NFT collectors, a lot of other artists, a lot of generative artists and non-generative artists as well. So I guess that's where we started. Alex, if you want to go through the rest of where we are now.
Yeah, I would say the big pieces that is kind of like the current ecosystem of generative artworks is we had our most recent drop a little over, I think, a month ago now, called Democratizing, which was a set of 1,000 pieces on Artbox Factory. It was like a full city generation piece. It was fully interactive. It was architectural, which I love, and we really put a lot into that piece. And it was extremely well received on like NFT Twitter and just the Artbox community, and that really kind of put us maybe more on the map outside of just the Artbox Block Talk Discord channel. So that's been absolutely fantastic. We flew out to Marfa for the Artbox meetup about 2 weeks ago, had our art displayed there thanks to Jeff's curation. We plotted an Empyrean. Oh, sorry. I don't know if you can hear the airplane a little bit in the background. I'm getting ready to take off back to New York, actually. So then, like, we also had a talk there. We were on a panel of Tyler Hobbs, Jay-Z Labs, Aaron Penne, who were all these fantastic other generative artists that we came up with on Instagram. Like, a big part of our community has been a community of artists around us. Like, traditionally, there's only been about 50 to 100 like generative artists. It's never been a medium that has had a natural place to kind of be displayed and explained and sold. So what Art Blocks allowed is that community that's been forming for years and progressing to really show off their art in a natural form. So it's what generative art has done and what we have done in that space has just been a culmination of since the 60s, 70s, and 80s when generative art was first getting started, and we're so excited to see the community grow.
Maybe we could talk a bit about the future. You just brought up the 60s, 70s, 80s. It's said that if you want to know the future, understand history. Obviously, we've gone from a technical paradigm where there was no web when generative art was starting, went into a Web 1 paradigm for 15 years with commercializing the internet, went into a Web 2 paradigm the last decade, which is all about building communities, giving content away for free if they give you your attention. And now we're in this Web 3 paradigm, which it's like you find your community, you're a creator, you connect with your community. It's all about engagement and tokenized attention and tokenized artwork and ownership and rights and utilities. And like finally, we've kind of seen technology progress to this point. But that's just tech as a tool. The generative art has been something that's been around for a couple of generations. So when you project forward way out, that's one thing. But let's just project a couple of years out. Let's say NFT 2024. If you think 2 to 3 years out, where are things going to land? And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to block my video. So it's just the two of you. Maybe the two of you can have a conversation about this for a couple of minutes. And then when it feels like it's coming to a close, I'll come back in and we'll talk a bit about kind of a last word and what our community can do to support you guys. But why don't you both talk about NFTs in generative art over the next 2 to 3 years? Just the two of you having a moment together.
Yeah, I think Stephen and I have talked about this a lot. So I think we'll both agree straight up. Stephen, I'll play off and you tell me if there's anything you want to add. But just the fact that like in our minds, at least I believe that generative art, this progression that art blocks has made in this natural media, it's the natural evolution of generative art. Like, it's on the same tier as the increase in processing power that we've seen since the 60s. In my opinion, in the next 2 to 3 years, we're going to see the screens that support, art blocks natively, and that's going to really propel this into the next level, where you start to see galleries that have these fully interactive displays that you can own the underlying code for.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think something else that's really interesting, we're starting to see it now, but generative art is becoming more recognized. And I don't know if mainstream is the right word, but 10 years ago, no one, if you bumped into someone on the street, they don't know what generative art is, most likely. But now a lot of people are learning about NFTs and in turn learning about generative art. So I think it's gaining a lot more traction in the larger art community, as well as wide adoption.
Oh yeah, and like one thing I want to add to that is, like, we came up on Instagram, and Instagram has 4 images at most that we can try to explain the art form we're doing, and most people will display those 4 pieces, and it's just like, oh, that's they just took one and then photoshopped it a little, and then here's another one, and here's another. It's not the natural form to explain what we're doing. So like, this has allowed us to get past that initial hump of like explaining generative art like over and over and over again. The progress that has been made in like the past year for generative art, like the amount we've challenged ourselves, like since we started working on art blocks, is way more than we ever did before art blocks, because we're in a community of creators that no longer have to explain what generative art is. And I think that's part of like what's happened with crypto. Is like, crypto has been traditionally rejected by the mainstream and tradition, and just like generative art was in the 60s and 70s, like people were cursing at other people about how dare they like try this art form, where it's just code and you're not the artist putting paint to canvas. And like these two, it's such like a great story that generative art and crypto have come together and created more than, in my mind, like a whole, like it's more than 2x, it's like a 5x for generative art, if not more.
Yeah, it's like so perfect storm.
It is. No, I think it is the perfect storm. I want to ask you guys a selfish question, because I often think of generative art and where it's at and my potential engagement with it as a creator. So, I'm a tech entrepreneur. I'm on my 7th company. So that's like what I do for my business life. I'm a daddy. That's probably what matters most to me, my 2 little boys. But as an artist, I don't have time to paint. I'm not necessarily a coder, right? I have teams that take care of tech. As an artist, I found the way I express myself most is taking time lapses. So mostly time lapses, but also videos. So I literally have like 25,000 gorgeous time lapses of the ocean, of sunrises and sunsets and the forest and the city. I went in time lapse like 40 times last night in Times Square. I'm going all over the damn place. I mean, I got my time lapse game pretty serious, and I have 20 terabytes in Google Photos right now that sits there. I don't really share much of it, and I'm waiting for technology to catch up so that I can kind of do something in partnership with technology to leverage this stuff and bring the beauty to people. If I were to come to the 2 of you or a peer, it's like, hey, we could work with your time lapses to create something that's generative art that's really beautiful. Like, it'd be easy to spin up a 500 or 5,000 piece project because you have all this content. When an artist comes with content and then they try to add code for generative art, is that in place right now? And where would I, as a artist, a time lapser, get started? Because it's selfish. I actually want to know. And also, I think there's other people that may have similar types of questions.
I would say we're not 100% there. I think especially with things like image and video data, it's very large, right? So in terms of getting it on chain, that's kind of a difficult process. And this is something that Alex and I have discussed. We've discussed it with other community members. A lot of people would love to see it, getting that type of stuff on chain. But it's just difficult right now, given the current technical limitations. As far as generative art goes, combining generative art with maybe image or video data. I think that's very much there. It's just combining the two elements, both the generative aspect, mixing it with image and video data, combining that with actually getting things on chain. That's the difficult part right now. And I think we will get there. I think a lot of people are working towards that. Probably a lot of them are working towards it in secret, but we will see it someday.
Yeah. Alex, any final words for you, either on my question, or we're also going to wrap up the conversation as I have more people kind of coming through. But if you have thoughts on what I asked, please chime in. Otherwise, I'm going to ask you guys to kind of give a final word to the community, and you have our attention. So let us know how we can help you, or what you're looking for from us, and how we can engage with you.
Yeah, I would say a quick final word on your question is that type of generative art in the video ecosystem like really hasn't been explored much. I think there are a few artists that do it really well, and I can't remember their names off the top of their head, but that would be something, if someone's interested in that, they'll find like an artist that is really good at that type of stuff and could really explore that in a long form sense, because I haven't seen any long form video projects.
Yeah, I mean, there are some chains now that you can put video on. You know, if you're familiar with Internet Computer IC, the Definity Foundation is now allowing a gigabyte to go on their chain for $5 a year. I mean, that makes it kind of approachable, right? I can grab X number of time lapses and put kind of a project on chain at an affordable rate. But that's just me putting my raw time lapses on. I think what I'm looking for is like, where's the technology that partners with me as a human that allows me to have augmented art, that allows me to deliver something that is truly a combination of human creation, which I'm already augmenting it. I'm using phones to create it, and a computer system to do it. But let me ask for a final word. I have my next guest in the waiting room, my friend Drew. I want to be sensitive to that. So any final word to the community before the two of you jump off? And of course, I'm excited to spend time with you here at NFT NYC.
Yeah, I would just say you can find us at generative artworks on Instagram. On Twitter, we're _gen artworks _. You can also find us on the Artbox Discord, just ping at generative artworks, and we're more than happy. And if you see us at NFT NYC, feel free to say hi. We're really excited to meet everyone and just excited to interact with the community. Marfa was a blast, and NFT NYC is going to be even crazier. We're native here, so if you need any recommendations for pizza or restaurants, feel free to hit us up.
That's awesome. How about you, Stephen? Anything you want to add before you guys jump off and I bring in Drew?
No, Alex covered everything. Just want to say, Ian, thanks for your time. It was great meeting you.
Yeah,
I look forward to meeting everyone else at the convention. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Awesome. All right, guys. I'll see you soon.
Bye.
Okay, here comes Drew Malin from Bounty Base. This will be fun. Drew's always fun. Drew and I did a bunch of Clubhouse stuff together for NFT NYC. Hey, Drew, your microphone's working. And here comes the video. Oh, I'm good. I'm good. It's good to see you. You got a full beard. I don't know if you had a beard when we were doing all the Clubhouse madness, but you were real clean shaven. Actually, I was too. You and I both. Our profile picture was real tight, and now we've kind of let the carpet on our face get a little hairy.
Exactly. The fall's coming in, and not shaving until ETH hits 5K. So let's go.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, that might happen tomorrow. So get a razor ready.
I'll have one ready. I'll bring a travel one with me in case it happens next week too.
Okay. I like that. That's the goal. So not everybody knows you, right? You and I have been able to interact, and Jody Rich and Cameron Bale introduced us. And of course, they say great things about you publicly and privately, and I've come to understand why. Maybe you could just chime in and say a bit about yourself, your background, Bounty Base. When you talk, I'm actually going to stop sharing my screen so you have the full glory of all of the YouTube landscape to be able to speak. And then I'll come back in with questions and we'll have a chat for 10 minutes or so.
Sure. So I first learned about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in about 2015, 2016, when I was living in Yap, Micronesia in the Pacific Islands. And these two German travelers were on this dive vacation while I was working there as a volunteer teacher. And we ran into each other one night, while we were all out having dinner one night after work. And, we we ended up, starting to talk to this other table, and it was these two travelers, these two German guys, and they told me about Bitcoin and crypto, and so I became very interested. And I moved back to the United States in 2017, and I was adjuncting, and I was going for a master's of education, and this opportunity came up to start I really wasn't happy, and so I wasn't happy in my graduate program, and so I started writing about crypto, because at the same time that I wasn't happy with my graduate program, which was fully funded, I started writing about cryptocurrency. And then all of a sudden I started developing this blog, and then different business owners started reaching out to me and asking me to write and ghostwrite on their behalf, to write about their blogs. And so this turned into this, content writing agency specializing in crypto. And I'll be celebrating my 4-year anniversary doing this full time, and leaving my graduate degree and everything next month in November of this year, so just in a few days. And so then I've been going to NFT NYC. This is my second time going, and I dropped my first NFT in early 2020, and I love this space. I love how it's transforming. The writing in NFT space is particularly interesting, which I'll be presenting about and leading a discussion about on Tuesday. And so I'm really excited to see all the different areas that this space grows into. As a writer, just in crypto and in blockchain, I've written, my work has appeared in Bloomberg and Business Insiders, The Street, and in these different places. I've worked with OKX, Draper Gordon Home, different brands within the industry over the last few years, and it's just really exciting to see where not only NFTs but also like the entire crypto space is transforming, because we've been in it for a while, and it's just really interesting to see how things have just totally transformed over the last few years.
So when you think about the community aspect, because as a writer, as a ghostwriter, as a blogger, first you're building your community, and then you're invited into other people's communities to kind of build theirs. But ultimately, it's still in the Web 2 world, right? This is still in centralized communities. You're writing about Web 3 and decentralized tech, but you're writing in more traditional formats of how we use the web today. When you look at like Steemit, right? When you look at these platforms where content creators are writing a blog and maybe they make, a couple $100, maybe if they're lucky, make $1,000 off of something that they write. What is in your mind as a writer, for yourself and for others, what is the trajectory of the community actually compensating the writer with more than just attention and with more than just, accolades or whatnot, but a value exchange? And how do we maybe leverage NFTs in this process? And I know that you probably have answered this many times, but I'm trying to frame it in a way that maybe can bring a fresh perspective.
Sure. There's so much potential. NFTs and crypto in general are really starting to revolutionize the revenue streams of different writers. So we have these, massive NFT poetry collections coming out that are getting, dozens of ETH as, the floor for some of these collections. Brendan North comes to mind for one example. He's doing this quasi poetry and live photography, and his photography is of the actual poetry in and of itself. And there's 30 or 40 pieces in it, and the floor ETH for that is going for a few hundred, if not a few $1,000s. And so it's really challenging writers to bring their writing to the next level, because as a writer now that's trying to sell my poetry, I have to make it visually appealing, which is a challenge, but it's also really, really amazing, because it brings writing to the next level and brings it into the real art form that it is. And so from a decentralized standpoint, there's so much potential for transforming the way that writers in particular are able to sell their writing, and crypto in general is just a really distributed type of network. So if you're writing about crypto and you release a ERC 721, whatever, and you have, writing this out there, you're attracting an audience of Ethereum, and Ethereum's audience is very distributed across the entire planet. You have people from 6 different continents working and writing within the industry, and so you just have this built-in, very distributed audience that lets you tokenize your writing in a way that we've never been able to sell it before. So it's really starting this revolution for writers, and a second coming for the writing and even the poetry economy. So I'm so excited about it.
I think second coming is a pretty interesting phrase to use for that, because second coming conjures, people having something that returns that we long for, that we once lost, right? So, probably the most popular second coming is Jesus, the second coming of this Messiah to come back, right? Then we use it in technology, or we use it in music, or in art, or in movies. Like Sylvester Stallone, it's the second coming of Rambo and the second coming of Rocky, right? So obviously there's things that matter a lot to people, like their spiritual life, and there's things that matter maybe a little less, like art and entertainment. But you talk about the second coming of writing. I think what I'd like to find out from you is, when the second coming is established, where do we go from there? Like, if that is the end of an era, like this, like return to writers being honored, writers being compensated, writers having engaged communities, writers breaking through the noise, where does it go from here, and how do NFTs help? Let me frame it like this. If I say to you NFT 2024, and you think out 2 or 3 years, and you look at the acceleration of NFTs adoption and the acceleration of what can happen because of modern technology, where could you imagine this stuff landing over the course of the next 2 or 3 years that maybe is not a better version of what once was at its peak, but is a totally different approach due to the fact that we now have different tools to make things happen?
Sure, that's a great question. And so, I think that where a lot of this is going is that we're establishing these communities, going back to what you said earlier, these communities of independent kind of voices that are outside of, the big literary houses. One of the great things about blockchain is that it totally disestablishes these great kind of, monoliths of these industries, these traditional anarchic industries, and literature is no kind of exception to this rule. So, we're seeing, the traditional big 5 or however many publishing houses there are get totally dismantled, hopefully within the next few years, by these independent communities of thinkers, these independent communities that are rallied around, different NFTs, different cryptocurrency communities, these different decentralized communities that are getting these different voices in there that weren't traditionally published in, this era that we have kind of been going through over the last century or so, with the consolidation of the literature houses and, the kind of selective voices that they hear, because, time and time again, we hear, the same handful or dozen different authors getting published, with the volume that totally exceeds any other writer, and they just keep pumping them out. You see them at airports, you see them, these people over and over again, and we're slowly taking away from that economy and building a new one, which is like really, really beautiful. That's just opening up a lot of room for distributed independent communities to really thrive.
I have interviewed like 130, 135 people in the last 2.5 weeks. I can't think of any conversation I've had in the last 2.5 weeks that resembles this conversation with you, Drew. Do you feel alone in beating this drum? Do you feel like there's a large group of peers that are on the same page with you and are speaking the same language? Or does it feel like you're a forerunner, a voice in the wilderness, trying to bring writing and that form of artistry and that form of content creation to the forefront of people's minds?
I think that there's a lot of siloed kind of communities that are out there that exist. And, the more I interact on crypto Twitter and go to, different events around the world, I see that these kind of independent communities exist. And crypto is kind of funny in how it exists now, and that it's just very fragmented as an industry in general. And, I'm finding that a lot of people feel like, these kind of anarchic, not anarchic, just old anarchic industries are archaic, rather. These archaic industries are just getting dismantled, and there needs to be some kind of answer for, you know, individuals that are out there that could escape this kind of system that has these same industries that are established over and over again with the same kind of 4 or 5 different monoliths that are controlling every industry. I feel like there's a lot more people that are out there that feel the same way that I do, that feel like, you know, independent people, you know, should have a voice, and we're reorganizing the way that different cultures are forming, and we're rallying around very global ideas, which is like really beautiful, because crypto exceeds more different places than we can even imagine, in different types of, you know, interests, disinterests that we could imagine. It brings people together, you know, as a least common denominator in ways that, you know, never existed before. So, you know, I'm really excited.
Well, you know, I got these things back to back. So as I kind of come to a close with you, what message would you want to give the NFT NYC community? You know, we're going to all be here together, but if you have everybody's attention, you have all the billboards in Times Square, right? Everybody's looking up at your billboards. What statement or statements do you want to leave people with as we wrap up this conversation together?
Sure. Rather than, you know, finding the next greatest, you know, NFT, just, you know, belong to communities of people, and build products that people care about, and, you know, continue to really drive forward, you know, products that are really, you know, customer driven, that people actually want to use, because, you know, that at the end of the day is what will give people satisfaction, but will also, you know, make you money. So, you know, just continue building stuff that people want, as opposed to just trying to make, you know, money quickly off of the next, you know, hottest NFT.
I dig it. I'm on the same page with you. I'm so glad you jumped in, and I look forward to seeing you. When are you arriving in New York? Are you here?
Not there yet. No, I'll be there Sunday, and
cool.
Yeah, staying until, you know, Friday. So I'm really excited to be there.
Well, it'll be fun to spend time with you and actually get some face-to-face time. I'm doing this type of fun conversations on the fly all over the place. So if you see me, grab me, and we'll dive a bit deeper into it. But thanks for joining me, and I look forward to seeing you sometime in the next few days.
Sure. Yeah. And, you know, everyone feel free to follow me at Bounty Base on Twitter, and you can find some more information there. Ian, thanks so much. Always a pleasure. Yeah. Really looking forward to seeing you, you know, IRL next week.
That's right. That's right. Good. I'll see you soon.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. All right. So, starting to get dark in New York, everybody. If you want to hear it, let's do this. Let's listen to the city. There it is. What a rad room. Got a window that opens up. Just, you know, don't want to lose a water bottle. That's bad. Lose a cell phone. That's horrendous. So let's not have that happen. The next person we actually already interviewed twice, Metaplex. So I think they bowed out, you know, for the time being, which is fine. Which means I got about 12 minutes before my next interview. What I'm going to have Gabe do is I'm going to have him introduce all of you to some of the things that Jody Rich has shared recently in the last few years. So you're going to see a short 5-minute interview from 2019 at NFT NYC, followed up by another short interview from 2019 May at Consensus, and get a framework for where Jody's mindset was at 2.5, 3 years ago, as he was creating hundreds of thousands of NFTs and giving them to the people at these two events, NFT NYC 2019 and Consensus. So Gabe, why don't you jump in and do that? And then I'll come back in a moment.
Welcome to the Golden VIP Lounge, also known as Jody Rich's domain. Jody, thank you for joining me.
It's great to have you in. I love your energy.
Oh, thank you, Jody. Yeah. So we're here at the PlayStation Theater in Times Square, New York. This was your and Cameron Bale's vision, and your whole team of People Browser have pulled this off, and I'm so grateful that you trusted me to come in and create some extra value for the speakers and sponsors here.
Well, what you did was you created videos. How many did you do? 100 videos?
104 videos.
And you said Cameron and I, it's also Devin and Alex at OpenSea. It's been a real team effort. And we've had 150 speaker applications.
Amazing.
And today we have 400 people who have shown up.
So tell me a bit about your hope for this event, and then what you've seen happen that exceeded expectations, and maybe things that you hope will happen for the future events that you may do.
So we picked NFT because that's our focus, and we wanted to bring the thought leaders of the NFT community together. And we've seen that. We've seen extraordinary networking, and we need to have the networking because the app developers need to get to know the exchanges, they need to get to know the wallets. The app developers can be sharing tokens amongst themselves because that's what NFT is about. If I have a sword in a game, I should be able to use it across games. Or if I create a token about myself, which I have done, I have made a whole series of tokens around my life. Those tokens should be transportable across any platform. And that's what's really cool about NFT and the blockchain.
And so tell me about People Browser and Cred. You have many different brands. Those are two I mentioned. Maybe give a little, 15-second, like this is what my companies are. So people that maybe don't know you and what you do have some insight.
So if a brand or an influencer wants to create their own NFT that's actionable, the Ian Utile token, that we could make 100 of you, 100 coins, and share it with people. You could give it to all your fans, and when they accept your coin, they can be connected in your own little baby network. So they're actionable with social actions, and you control it.
And I'm talking tonight about NFT 2024, my personal 5-year predictions and hopes, but more specifically, I've been interviewing several dozen speakers and collecting their predictions and hopes so I can string in some of those things in my talk. Share, what do you think, or what do you hope this industry becomes in the next 5 years?
Right. So in one sense, this industry has been around a long time. It's about digital assets, right? Domain names are digital assets. My birth certificate is a digital asset. My passport is a digital asset. They also exist in physical form. And the blockchain is getting more and more sophisticated, so we can store more and more sophisticated digital assets that can even think for themselves. So one of my digital assets might be a little bot that roams around the network, the internet like me, and it finds things that I might want, or it makes decisions for me. So we're going to see NFTs becoming more and more intelligent. Right now, my life's NFTs are my birth certificate and pictures of me when I was a kid and learning to fly and my university degrees and the businesses that I've been a part of. And they're redeemable for certain things that I'll do for people. In the future, they may be redeemable for much more complex things. Maybe even an AI that can speak like I do.
Right. With your accent and at least a shadow of your personality, if not even very similar.
Yeah. So I'm a New Yorker. I know I don't talk like it, but I was born here, and I was dragged off to Australia during the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. That's why I speak like this.
What question would you have liked me to ask that you could have answered? What do you want to tell people that you haven't had a chance to say?
Well, I'm really overwhelmed with the support that we've had from the community. I'm overwhelmed with the way people have networked, and I've been really overwhelmed with how New Yorkers have embraced NFTs and the culture that we have created. So I wanted to say thank you to the New Yorkers.
Great. And for all of your future events, imagine that this is a 10 or 20-second promo reel for the next NFT or the next People Browser, next Cred event. Why should people come to your events and be a participant, a speaker, a sponsor, an attendee at the events that you are going to be creating in the near future?
Well, we've worked really hard to connect people, and we've worked really hard to give people an NFT swag bag. And the swag bag consists of all sorts of really fun virtual assets that people can redeem for either real goods or services or even just 5 minutes of my time. So the NFT swag bag's been part of it, getting people to connect's been part of it, and we've also tried really hard to welcome all sorts of different speakers, not just speakers who have money to be sponsors, but speakers who have really great ideas.
And one of the things that you've instituted in this event here is the concept of 5 people in the audience taking a token and basically acquiring or trading that token with a speaker for 5 minutes of their time after they speak. Why should other events model, copy, engage your team to help them do the same or something similar?
Because I've been to many events, and for me there's nothing more frustrating than seeing an amazing speaker who's just out of reach, who you can't actually connect with. So we want you to be able to connect with our speakers. And we've also been a little wild and crazy. I've put this this onesie. I'm a crypto kitty right now. But I will take it off if you want to wear it. And we're going to give.
I'm tempted.
We're going to give these away.
I might be too small for that.
I have one that's one size bigger than you. That you would be just.
Okay.
You would be beautiful. You would be sleek and beautiful.
Hey, it'll humble me and remind me.
No, you're beautiful anyway.
No. And I'm confident enough, anyways.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Jody.
Yeah, good on you.
So that was a much fluffier me. I was big back in February 2019. I think my shirt size was like a XXX or something. That was fluffy Ian at that point with a bigger beard, much larger trousers. So I'm grateful that this year got things a little tighter over here. But that's all about me. So there comes my ego out to play all of a sudden. I am going to have Gabe pull out the next video, which is Jody and I talking for 5 minutes. This is before my next interview. Actually, Gabe, let's roll the one from last year where he and I are going down Times Square, assuming that the person shows up on time. I want to have the bandwidth. So this is Jody and I last year, February 2020, and it's Jody casting a vision about this year's event. And he says this next year in 2021, it's going to be NFT week. And I'm rolling on my one wheel and I'm interviewing him and I'm thinking to myself, we're going to go from one stage, one day to a week. And of course, he manifested that vision with his mouth and with his actions. And here we are. So Gabe, why don't you go ahead and show this little 3-minute video before our next interview?
We're back in Times Square. The life, the energy, the sun is setting. When you think about what's happening in the distributed ledger space, talk to me about the energy, the life, the enthusiasm that this represents.
So we're having the NFT NYC conference in Times Square because we want to connect all of these people with the amazing technology that our 115 speakers are going to be talking about tomorrow. Last year, it was all ideas.
Right.
This year, most of them have delivered real products, real solutions.
Yeah.
And the ones that I like the most, one of them is domain tokens.
Yes.
Right? So
and .cred.
I can give you Ian.cred that resolves in a browser. It's a token, and is the address for your digital wallet.
Right.
That you can control with a non-fungible token.
That's right.
And if you give me that non-fungible token in my wallet, I now control both your web and your wallet presence.
Which is amazing. What makes tonight the things that you do, right? Not just the networking, but what makes tonight successful for you as you bring all of these different speakers and thought leaders and sponsors together in one room? Their job is to network, to get deals done, to build relationships, but what's your job? Like, what makes you sleep tonight and say, I nailed it, that's exactly what my intention was?
So we want them all to feel welcome, and we want them to be happy that the NFT NYC conference is actually delivering to them a way for them to share their message with a broader community than they would normally be talking to.
That's right.
And we've invited influencers, we've invited New York media, and we've invited people from other industries to actually come and hear about NFTs. I just spoke to 120 New Yorkers.
Yes.
And I think less than 10% of them knew what an NFT was at the beginning of my talk.
It's amazing.
And that's what we're trying to do over this week. And next week, you probably know that there's been 5 other events now that are satellite to NFT NYC.
That's right. We just came from one at Microsoft.
Next year, we think it'll be NFT week.
That'd be great. Worldwide NFT week.
So starting in New York.
Yes. So let's talk about, it's too late to be a sponsor or come to the VIP dinner for 2020. Promote 2021. What's the call to action? Somebody sees this in 2 days or in 6 months, and the opportunity is you should apply to be a speaker. You should be one of our sponsors. You should be at the VIP dinner because?
Well, because we want you to actually dig in and using our platform and some of the other platforms around, create NFTs. We want use cases. We want use cases so the broader community can see now why NFTs are so important.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to bring in Noah from Parcel. I got to have dinner with him last night. This will be a lot of fun. Probably close these so we don't have the noise of the city.
Hello.
Hello, my friend. Here we are again.
Ian. Yeah. Good to see
We
you
got to
again.
hang out last night. Got to have some good food, some good drinks, obviously some great company. And I got to learn a little bit about Parcel. So I have context for our conversation, which is obviously really nice. The point of this is, we'll grab 10 minutes together. This is, I don't know, you're like number 30 of 40, but you're just as important as anybody else. But I'm doing 40 of these interviews today back to back, just to make sure we get as much. Yeah, it's a nonstop live stream. I've been live since 10 a.m. It started with David Packman, and here we are, you and I. Wow. Because I love all of you, and I want you to all have attention, have a moment to break through the noise. And I appreciate everything that you and your teams are doing, because this is a new environment, and it takes a lot to get in front of the right people and be able to tell stories, except for those amazing moments that, of course, some of us have had. Let's talk about Parcel and how you got there. It's a newer company, but it's taken a different take on Web3 and how you're doing it. So maybe you could give a little background and talk a bit about what you and your team have developed. When you're talking, I'm just going to block my screen so you kind of fill it screen. I'll come back and forth and ask a couple questions after you kind of do your intro.
Okay, sounds good. Ready? So, yeah, thanks. Parcel is only 4 months old. My co-founder is my friend from business school, and right out of school, I was working on a DeFi startup. He was working on a startup in the gaming sector, but we remained very close friends and would brainstorm blockchain and crypto Web3 ideas together. And one day, Ian, my co-founder, had the idea for Parcel. He gets all the credit because he was looking to learn more about virtual land, how to buy virtual land, and he felt the current tools out there were severely lacking. So he mocked up a very crude version of Parcel, and he dropped it on Reddit r/Decentraland, and it was the top post of the day in that subreddit. And from there, we spun up a Twitter and a Discord, and people started joining and giving us, the validation and confidence that we needed to keep sprinting on Parcel. And we haven't looked back since. So we raised a pre-seed round over the summer, and we've scaled up the team to what's going to be 9 people very soon. It's been moving very quickly, and it's been an amazing ride. And on the product front, right now what we offer is aggregated marketplace listings across different marketplaces, across different metaverses. So on Ethereum layer 1, which is what we're supporting right now, we're going to add other chains and side chains and layer 2s very soon. But we support Decentraland, the Sandbox, Crypto Voxels, and Somnium Space. So you can see aggregated marketplace listings. You have interactive maps. You can plug in your wallet to see the parcels that you own, where they fall on the map. And very soon, within just a few days, we will be launching a marketplace of our own. So you will be able to buy and sell through the Parcel platform as a primary marketplace instead of redirecting to existing marketplaces like we have now.
So when you think about the communities that are already in place, right? So you have the Decentralands, the Sandboxes, the Crypto Voxels of the world that currently have land. And so you are a place that people can resource to see what's available. And then you have, what you have in store to create. So there's communities that are already in place, and there's community that you're building. What's the difference in your mind between supporting existing communities, decentralized communities that are already established, that have raving fans and people that have vested interests, and developing brand new communities around digital property?
That's a great question. We don't see the community that we build as like competition to existing communities. We see ourselves as part of those communities, part of the existing DCL Sandbox communities and the guilds popping up. We we see them as friends, partners, allies, and most importantly, like those are our, the guilds are some of the largest landowners. They're our users, so we want to engage with them. We want to hear what their wants and needs are, and we're here to support those communities in every way we can. And I do think that in some instances, not all, but some, there are communities that are very squarely focused on one metaverse or one certain type of thing, and we're really agnostic to a specific project. We just want to support the metaverse and virtual real estate as a whole. So I guess you could say we are taking a more kind of just generalist approach where any of these existing communities can come in and thrive and get the tools and resources and information and data that they need.
So how about the technology? Your team's success, and one of the reasons why you need to recruit 9 people so early is there is a tech capacity and capability that's needed to build the platform, to build the product, to make sure that the community doesn't just love each other, but the experience is as delightful as possible. When you think about the development of this new approach and you're leading the way in some capacity and how you're doing this, where are the challenges that you're really working hard and your team's really working hard to overcome when it comes to the tech side? Because this is something that people, they may have raving communities, they may come up with great ideas, but you still have to build the thing.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think the the first thing that came to mind is maps. So each metaverse it's a brand new world. It has its own map, its own standards, its own metadata. Everything is unique, and each one of those metaverses has completely reinvented the wheel from the data and standards perspective. So not only do we have to sort of go and wrap our heads around it, how it works, but also we have to recreate their maps in their way. That's proven to be a difficult engineering challenge. And, maps are a really critical part of this. If you think of Zillow or Google Maps or Yelp or Airbnb, the map is a pivotal part of the product. And we're we need to almost build the toolkit to build the maps. If you use Earth-based maps, there are existing toolkits out there that have done a lot of this work for you, but these are non-Earth-based. So we're really starting from the beginning from that perspective.
So how about the future, right? So for the future, a lot of times people want to just talk about what they want to do next week, next month, or they want to project out things that they can just spout whatever they want because it's so far away, it doesn't matter. But let's talk, if I say NFT 2024, so you think, okay, 2-3 years from now, where might you see what you're building with Parcel, and where might you see this industry as a whole? Give us a little insight in terms of what you're hoping for, what you're building towards.
Sure. Yeah, I think 2024, there will be many thriving virtual economies in different flavors, right? So we've seen the growth of Axie Infinity and Play to Earn. That will probably be a very big trend for the next 1 to 2 years, or Play to Earn that will onboard hopefully many millions of people. But I think beyond that, it will also, the more generalist metaverses will start to flourish too, and you're going to see economies and communities and societies like we have in the physical world being mirrored in the virtual world. So there will be amazing architecture. There will be amazing places to go experience things like concerts and museums, and probably a lot of things that we can't even fathom right now. And there will be billboards and advertisements. And basically we're building the tools to enable all of that, to help people find good service providers, to help people, find a good architect, to build their home, to Airbnb it, rent it out to earn income on. And we're building all the infrastructure and tools to help enable these virtual economies to begin to flourish.
With 5,000 people coming here to be a part of this event, 600 speakers, 4 days, all the stages, it's going to be real noisy. But if you had a chance to have all the Times Square billboards and you had everybody in Times Square on the red stairs, right? We're gathering everybody up on Tuesday morning, actually, at 8:30 a.m. to give out 1,000 NFT hats and take a group picture. If you had the billboards and if you could tell people about Parcel, but you only have a moment with the message, or you have something inspirational you want to say to your peers and be able to speak life into them, put courage in their soul, how might you approach it corporately or personally in terms of saying something that would be kind of a final word for our conversation today?
That's a deep question. I think I would, we position Parcel as Zillow for the metaverse. Basically any real estate or land or sort of fixed asset in the metaverse, right? You can come and view it and see how much it's worth and buy it and sell it. But I guess more broadly, the metaverse is really going to change. It's going to rock and disrupt many fundamental things about the world, about the global labor market, and the global creative industry. And people really should not underestimate how powerful and how quickly it's going to happen. And it's way more than just a video game.
Well, I like your perspective. I'm glad that we've had a chance to get to know each other. I'm glad we're both here in New York for the next week.
Likewise, yeah.
I think it's gonna be fun to be at NFT NYC together. So I appreciate you jumping in and spending a moment with me. And I'll see you more over the coming week.
Yeah.
And look forward to the success of Parcel. So thanks for joining me. I'll see you soon.
Thanks very much. Take care.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
So I don't know if there's feedback or comments. Gabe, if there is, you can tell me what they are. I have my next guest coming in, I believe, in just a moment. We have OneOf, so head of communications, I believe, is coming in. And it's also funny because on top of live streaming for 10 straight hours, I also am getting constant text messages and phone calls because everybody has urgent matters before NFT NYC happens. And, so from time to time, I seem distracted. I am distracted. But when I'm face to face with the party people that are coming in for the interviews, I'm all about it. So we'll wait for OneOf to come in. After OneOf, I think I have another little 15-minute break before all the rest, I believe, confirmed. So we have OneOf coming in. If you're watching live, thanks for your attention. I'm just kind of giving you a breakdown of what's to come. I've been live now for about 8 hours. So, which isn't, I don't do this every day. I basically do this once a year. I do this once a year, usually one day at NFT NYC physically. This year, I thought I'd do it instead digitally because the event's so noisy, so loud, and I wanted to have more freedom. With so many locations, I want to have the freedom to kind of bounce around during the event. And I'm also emceeing the stage. I'm also speaking. My guys are speaking. A bunch of my clients are speaking. So there's just a lot going on. So I wanted to have a moment to kind of capture this general thesis of who are the speakers and sponsors? What do they believe about community? Where are they at in terms of the technology today? What do they project for the future? I ask about NFT 2024 because that's my talk. I'm doing the final talk the last day in the Edison Ballroom. And so that talk will be NFT 2024, the future of NFTs. Nobody knows the future. So what I do is I ask as many people possible the question. Now I have the advantage and then I've asked this question, where will NFTs be in 2024 consistently for the last 3+ years? So I literally have like 150 videos asking that question from 2018, 19, 20. And then of course, I think I've made about 130 or so, 135 conversations so far this year, asking the same question. And so what my goal for myself is to basically resource the collective thoughts of everyone. And of course, the first priority is get them attention and help them be seen and help them be heard and let them feel valued and honored and important. That's part of what I'm doing, right? This is a digital hug for every single person that comes in. But on top of that, I also am inquisitive and learning so that I have a chance to kind of share the collective thoughts with everyone when they come in. So I do anticipate that the person or team from OneOf will be here any moment. And I'm just trying to kind of peek through if there's quotes or whatnot that maybe I should be mindful of. Anyway, if you have a specific question or anything that you want to ask about, or especially if it's somebody that's talking right now, then that would be great, because Gabe's here. He can take a peek at things. He can let me know, like, hey, here's what people want to know. It's funny. I think Gabe, I think it's maybe time to start turning some lights off. Gabe, why don't we turn all the lights off in this room, because the city has basically disappeared because it's gotten dark and the lights are too bright. So I think what we'll do, we're going to move these lights in. There we go. We're going to move those lights in. We're going to turn all these lights off and see if we can still get some city love out there. So let's do this, because the city is, and let's turn that one off back there. There you go. That's so much better. And I'll cover that. There we are. Now we're back in New York, everyone. Yay. Yay for us. Yay for you. Yay for me. I'm really here. This is happening. This is, that right there, that's Times Square. And that is where the magic's going to happen for the next week. About an hour ago, or half hour, we showed the video of me rolling on my one wheel and asking Jody about this year. And he said, this year we're one day, one stage. We have 5 other NFT events happening. And he goes, next year, being 2021, we're going to have NFT week. And it's happened, right? We do have NFT week. If you want to find out more about the program, go to nft.nyc/program. If you want to know about the other events going on, go to NFT NYC and click on the events tab, or NFT NYC/events. I think we've added about 150 events that are not our events. They're events from people in the community, and we want to give them a chance to, have a packed house. We think there's enough people coming, enough people here to bring attention to everyone. So my next guest is here, Lynn. I'm gonna go ahead and bring Lynn in, and we'll have some fun together. Hi, Lynn.
Hey, how are you?
Nice to meet you. I'm good. I'm good. Thanks for jumping in.
Yes.
Looking forward to hearing about OneOf.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
maybe, and I really want to know. I was looking at the website. I'm like, this is so cool what these guys are working on and getting an update. So maybe you could give a little background on yourself and the company. Then usually I like to ask questions about community and technology and future. So I'll kind of pepper you with questions as we have a conversation for the next 10 minutes or so. But why don't you get us started with an introduction?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Lynn Dai. I'm the CEO and co-founder of OneOf.com. So OneOf is the green NFT platform built for the music vertical. So we work with music artists to bring their creative vision as NFTs to life. Co-founded a company together with Josh James, Adam Fell, who's also a partner with Quincy Jones, who is a backer of the platform. And we announced about a dozen major artists. We launched about a month ago. Launched with Doja Cat as our first artist, the biggest streaming female artist in the world. Done several drops. Also had a partnership with iHeartRadio Music Festival, minted 1 million NFTs and given them for free away to the fans. So our goal really is to democratize NFTs for true music fans. Just a quick bit of news. I actually just got off another call with a team. We just did our first generative collection for the music artist, for the rapper Chief Keef. Of this, Glow Gang is his kind of toy and merch brand, sold out in 37 seconds, which is really exciting. The music fans and the crypto NFT community have really embraced on the platform, and we want to make NFTs accessible. And with low, no minting costs. So we built our platform on top of Tezos blockchain, which is super energy efficient and super low transaction costs, and we subsidize the cost down to zero for artists and partners that want to work with our platform. So basically, essentially, music artists can generate NFTs and not worry that they have to price it for thousands of dollars only for their richest fans. They can actually price something for $1 or even give away their NFT and give their fan a chance to really participate in their career. So I think that's super important. Yeah, that's a little bit of what we do.
So a lot of the people that you're supporting are established artists with established communities, which is obviously, it really makes it exciting in terms of 30-something seconds for it to sell out. When a great artist comes and they may not have a community, how do you approach community development? You said you gave 1 million NFTs away. So in reality, you're kind of compensating people for their attention, right? You've kind of tokenized attention. Like if you open up your wallet to us and give us your attention and listen to this music, we will give you something of value. We'll give you an NFT, which is, in my mind, kind of the new Web3 model. As you see community development happening over time, and you see these new ways of connecting and engaging with audiences, do you see it differently in terms of an established Doja Cat and the brand new girl that's kind of coming onto the scene and just getting started?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the NFTs are the most powerful for artists at the beginning of their career, right? So we certainly appreciate the opportunity to work with mega stars like Doja Cat, but it is the work we do with emergent art that really gets me and my partners excited. We have an emergent artist spotlight program, but certainly because we're actually pretty good at picking emergent artists. The first emergent artist we picked was Kid Laroi, and then a month later, that he basically had the #1 song in the world with Justin Bieber right now. The idea is given on traditional streaming platforms like Spotify, you really can't compete. Emergent artists. Unless you are somebody that's like Taylor Swift level, you just cannot make a living collecting a penny or two on streaming revenue. The algorithm completely favors major artists and their music. So NFT is very different. If you just have 500 super passionate fans or 1,000 super passionate fans, you can actually potentially make a living releasing your art as NFTs to those fans. And they can and NFTs, unlike other kind of items the music fan can purchase from you, whether it's music or merch, traditional merch. Actually, it's the first time it's a two-way street. The art, the fan actually who got in early can participate in your career. I mean, everybody had that story of oh, I know so and so. I saw so and so artists, when they were very small, right? I tell everybody hey, the Chainsmokers played at my assistant's party, on my rooftop, but now you can prove it with the NFT and show that you are truly an early fan, and that's becomes a relationship, becomes a two-way street. So we are actually actively working on ways to not only allow more independent artists ability to use our platform and mint on our platform. We're also providing both marketing and financial support to independent artists that want to create on our platform. I think part of the ecosystem, why it's beautiful with OneOf, it's all music fans, right? We're all fans of certain genre of music or music in general. A Doja Cat fan that's already came to the platform that may not understand crypto before and now are part of the community is probably very willing to actually support an independent artist also coming onto the platform. I think the NFT community ethos is so strong and so welcoming. Our goal is to kind of remove the barriers, right? Remove the technical and psychological barriers for a non-crypto native user to participate in the system. So we basically have a very easy, phone number and email sign up onboarding, and you can basically sign up and purchase your first NFT for $5 with a credit card all under 2.5 minutes. Without even needing to understand how to open a crypto wallet. Like once you basically are, in the ecosystem, we teach you how to like, oh, okay, there is this whole world of why it's great to kind of collect NFTs and also, be a path leading to self-custody. So, but then, not only we are doing the education, your fellow community members are doing the education, right? Are welcoming you into the fold. And now basically, we're not talking about 40,000 NFT collectors swapping with each other on OpenSea, their collections and pumping up the price. We're talking about now, actually 1 million, 2 million true fans are getting to the ecosystem and bringing kind of a new dimension and true sustainable user base to the NFT ecosystem in general.
When you think about where the tech is at today, and then you project what needs to be built moving forward, if I say to you NFT 2024, and I say, what are you building towards? What are you hoping for? What are you projecting could happen in this space over the course of the next 2 or 3 years? Cast a vision to us for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I hope for and what I think potentially could happen is people don't even talk about NFTs. It's just ever pervasive. People are collecting a collectible or using a ticket or using, this token to unlock certain game experience or in real world experiences, right? Like, we think NFT as a technology is so powerful, it could be everything. We don't really talk about the TCP/IP nearly as much as we talk about like Ethereum versus like Solana or whatever, right? So I think as much as we love kind of the efficiency of the Tezos technology, I think consumers when the technology layer disappear in the vernacular is when true mass adoption happens. Consumers would just be happy to be like I want to play the Doja Cat trading card game, or I want to use the tickets to whatever concert favorite artist, or like it's a piece of digital art that I collected. The idea or the vernacular that it is related to crypto or related to like even the word non-fungible is kind of scary for the average consumer. So I think over the next 5 years, potentially the total number of NFTs and total market cap of NFT will have the potential to surpass any other crypto assets. And the way to really get there is not the existing 40,000 active traders or 300,000 collectors on OpenSea. It's going to take 30 million, 100 million mass consumer adoption, and when and the key criteria to make that happen is kind of obscure the kind of the base technology layer from the vernacular. So,
well, maybe a final question. We're going to gather everybody up in Times Square on Tuesday morning. So we're giving 1,000 NFT hats, a kind of redeemable chip in the NFT hat. And we're going to get everybody on the red stairs. We're going to take a picture. We rented all the billboards for an hour. If you had all the billboards and you had all of your peers and enthusiasts and artists and celebrities and investors in one place, and you could give them a message that would spur them on to, doing whatever it takes to push forward and to put courage in their souls, to give them some encouragement, what might you say to everybody?
I think I would, two things. One is I love for people to kind of remember this moment, 2021, when this is like when the revolution are happening, right? So and two, I think the message that we as a group, as an industry, have not done well to the general consumer is NFTs is not about an asset, is not about a JPEG. It's about community. Like, if you think about what that really represents, right? Like if I put my punk or my ape on my profile, it's like it's a sense of belonging with other people with apes. Like that's why I love the idea of this conference that brings together everyone that we chatted with on Discord or on shared like messages on Twitter, that either have the same clan or like kind of rival whatever projects, that we're all part of a community. And NFTs is about community. It's a new way of for like-minded individual to belong in a group, right? Right now it's represented by maybe a profile icon or maybe a shared message that but this is potentially the most powerful technology. If you think about, before this, it was community as social media. I think really the next wave is this moment is important to remember, is when the beginning of this Web3 technology as community, and it's really kind of personified by the adoption of NFTs.
I appreciate you coming in and sharing with us. Looking forward to seeing you at NFT NYC, and grateful that you're a part of it. So thanks for doing this with me, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm excited. Looking forward. Thank you.
Yeah, we are too. We are too. I'll see you soon. I'll see you this upcoming week.
Bye.
All right. Bye. Well, I just got a message that the next person, something came up. I believe maybe they're not feeling well and they wanted to get some rest. They're over in Europe. And so this is very late for Europe. So I think I'll have Gabe share a video from Consensus 2019, May 2019. So this is 2.5 years ago. And Consensus brought us in to create 300,000 NFTs and give them away through the swag bag. There was like 500 vendors at that. Obviously a large scale event, not just for NFTs, but for all things blockchain. And Jody Rich and Karen Bale really had the vision for what could be in terms of this digital swag bag idea. So I'm gonna have Gabe share that conversation, because I think it's relevant for today to look back at the beginning of things, back when everything was just innovation and not focused on just communities. Communities were still being formed. The idea of value was still being formed. So why don't you go ahead and do that right now, Gabe?
Hi, we're at Consensus 2019 and I'm here with my friend Ian Utile. How are you, Ian?
I'm wonderful.
Love your work.
I love working with you.
Ian's a really good friend of mine. We've worked together many times now.
Yeah.
You're an amazing thought leader, entrepreneur, and you just think of incredibly crazy things for us to do sometimes.
I know.
Like jump on a plane and just go to Puerto Rico.
I like courage. I'm like addicted to risk, hopefully in the right ways.
And you got this beautiful smile on your face too.
So people feel like it's probably safe. Look how nice this smile is.
That's right, this won't hurt a bit.
It won't hurt. Worst case scenario doesn't meet expectations. That's the worst thing that happens for people in my life. They don't meet expectations.
Man, I want to meet your expectations. So
I want to meet yours.
So here we are at Consensus 2019, and we've been talking about NFTs.
Yeah.
So tell me what you've been doing.
So we've been here at the Swag Bag Help Desk.
Yeah.
So throughout.
What do you mean swag bag?
It's a digital swag bag. So what?
Digital swag bag.
That's right.
Yeah.
So what's normal for events that we've gone to for decades is you'll walk in, you'll have a bag, it'll weigh a lot, and there's a bunch of stuff in there you really don't want.
And you leave it at the airport or something.
Yeah, and it's all promotional stuff. Yeah. And so this is our chance to say, what do people at this event, Consensus 2019, what would they actually want? What do they want?
These are blockchain people, so they sort of understand what NFT is.
Right, non-fungible tokens.
What's a non-fungible token?
Think of it this way, it's a crypto collectible or a digital asset that's a one-off thing.
Well, a digital asset is
like think of it like this, a ticket. So your ticket to a concert is a non-fungible.
Yeah. Non-fungible means
there's only one of it.
Unique.
Right? You can't. One ticket's not the same. It has a different seat number, a different date. Yeah. And so a non-fungible. Okay. Here's an example. So here we have a crypto kitty.
But this is not like real. This is like a.
It's just a digital. It's just a digital asset.
In the swag bag, you get a thing.
Right.
A token that gives you
gives
you one of these.
That's exactly right.
Then lives online.
Right.
So this is physical. Yeah, and so we're going to put it in the camera, and it's going to go whoosh, and now it's online.
So 1,500 people here got CryptoKitties. Somebody got
1,500 attendees got.
That's right.
They each got a CryptoKitty.
That's right. Out of the 5,000
in their swag bag.
In their digital swag bag.
And what did they have to do to get the swag bag?
All they have to do is go to consensusswag.com
and go claim.
I have a ticket.
And then it goes. They get a little.
They fill out their profile.
They get a digital wallet, which is sort of like a place for keeping digital assets.
That's exactly right.
And then 1, 2, 3, 4, they watch it, and these tokens appear.
Yes.
And then they tap on them, and they get their kitty, and then everything else.
Right. And I think we created more tokens here than anybody's ever created.
Over 200,000.
Over 200,000 tokens.
Yeah.
So other things that are common is like you can redeem a token for a shirt.
Yeah, or enter a competition for an AirPad.
For AirPods, giving some AirPods away. You could get a consensus pass for life. You could redeem, for life. You can come to this for the rest of your life with no
cost. If I live for 100 years, that's like $200,000.
With medicine, you might live 160. You're just getting started.
I said 200.
You said 200?
Did I say 200?
I think you said 100.
Did I say, okay. Well,
let's pretend 200. You said 100 and I took you further. You said 200, I'd be like, you live 450, why not? It's in the science fiction movies.
I actually think once we get to another 50, we'll be able to choose how long we want to be. But we might be a bit wrinkly.
We'll have to see. I mean,
but you know what? If we live that long, we might become NFTs.
We might just figure out a way to at least put a shadow of who we are.
That's my thing. That's why I'm doing this, because I think that these digital assets give us a way to collaborate and express ourselves online.
Right.
And so I actually think that in the future, it won't be Jody on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn. It'll be Jody and his little collection of NFTs who tell people who I am. And so there'll be little components of me in these NFTs. I won't have to patent me. I won't have to copyright me. I will be registered on the blockchain.
That's right.
So when you see me in 50 years with that lifetime ticket,
right,
you'll be seeing the collection of NFTs and maybe wrinkly Jody.
Yeah.
More wrinkly Jody.
It'll be
more hairless Jody. Maybe I'll have hair again by then.
Maybe you'll have hair again.
I love your hair, by
Maybe
the way.
you'll.
I'm jealous of your hair.
Well, I've wanted long hair my whole life.
Like Ian.
So yesterday was messy with my hat backwards. Today is nice and crisp and clean. I'm doing a big investor thing tonight.
You look beautiful.
So I have to look investor-ish.
Yeah.
So people are like,
you'll have to get rid of your t-shirt you're on. You have to. I'll lend you my jacket. How's that?
I have a real here. I have. Just wait. I'll be right back. I'm gonna show you what I got. Okay, I have somebody coming in right now, Anthony. We had it scheduled for him to join us in an hour and a half. He's available now. Hey, Anthony, I think you can hear my voice. Welcome to the party.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, good, good. So I think we got about 8 minutes or so before my next person. So let's jump right into it. Not to rush you, but let's take advantage of the moment. I know later tonight wasn't going to work. So please introduce yourself and what you're working on, and then maybe I'll ask you a couple questions about community and technology in the future. But why don't you dive right in?
Yeah, amazing. So I'm one of the co-founders at Parcel Network. We've been around since 2018, and we are really a preeminent protocol standard for the NFT environment. So we're our own entirely layer 1 dedicated blockchain. We've been built from the ground up to solve a number of pervasive issues in the space, ranging from network congestion, high transaction fees, network downtime, etc. That's also enabled us to build out a few application-specific features and functionality, such as NFT-specific permanent lossless storage. We have an entirely dedicated storage layer that's entirely distributed. We have our own near duplicate NFT detection protocol, which enables users to basically validate, how rare the underlying NFT metadata is relative to all other NFTs on the platform itself. And so, applications can launch their own dApps, marketplaces, etc., and directly on top of Parcel. Existing layer 1s or NFT marketplaces can leverage, one or more of the specific NFT functions, such as our storage or our dupe detection protocol. And we have our own, dedicated marketplace built directly on top of the Parcel network.
And so when you think about community development compared to technology development, how do you put your focus in one or the other? And how do you manage those conversations with your team as you have marketing, customer facing, community development people, and as you have tech, developer, platform, product people? How are those conversations happening internally, and how do you make decisions about what to prioritize?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, there's no right way to go about it. At the end of the day, it's about being completely just embedded in the market on a constant basis, just continuously talking, learning, collaborating with different individuals and groups, ranging if that's a different marketplace, if that's commercial enterprises as well, the likes of large sports groups, Fortune 500s, talent agencies, things like that, understanding what those broader users are demanding, because a lot of times they're understanding as well from the intra communities too. So I think the biggest thing is just really just staying engaged in all aspects and having kind of isolated go-to-market strategies across those various groups, but then kind of bringing it full circle and building different solutions that at the end of the day will scale across those various channels. Obviously, we have consistent meetings every day, basically, kind of brainstorming, bringing together what we're seeing, what we're hearing, etc., and then making decisions in the sense of, hey, what does a user want today that we believe will be persistent tomorrow, if that makes sense, and not necessarily something that's quite fleeting. Because at the end of the day, it's about making solutions, making technology that scales over time.
How about when you project the future, when you start thinking through like, hey, where do we go from here, and not way out, but also not tomorrow? So if I say NFT 2024, what type of things come to mind that you're like, well, in the next 2 or 3 years, like this is our expectation that we're driving towards?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I think at the end of the day, you'll see the landscape of digital collectibles probably still persistent, but I think there'll be more, maybe, you can see it one of two ways. You can see hyper concentration into a variety of different, large scale collections, CryptoPunks, etc. And maybe accessing that is taking the form of fractional ownership, liquidity pools, things like that, NFT indices. You might have basically more mainstream digital artists, traditional creators entering the market, and you'll have just a broader expansion of different user growth, right? Where it's not necessarily just crypto native users that are getting into the NFT market. But I'm also excited by 2024 to basically see, the metaverse really starting to play out a bit more in the sense of, the amount of time, the amount of transactions, the actual use cases that actually take form in place, as well as, extending off of that interoperability across various, marketplaces and metaverse, native channels, right? And then beyond that, I think just outside of some of the gamification, some of the digital collectibles, I'm excited to see other kind of real world applications such as credit markets, real estate, insurance, big data, etc. Immutable still objects that are actually leveraging the core technology of various NFT standards.
So there's so many people here that it becomes a task just to know who's the right people to talk to. And sometimes it's the nice thing for someone like you to say, hey, here's the right people that we want to talk to. Like, if you're this type of person, come to us. We want to dialogue about this strategic partnership. We want to dialogue about this investment. We want to be part of your portfolio. We're raising her. We want to dialogue about you being an employee. Like, this is the talent we're looking for. So what are you guys here looking for besides, of course, just being with others, and your peers and whatnot, but who's the ideal people for you to talk to and connect with during this upcoming week?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, generally speaking, I think our biggest, just a traditional bottleneck right now has been specifically around just pure development talent, finding, hardcore, extremely competent developers, whether that's C++, Golang, Rust, whatever it might be, who are excited about this emerging area and can help kind of, take things to the next step. Hey, we're talking about 2024, but how do we get there? We got to make those building blocks. And it's a lot more about kind of just traditional user adoption. We actually have to, create the pathway there. So I'm excited to see some of the development talent that continues to flow into the industry and market. Also, just kind of generally speaking, I mentioned some of those, traditional, maybe kind of real world commercial enterprises, things like that, starting to see how they trend into the market on a continuous basis and, continuing to learn from them and understand some of those signals as well, if that makes sense. But, I think on the flip side, what I'm less keen about is, people who are here to make a quick buck today, because I think that's quite fleeting, and from our perspective, we don't necessarily have time for that, right? It's all about basically every single day is another kind of stepstone to that long-term objective, which we're still quite far from.
Okay, well, as we kind of get ready to wrap up, I think that you've provided a lot of clarity on who you are and the community side, the tech side, the vision casting, who you want to connect with. How about this? Why don't we end with, if I gather everybody up in Times Square that's at the event, you have everyone's attention, you got the billboards, what's the message that you'd want to give the community right now?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest message that I want to give is that, this market is, it's so fast moving, it's so fast paced. I mean, obviously not necessarily directly related to NFTs, but we see obviously even, Facebook moving into, the Metaverse theme, as it is today, right? And so the biggest message that I would give to, everyone is to, be prudent, be obviously be creative, but obviously don't get too overly excited in the sense of, it's not about necessarily, the pure price of anything today. It's more about, what is this technology that's empowering where we're going tomorrow, and how can I really make an impact on that in terms of, providing validation, for this market, so that, by the time 2023, 2024 is around, right, we're actually leveraging some of these, technical standards, these protocol standards, to really fuel what this was meant to do in the first place, and that's democratize access to a number of things, from digital collectibles to, gamification, all the way to, real estate or whatever it might be, right?
Awesome. Well, I'm glad you jumped in, and I'm glad we were able to work it out. We got your text, Jade, got your text message like, our 7:45 can't make it. What do we do for Anthony? I'm like, I got 12 minutes now. let's go. So here we are. So I'll see you here at NFT NYC in the next few days, and I look forward to it.
Sounds good. This is all awesome, man. Thanks so much. Bye.
Good. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, here comes our next guest, Ariana. Here we go.
Hello.
Hi, thanks for joining me. Welcome to the party. This has been a day full of wonderful conversations with all of our friends from NFT NYC, and I'm glad that you could jump in and join us. Where are you located right now?
Oh, I'm
What
in
city?
New York.
What city is? Oh, you are. So you're here. Yeah, I'm in New York too. I'm at the West End. Do you live here, or did you just get into?
I'm visiting. I came for the event and to see the city as well.
Yes, good. Well, could you introduce yourself to me and a bit about your background? When you're speaking, I'm just going to go and shut my screen off so you fill the whole screen, and then I'll come back and forth and ask some questions as we talk for a bit.
All right. So my name is Arina. I'm from Russia, Siberia. I was born there, and then I was living in London most of the time for my life. And then I lived in Switzerland for a bit, and now I'm back in London. I don't know what else to tell you. I'm 20 years old. I'm studying sustainable economics in my university as my degree. But since a year, I've been since COVID started, I took a lot of online programs, which were in my interest, and they were from different fields. So they were not economics based or anything. It included psychology, blockchain, art. I tried doing history, didn't really suit me. So since COVID, I've been, searching for myself all over the place, finding something that might catch my interest more than anything else. And since March time, I have been studying and reading a lot about NFT and Ethereum and blockchain. And in May, something hit me. I don't know what happened, but I thought that kids, it would be very useful for kids to be able to also create NFTs, but in an easy way. So I thought, why not create something that might help the growth of their talents, so they should not be left out from the community of digital artists. And we created a platform where you can easily mint NFTs, and when you do it, you gain our token, and it's based on ERC 721 contract. Yeah, that's pretty much all. And I have a dog. It's a Chow Chow. I love him. He's my all.
Wow. Did you bring your Chow Chow with you?
No, I wish I did. I wish.
Oh,
I
yes.
did. Yeah.
Well, there's nothing like a animal. It's very important to us. So did you just come into town? Are you here for the full week? And when do you go back?
I'm here for the whole, I'm here for 2.5 weeks.
Oh, okay.
I came almost a week ago, and I'm leaving in in 2 weeks. But I don't want to leave. It's so nice compared to Europe and other places. I feel like I'm not on Earth, especially on Times Square. When I look up, I feel like I'm in space. It's not real.
I went out to Times Square last night. I did 40 time lapses out in Times Square. I had all my cell phones in all the corners, and I was capturing all the energy. It was very, very fun. So you're the founder of Birth. So if you want to find out more about the organization that you started, Birth, where do they go?
They go to a website or Instagram, or I just create not me, but Instagram. We were thinking about having Instagram since a very long time, and just today I got to the point where I was like, okay, everyone can see it, because I was so still worried that something is not written in the correct way, or something looks not the way I see it, and it's mistake. You would never see this mistake, but me as a person who is doing it every day, 12 hours a day, even a little thing, it touches me. So I was very worried, and I didn't want to have launch it officially, but I did it today, actually, a few hours ago. So now all people can see the link, and it's not hidden from anyone or anything.
And so what is that link?
That link is it's a marketplace where we're not selling, we're providing a token. When you create an NFT on our website, you gain our token. So with the transaction hash and the actual NFT, this NFT is the token that we have.
And so where do people go though to find the marketplace? Is it birth.global? Global. Okay, so birth.global is where they go. Great. And when you think about developing community for birth.global, what are you most attracted to in terms of fostering community around the NFTs, around the tokens, and around this new brand?
Mm-hmm. So for me, it was very important that I enjoy. I was hearing about blockchain since it started 2012, 2013, but I was very not against it, but I did not enjoy it because of it not being sustainable and ecologically friendly for the environment. So we create our marketplace is sustainable since we plant trees which offset carbon emissions. And when the first time a sale occurs of the NFT, the creator of that NFT receives a carbon offsetting tree, and in the long term, the output of the tree is a lot more than the bad which the minting NFT did to the environment. And I'm bringing this to that. For me, it was very important to have a community of people who respect sustainability as much as they respect a business which is, yes, it's booming, it's cool, it's fun, but how far will it last for? So I'm really concentrated on a community of people who they might not even know about NFT, but they might support the sustainability side of offsetting carbon.
Yeah, that makes sense. When you think about the future, if I say NFT 2024, 2 or 3 years from now, what do you think will happen in this industry, and what are you hoping to build in the next 2 or 3 years with Birth.global?
I hope the machines and the blockchain system itself will somehow try switching to renewable energy, so it will be sustainable. And even now, the price of the gas fee is so big. And this is also due to so much demand for mining and electricity. So I think that if it was, how you connect a dollar to a paper, if it was connected to something physical, more physical, and would have been renewable, it would last forever. It would be as any other business that we have, any other market, any other sphere of for growth. But if everything stays as it is today, I think creating an NFT in 2024 will be, I don't know, it will cost several $1,000s. I don't know, maybe several hundreds. I don't know. But yeah, I think it's dangerous.
What could be done that would protect that from happening? What do you think are some solutions from gas fees?
From gas fees.
I mean, if it costs several $1,000s to create an NFT, are you talking about gas fees go up?
Yeah,
or
gas fees, all the fees you actually need to pay for it to be on the market. Because I also think that over time there will be like regulations on it set by governments, especially in countries like US and Europe. And government needs to find a way for it to be both sustainable and efficient for the economy. And not even government, it's people who are building those marketplaces or creating NFTs. Each action every day any person does affects the rest of the world. And for me, it's very important for it to be not just there today, tomorrow, but in 2 years. You know what I mean? I don't want to talk about it as if it was something that lasted for a year and then, yeah, it closed down, but it was fun. Understand, it should be an asset which is there for long, like a house. You always have a building. It will not just disappear.
And so when you think about the community that's here, what would you want to say to the community at NFT NYC? Who do you want to connect with? Who are you hoping to engage with while you're here? Who do you want to?
Yeah, I want to meet people who actually create the NFTs. I want to talk to them how, like, even the idea of an image, and then this image has so many features. How do they come up with it? What's happening to them when they're doing it? Why are people demanding some NFTs more than others? I want to see the real community, because so far, even in London, people know what NFTs are, but when you try, they just heard it somewhere on the news, like James Bond created the scenes as NFTs, and then it was on the news and people spoke about it. Or when people got sold, people spoke about it. But in general, when you try to talk, or when it comes up in the conversation, people are like, what is it? Like, it's just they don't understand what's the difference of an NFT and basically an Instagram image.
So how would you explain it to them? If they're confused about it, how do you explain it simply?
So I say an NFT is basically, it's an asset. It's like any other investment. I don't know, anything you own physical, but you can always prove who created it, who owns it, how it was passed within the chain. So you can always prove the authenticity of it, and no one can ever say, oh, it's mine. No, sorry, it's not yours. This is not your wallet, anyone can access it. So anyone can prove how authentic it is and track its life in the market, basically. It eliminates fraud, and I think it creates opportunities as well. And it's something that grows or falls in price, so it is an asset. It's basically, how I say it, it's a Bitcoin, which you can see with your eyes and it looks cool, but it's not even Bitcoin.
Right. Bitcoin obviously is fungible, right? One Bitcoin's equal to another.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's a Bitcoin, which you can see because it's an image.
Right, because it's ultimately code, right?
Yeah.
A Bitcoin is code, an NFT is code. It's just we have a visual representation of NFTs. Yes. That's right. So, well, as we wrap up our conversation, maybe you could just touch on kind of the global difference, right? You're in Russia, you talk about London, you're here in New York. What environments have the most positive elements? Like, what's the most positive thing with your peers that are working on NFT projects in Russia, and compared to, like, what's the highlights in New York? Like, what's the bright spots in each of these places that you spent time in building?
There is a huge time lag of how improvement is being adopted. So, for example, here in New York, I'm walking on the street, And I yesterday asked someone about an NFT. The person knew what it is. He said it's the new next big thing. In London, if you say what's an NFT, people know about it, they can talk about it, but they still don't understand. The news which are coming they're not up to date anymore. People are still behind. And then if we go further, in Russia, oh my God, people cannot even, they mix up the letters, they don't understand at all what it is because of the governments as well. In England, there is no regulation for it, but it also doesn't say, yes, please go and have a blockchain business bank account in some popular bank. No one will do that for you. In Russia, it's not even allowed. It's illegal. You cannot buy cryptocurrency with a Russian card, for example. It doesn't work, just blocks it. So I think it depends a lot on the government as well, on how people are allowed to get this information, and also the sources and the communities. It's very important. Here I see CryptoPunks and NFTs on Times Square when I walk. Even if I don't know what it is, I can be curious and I can be like, whoa, what it is. In Russia, no, it doesn't happen like that. In London as well, you don't see NFTs anywhere. There are exhibitions, there are galleries that do events. Christie's recently, they had a huge wall of, what were they, babes? They were selling them on an auction, and people were standing there looking at it and not understanding what it is, because it's a printed image, and then there is a tile which says the transaction hash and the amount exceeds everything together collected in the room. And I mean, on the other side, there is Banksy hanging, people don't understand like what is going on. And this is in London. So.
Well, the world's catching up. So I think we'll have a lot more and more adoption as time goes on. And it sounds like what you're working on at birth.global has that very intention of making it really easy to mint NFTs and jump into it. So I look forward to meeting you here at NFT NYC, and I'm glad that you're part of the event, and I'm glad that you jumped in for the live stream right now. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a nice
Okay,
evening.
I will. You too.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Well, for all of you that are tuned in, I still have, I think, 5 more left. I'm expecting my next guest any moment. I guess I could take a quick peek and see if any changes came up in the inbox. If you don't know what we're doing, we are doing a live stream that is continuous. We started at 10 a.m. with David Packman. Here we are at 6:30. So I've been going live for 8.5 hours. Still feeling pretty energetic, although I have a yawn try to creep up from time to time. Not because all of these people are boring, but I think I'm pretty much done talking. Pretty much done talking. I can still pepper some questions though, but if somebody doesn't show up in a moment, Gabe's running the video because that works. That gives me a little break. And I think that's what's happening, Gabe. I don't see her yet. And if the guest shows up, we right back from their interview. Otherwise, I still have 5 of these scheduled, but we're getting pretty close to the finish line. And the reason for doing all of these different interviews is it lets us bring light and attention and focus on individual people and projects that are building great communities and great technology and have a great vision for the future, and give them a moment to speak to all of you, the NFT NYC community, which we are very grateful to be a part of. If you don't know me, my name is Ian Utile. I'm one of the co-producers for NFT NYC and have been since we started it. And this is one of the things I like to do. I like to learn from our speakers and sponsors, and I find this to be an interesting format to do so. So Gabe, why don't you go ahead and finish that video that we had started from Consensus 2019 with Jody and I having fun.
Doesn't really get more professional than something that can go gold.
I think that's West Hollywood.
Silver.
I don't think that's New York. I think that's West Hollywood.
Well, you know what? If New York is not appreciating my fashion decisions, I'm just fine with that. I'm not looking to please anybody.
So anyway, this has been a great conference.
I know, it has been. The swag bag's been a big hit. Over 1,000 people have redeemed.
Over 1,000
it's amazing.
Have claimed their bag.
That's right.
And they're now redeeming their tokens. And what's very fun is that we will progressively be delivering more NFTs into the swag bag today, tomorrow, and then days after the event.
Right.
And for me, this is just one of the applications of NFTs. You know, events and swag is really cool, but what if anyone could create their own NFT and then put it into the game that they're playing? And tonight we're going to a gaming event, and we'll be talking to the game producers about how you could make your beautiful NFT of you in your tuxedo, and drop that into a game so people can play with virtual in the latest blockchain game.
Right. I think that's one of the big applications is, you know, games. Art is another huge application. Yes. Sports.
You've been doing some work with Josie.
I'm very excited about Josie's artwork and many other crypto artists. I think that there's, like, I actually had an artist I represented for several years, about 20 years ago. I spent probably 4 or 5 years working with that artist. He had over $100 million in art that he had printed and that was, you know, available. He was like the Thomas Kincaid of the 70s, you know, the big, well-manufactured, all the puzzles and the mugs. And there's always the thing that we faced in that, how do you prove what's what? So the thought, like, if I only would have been in the art business today, with all of it, or 5 years from now, can you imagine how far it's going to go?
So you're registering art assets so that the artist actually continues to earn revenue as their art is sold.
That's right.
Because many artists just stay poor because their art doesn't appreciate for a very long time.
Right.
And it's the most recent owner who makes the money.
That's right.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, it's the proof that it is what it says it is. It's also the ability to sell it.
Yes.
Like right now, middlemen are a very big problem in the entire.
They take 40%.
They take 40% and they pick and choose what they want to represent. Yes. And you could have a great piece of art that somebody would find desirable, but they don't even have a way to find out about it.
NFT solves that problem by registering the art on the blockchain.
That's right.
And that NFT then goes with the artwork.
Right. What are some other, like, let's say you talk to an enterprise. You're on a plane, you're sitting next to a CEO of a Fortune 100 company, a CFO, some chief at a Fortune 100 company.
Yes.
And all of a sudden it comes up, real case uses for blockchain today, 2019.
Yes.
What's your conversation that you have with a fellow executive?
Well, the first thing I do is explain that this is all about being able to register his digital assets that he probably already has a copyright or a patent or a trademark for. And once he actually registers his digital asset, it might be his brand ambassador that he uses. It might be a webinar that he's having. Once he does that on the blockchain, he can then send that NFT out for people to claim.
Right.
Or he can insert it into another blockchain application so that people can use it in fun ways. I mean, as I said, for this conference, there's a swag bag. For gaming, he can put his ambassador in a game so people can have fun and then see it. I mean, we've done something pretty cool with Decentraland. Decentraland is a blockchain world, a little bit like Second Life, but on the blockchain, and people get to register little plots of land.
Right.
And we've created a template so any landowner can now instantly create their shop to sell NFTs.
Right.
And so a company could create a shop in Decentraland to sell NFTs about their business that could redeem for a webinar or tickets or brand things or you know an offer about their new product. And for direct marketers, NFTs are pretty cool because most people don't open emails anymore because they're getting junk.
Right.
But what if I was actually to send you something that had real value?
Right.
And NFTs have real value. And we just heard that eBay now is allowing people to register their digital assets on eBay, which means that you can even sell these things.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
And I can imagine a company like yours will find ways, NFT cred, to actually engage with and interact with eBay and bridge that gap,
Absolutely.
much like you've already done with OpenSea and others.
Yes, we've written an API with OpenSea, who are the leading marketplace for digital assets, and we hope to do the same with eBay.
And so, what do you think Consensus 2020 looks like? What is the digital swag bag? How does that mature over the next year?
Well, we'd like people to press one button, not to have to enter their registration details again. So we just pick it all up. And when they redeem the token, they don't have to enter their registration details. They just get the thing. And right now what happens is you have to enter your details, You have to claim the token, and then when you get the token, you then have to go and register again with the user. So that will be seamless. The NFTs will become more intelligent. So they'll know a little bit more about you. And what's super fun is that we're going to make sure the NFTs can relate to each other.
Right.
So I used the example in my talk. Yesterday I was on stage with David Packman and Mickey from Dapper. And I said, crispy bacon is what I love. I almost delivered the crispy bacon token to everyone in the audience. And then I thought, my Jewish mother-in-law may not be happy with me doing that, and the kosher people in the audience may not like the crispy bacon. But what I wanted to do was deliver a crispy bacon token. And then everyone who claimed that token would then be someone who I could talk to about crispy bacon. And my big idea about relationships and connections is that we connect through topics that interest both of us. And I said to the audience, look, if I give you all a crispy bacon token, what other token could come together, and when you get two of them, could give you something? And the guy next to me said, well, what about an egg token?
Right.
So if you have the crispy bacon token and the egg token, what are you going to get?
Right, you have breakfast.
Redemption for buffet breakfast at the Hilton. So NFTs can come together in intelligent ways, and that's one of the things that we would like to do for next year.
That's great. How about 10 years out? How do you envision this being developed when the chain or the chains there's no bandwidth issues, there's no speed issues, everything has kind of been worked out. All the enterprise, the Global 2000 are fully engaged with the distributed ledger technology, and that's just a modern part of how things are done. How do you envision NFTs being used, not just standard, but what are some courageous risks that you imagine being taken 10 years from now as you and your team continue to push the limits of what's possible as time goes on?
Well, I would like to set up my NFT to be a little bot that actually roams the web collecting revenue for me as an individual. So, it may end up at a website and they may have mentioned something that I've said or quoted a tweet or used a photo that I put in a tweet. Or it may come across a company that would like my data. There's a guy from New York who's doing tech things. And here's Boards. Boards, come and say hi to our audience. We're live streaming.
Come on in.
Boards is the man.
Hi, everyone.
Boards is Mr. Consensus 2019. And I'm just finishing up with Ian. I was answering a question, what will our NFTs look like in 10 years' time? And
what do you think CoinDesk events will look like in 10 years' time?
I'm going to let you guys do this.
Great.
I'll come back.
Okay. You want to join me? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Come on in. So everybody, again, for those that are just tuning in, I'm Ian Utile. We're here at Consensus 2019, and I'm here with Peter Boards, who is the head of events for CoinDesk.
That's right, yeah.
So all of this is because of you and your team.
That's right. Consensus really is a team sport. So the CoinDesk team, we're still only about 40 people or so. So it's really a culmination of editorial, everyone on the business side as well, just to come together, have great content, networking, exhibits, please our sponsors, and just give an overall.
All right, we'll come back to that. I have my next guest ready to rock. So here we go. Hi there. My name's Ian. I see you're in. I just heard you for a moment. Are you with me? Hello, hello. Why don't you text me in the chat window if you can hear me and if you're in. I don't see your video, nor do I hear your voice, although I did for a moment, so not sure if you put yourself back on mute. It did sound like maybe it was a little noisy where you're at. Okay, you're here early for the 7th. Great. Well, you can just stay muted and not share your window, and I'll bring you right after the one before you, which should start in the next few moments. We're getting ready. Yes, this is very amazing, and I'm happy to have you here. And so we'll bring in, I thought to myself, wait, isn't this, our encryption. So yes, happy to interview you in about 15 minutes or so. You can say hi for a moment, and then when I have my other guests come in from Marable, maybe I'll just have you hide your screen. But hello, good to see you. Nice to meet you. Okay, so I'll have Rarible come in just a moment. I got to hang out with the founder of Rarible last night. We had dinner with a small group of us, and it's amazing what Rarible has accomplished as a marketplace. They've grown to 80 employees. But one of the things for me as a founder, you know, I've started 7 companies. Attention Live is my 7th. This is what I do for a hobby, interviewing everybody. This is my hobby. But here comes Kim from Rarible. So I'm gonna bring her in right now. And so then I'll bring you in next time. So I'll bring you in 15 minutes. I'm gonna bring Kim in right now. Okay, very good, great. So let's bring in Kim from Rarible. Rarible has some really, really amazing things that have happened, as you might imagine. So Kim, are you with me?
Yes,
okay,
I am here.
Okay, you know, Kim, I think we had our meeting 15 minutes ago, didn't we? I may have to bump you. Yeah, I may have to bump you because I now have Rarible coming in. See, I have everybody coming in at one time. That's okay. I can do that. In fact, why don't we all say hello?
I clicked the wrong link.
No, that's okay. So you stay for a moment, and but Vandana, please come back, and I'm going to bring in Christina from Rarible. I'll let the 3 of you say hi to each other, and then Kim and Vandana, I'll have you bounce out for a moment. Hi, Christina.
Oh, yeah. Hi, how's it going?
Good. It's just going to be you and I but I thought you could meet the other 2 that are waiting to be interviewed. Everybody jumped in at the same time. The 7 o'clock came early and the 6:30 came a little late, which is fine. We'll make it all work. I did want to just talk to you about Rarible for a moment, but I thought you could meet a couple of the other speakers and sponsors that are involved as well. So then Donna, you want to come back and say hello? We can all meet each other and have a good time. Have any of you 3 of you met before, or am I bringing together some new friends?
You're making new friends.
You're making new friends. Yeah.
Making
new friends.
Awesome. Yeah, I love it.
I know. I know.
So since I have the 3 of you, I think we'll be able to pace this out. I'm going to go one-on-one with you, Kim, in just a moment to talk Rarible, and then I'll bring the other 2 of you on in a moment. But could the 3 of you just talk for briefly together? How is Web3 decentralized tech created new opportunities for women that maybe weren't the same opportunities before in the Web2 environment? And maybe what's been, in your opinion, the best thing that you've seen, and what's something that maybe is still a hurdle that you think we need to overcome as a community? Kim, maybe we could start with you, and then we could go to Vandana, and then Christina, and then we'll go ahead and land, and I'll spend time with you, Christina, one-on-one. But Kim, do you want to start?
Sure, yeah. I think Web3 has given women an opportunity and also a challenge. I think it's been hard for women to break into the developer space. It's nice to see in the last year, 2 years, a lot more projects that have female founders or have all female teams or have female developers. That's been really nice to see. And I think that they, once they make it into that role, I think that sort of the notoriety and the respect that they receive is elevated from what they get in the Web2 world. That's kind of been my impression. So it's taken a few years, but it is nice to see like the women here outnumber the men. So that's nice to see.
Well, I like it. I think it's good in every aspect. I think it's good. Vandana, you want to chime in and give us your thoughts on this evolution in the tech sphere that we're all experiencing and enjoying?
Yeah, definitely. You know, Web3, I think, is just amazing for me as a lawyer. I started my career in Web 2.0 with the internet, and it was like just a huge sharing economy of creators just sharing content freely and discovering this like great way to all of a sudden get known. Whereas before you needed like a record company, or you needed, you know, some kind of middleman or someone to, you know, kind of promote you. But now you could just promote yourself. And so we're seeing all this amazing content in, you know, Web 2.0 with the internet. It's very exciting, and I worked for Much Music at the time, and I dealt with this whole issue of just Napster and people stealing music and stealing content. So while you could share that content, at the same time, we're seeing, huge issues of dealing with, oh my God, how do we protect the IP? How do we protect copyright? So now with Web 3.0, with blockchain, it's, completely, revolutionized everything and provided that extra layer on the internet to give that added protection, which is, to me, just as a lawyer, so exciting because it allows me to give a service to my clients that's not just legal advice, but saying, hey, let's use technology. And, that's what I'm doing with Artcryption is, we are incorporating those legal tools when it comes to transacting online, that should have been there from the start. So it's exciting for me to see that evolve. And as a woman in the space, I feel like it has leveled the playing field for myself because I got into the space in 2017. Artcryption came about in 2018, the idea, and just really, wanting to see what's happening with technology, but being in a disruptive space, I felt like, I was very much accepted very quickly because, maybe I had gotten into a space that was, innovative. And so for me, I think it has leveled the playing field. I think it's leveled the playing field for creators, for women. So I think it's like really exciting.
Well, I agree with you. It is very exciting. Christina, maybe you could chime in on this topic and then we'll have the two ladies stop their video sharing and you and I can have a one-on-one conversation.
Perfect. Yeah. I mean, as Kim and Vandana have both alluded to, there's just so much more opportunity with Web 3.0. We're living in this world where we're seeing decentralized autonomous organizations pop up, blockchains. It's a world of self-empowerment and self-identity. And that's what's so cool about NFTs is that for the first time, you can look at this like universal open digital world in a place where there are really no boundaries. Boundaries no longer exist. And you see that across funding, across developers, across creators. And part of the reason that I'm so excited to be in this space now is because we are seeing not just women, but other previously kind of underprivileged groups of individuals start to have a voice. And it's really exciting what we're seeing from a creative standpoint, but also just from the types of projects that are popping up on our own protocol. Really exciting kind of breakthrough things. And also just going back to that piece about the borderless world from countries, we're seeing a lot of great work coming out of Africa, the Middle East, where typically it would be kind of sequestered to some of the more standard countries, the US and European countries. So yeah, continue to be excited to see how this space continues to support women. And I know certainly at Rarible, that is something that is a personal charge of ours, is how do we make this more accessible to everyone? I think that's the biggest challenge that we as an industry have is it still is a very nascent space. And so how do we start to build more of that bridge for people who they might have heard of NFTs or crypto, but still haven't quite set up that Coinbase account or purchased that first NFT, but we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg and lots of exciting things ahead.
Yes, yes, we are. Well, Kim, and am I pronouncing your name correctly? Is it Vandana? Is that correct?
Oh my God, you say it so nicely. It's actually Vandana, but I love the way you said that.
Vandana, that is so far from what I said. I'm glad you liked the nice.
Yeah, but I liked your pronunciation.
Yeah, okay, well, thank you. And why don't you block your screen for a moment so Kim and I can have, so Christina and I can have some time to talk about Rarible. So I got to hang out with your founder last night. We had dinner together.
Oh, great.
He is incredibly quiet.
Very stoic. Yeah, serene.
Very stoic. He was right next to me. And, it was like a sport to get him to open up. I was like, okay, I really got to push. But what I did get him to open up about the most, and as the VP of marketing, I'd love for you to touch on this. I've started 7 companies, and the things that have always been most emotional to me have been when it's been life-changing for our clients. When I get messages from clients like, I was here, and because of your technology, all of these incredible things have happened for me and my family. And those types of messages, inbound messages coming in, and like, I bought a home, I sent my kids to college, I'm financially stable for the first time, I have less employees and more productivity, whatever it is that was developed through that software
has always been most meaningful. And when he opened up about that, it really brought him to life. And I think that's a big part of marketing for Rarible, is not just that you have a great marketplace or the amount of money that flows through it or the great NFT pieces that are there, but the actual impact on the creators and things of that nature. So what I usually like to do is I like to block my screen and let you have the full view, and maybe you could introduce yourself and talk about what you do as the VP of Marketing at Rarible. And then I'll come back in and ask a couple questions.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Christina Talene, and I am the VP of Marketing for Rarible, the #2 NFT marketplace out in the world today. I joined Rarible 4 months ago. My background is primarily in large tech platforms, but also CPG. So definitely a bit of a newbie to the space, but what really attracted me to Rarible in particular is that it sort of brought all the things that I love and that I've worked on previously together in one space. So I've worked at Visa, Google, and Twitter prior to this. And if you think about NFTs, it really is sort of a combination of financial services, social networks, as well as a search engine. And when I really was looking for that next area that I wanted to focus on, NFTs kept coming up as, wow, this is the place for really it's the frontier of the internet. Right now, we still live in a pretty siloed world where you still have to go to Facebook or Apple or Google or Twitter to set up your own separate identity. And we're moving into a space where ultimately we will be living in that borderless digital world. And what does that mean for you to be able to take your identity just like you would in the real world, and you would, own your house and own your car and be able to take it wherever you want, and be able to do that on the internet. So, in the future, we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg, but what really got me really excited is how do you start to represent yourself as a human, as a more, three-dimensional person in this new space that especially as the world's resources become more scarce and younger generations own less physical things, how do we really represent ourselves as people and the things that we care about from a digital sense? And that's what NFTs really allow people to do. Right now, it's still very focused on collectibles and art markets. And I compare it to, we're in sort of the Beanie Baby craze, if you remember that. And what's exciting about NFTs is that we're just getting started. There's a craze right now. It's very transactional, but it will start to become a lot more human. And you're seeing a lot more brands entering the space for that reason. There's still sort of that physical digital connection with a lot of brands entering the space. You can go buy an NFT and you get, if it's, a purse brand, you might get a physical purse still sent to you. But the future is that there will be more and more digital representation of you in the future. So imagine a world where, you go to a concert and you get an NFT as your ticket stub, or you have a digital house. We're starting to see that with artists like Krista Kim and Mars House. I'm sort of rambling now, but those are the things that really get me excited about being in the space in the future and getting in now early. And I was particularly drawn to Rarible because it is so community oriented and optimistic and bright.
Yes, it is. And so I usually like to talk about community and technology and future, but I was hoping that you and I could focus on future. And the reason is you have a really unique perspective in that it's not that you have been just in Web3 the entire time. You had really significant roles in the Web2 world. And so if you want to know the future, you look at the past. And when you look at some of the developments that have happened that you were a part of, you have unique insights. So if I say to you NFT 2024, and you start to project some positive things, some good vision casting for Rarible as an organization, and also just for the industry as a whole, what do you hope to see happen in the next 2 or 3 years in this industry and for Rarible specifically?
Yeah, so it's just a matter of time before every big brand that we all think about today has their own set of NFTs, has their own metaverse. And 2024 it wouldn't surprise me if we see a Spotify metaverse, a an Apple Metaverse. And the key for our industry is really to work together to start to connect them. And that's what's so powerful about Rarible, is that we earlier this year announced the separation of our protocol from our marketplace. We launched it as a public utility, if you will, or a technology platform that everyone can come and build on for free. And it rewards users for building on that platform. And so for me, that's sort of the key ingredient, is that our industry holds hands and keeps innovating together. I think for Rarible, we're constantly keeping our eye on the future. We're very responsive. And we really are this approachable brand. We keep our fees low. We are constantly launching new tools for creators. Lazy minting, for one, means, one of the biggest marketing barriers that we see is that gas fees are so high. So we recently launched Lazy Minting, which allows any creator to launch an NFT, but it doesn't get minted until it actually gets sold. So it helps both the creator, but also the environment. We're also just today announced our integration with Tezos, which has a much more sustainable and more energy efficient use of resources, meaning that it has less of an environmental impact. And so I think for us, the key is making sure that we continue to innovate. We stay at the forefront of how do we continue to grow this space and make it bigger than just being an art exchange, which we know it has so much more power to be across so many different industries. It's sort of truly infinite possibilities. And it's for our big challenge is how do we support the industry? So if we are setting up this protocol for anyone to build on, how do we continue to serve the community with the right tools and the right technology as we continue to see the whole industry grow? And just to kind of wrap it up, 2024, I think we're going to see a multitude of multiverses, and hopefully they'll all be connected and integrating and communicating with one another.
I like what you said. I think that was great. There's gonna be people that go grab the YouTube bar and they go in reverse. They listen to that one again. Like when you read a book, that was good. I gotta go back and read that again. I'd like to invite the other two ladies to come back, and I think it'd be nice to let them each ask you a question. We might run up against time. I have somebody coming in, but it's a guy, so maybe the guy can wait. Women are always being held to wait. Time for the guy to stay in the lobby and wait for a while. So, Kim, and I'm going to say your name wrong again. So now I'm nervous. I'm going to say, but honestly, I can't say it like you say it. You say it better than me, even though you. But Vandana. Vandana, I can do this. So Vandana and Kim, could the two of you ask Christina a question? Vandana, why don't we start with you? Do you have a question for Christina? Anything that she just spoke about, or specific to what she does as the VP of Marketing at Rarible, or just Rarible in general?
Yeah, no, I love what she said about everyone connecting and kind of seeing this new future. And so I'd love to know, first of all, I'd love to connect with you guys as well. But yeah, I'd love to see what are your plans for, encouraging that to happen, because I agree with you. I'm part of the Art Identity Standard, which is a consortium of platforms, and I believe Super Rare is part of that as well. And so we're looking at some consistent standards on, object ID and identifying an artwork. But I think working together to get interoperability and different issues like that. So yeah, I'd love to hear, if you have any specific plans for that and how you see that happening.
Great question. I mean, and I'm sort of like, wow, I missed actually answering your main question, which is how are you doing this from a marketing standpoint? My biggest challenge, and across the industry's biggest challenge, is how do we make the onboarding process less terrifying? It is absolutely terrifying for somebody new to the space, new to crypto, to set up their MetaMask wallet or whatever wallet they choose to do, and to get them to cross that line to purchase their first NFT, even transferring money. I mean, I went through it myself just less than 6 months ago, and the first thing I see was, pop up, hey, we're going to read all the data on your computer, and also now have access to your bank account. Absolutely terrifying. Having worked at Visa, we know trust is the number one concern. Trust and safety is the number one concern with this. I think those of us in the industry know that we've made leaps and bounds, but we need to continue to create and share that message with consumers, and things like the Adobe partnership, where we're looking at how do we create more safety and trust, even around the artwork that you're purchasing. And I shouldn't just say artwork, but any sort of NFT, and making sure that we as an industry are backing each other, but also helping to regulate, and I hate to use the word police, but really, crack down on fake NFTs. And even as things become more interoperable, we know there are artists who have launched the same items on two different chains. How do we start to kind of pave the way in just a reasonable fashion for people to feel like, okay, yeah, I'm willing to test this out just once.
And Kim, you're the head of global brand marketing at Conflux, I believe. And so maybe you'll have something that's a bit more focused on kind of questions around the role of marketing for the second largest marketplace in the world. And that may be of interest to other marketers. So do you have a question for Christina?
I do, yeah. I think I agree with everything you said, Christina. And one thing you said really resonated with me, because I do represent the layer 1 blockchain, not necessarily a project. So from my perspective, it's a little bit different. And we are a global brand, but we are headquartered in China. So that gives us sort of a unique perspective on the world. But we also have a headquarters in Toronto, Canada. And one of our sort of, our mission statement is around, blockchain without barriers. It's that sort of connecting creators and communities across protocols and borders. We're the only regulatory compliant chain in China, which gives us a unique advantage. Our enterprise chain will be the chain for the Chinese government, but we do have a public chain that serves the Western audience and market. And emerging markets is an area of great interest to us. And I think what you said about emerging artists and sort of not just NFTs, but Web3 really helping those markets leapfrog technology, and skip the phone and go right to, mobile transactions. I think that for us, that resonated for me. And one of the things that we're doing is, grant funding for artists in emerging markets. We're launching, an art gallery to feature the work of emerging artists in Nigeria and Latin America. And I guess I would love to just ask you kind of, what have you seen? What has been the reaction in these emerging markets to Rarible, to that kind of freedom to, mint an NFT and actually, see a profit or see, recognition or, sort of that self-sustainability and have them interact and engage with basically the rest of the world?
Yeah, we've seen really great interest from certainly an NFT creation standpoint. We're still seeing the majority of all the purchases happen in the US, the UK, basically English-speaking countries. I do think that will change over time, but certainly, and it aligns with where we're marketing right now. So maybe not that surprising, but certainly from a creator standpoint, we're seeing massive interest from South America, as well as parts of Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia as well. And so I think we're just starting to see the possibilities, but you're absolutely right that they will be leapfrogging a lot of even the Web 2.0 work that's out there.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And one thing that maybe this would be helpful for you is that though crypto is banned in China, they can still purchase NFTs. They just have to use fiat. So yeah, that's the only thing that they're able to purchase is NFTs. So
very interesting. Something new every day. Lots. It's amazing.
Well, this was an interesting thing that happened, right? I had all three of you jump in, and I accepted. Like, wrong time slot. So I want to be mindful that each of you wanted to have a moment to really talk about specifically what you're about. I do have another guest coming in about 10 minutes or so. And yeah, like I said, I can make him wait for a while. So, Kim, it might be best for you to jump back in after my next couple of guests. Can you join me at 7:45? That would make you the last interview of the night. It'd give you a chance to have some breathing room and talk about your layer one blockchain, and you won't feel rushed. And that might be the best solution that has the best impact anyways.
Sounds good.
Cool. So I'll see. I'll see you. Yeah, great. So I'll see you in about 40 minutes or so.
Okay. Thanks, Ian.
Okay, great. Christina, is there anything else that you want to share with us before you jumped off?
No, I mean, I'm just really excited to be here at NFT NYC. Really excited to see all of the speakers, the panels. It's pretty astounding to know that the event itself has gone from 300 people to 5,000, especially during a pandemic. So I'm very curious and excited to see how it all comes together and truly just see what kind of interactions and connections that we make. So really grateful to be here and to meet the team, and also to start to do a little bit more out in the world and kind of show Rarible who we are. So thank you for this time.
I think a lot of people are excited about having you and the Rarible team here. You are a lighthouse to so many marketplaces of how to do things well, how to treat the creators well and the consumers well. And I think it's really important. I also want to recognize that, our event is really OpenSea's event, right? This was co-founded by Jody Rich and Cameron Bale. They have their marketplace.cred. It was co-founded by Alex and Devin at OpenSea. They let me be kind of the fifth wheel guy and co-produce and interview people for the last few years. I don't have a marketplace, but for Rarible to come in and be honored and be brought light to and speaking slots, and for there not to be that competitive nature, but instead a collaborative nature, I think it says a lot about the environment that we are in, because we wouldn't necessarily have Amazon Alexa bring in Samsung Bixby and Google Assistant and Microsoft Cortana and Apple Siri and give them equal energy. It's just a different environment that we're in today, and I think we should recognize that and celebrate it. So thanks for being here with me, Christina. I look forward to seeing you out and about over the next week at NFT NYC.
Yeah, thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Okay, great. Okay, well, here we are. Now I get a chance to get to know you a bit better. I know you're a lawyer. I know you're also the founder, and maybe you could talk a bit about your organization. So why don't you introduce yourself? I'm gonna block my screen for a moment.
Okay, sounds good. So I'm Vandana Texali. I'm an IP lawyer, entertainment lawyer. I'm also an art agent, and I'm the founder of Artcryption. We're launching in a couple of weeks, actually. So we're very excited about that. And Artcryption is really a platform to help creators protect, manage, and sell their intellectual property rights, creative assets. So I think I mentioned before, it's really embedding, legal tools in with it. And so we partnered with two agencies, Bompus and Par, which is a UK agency that does experiential events with food. And they're actually the agency for the Dubai Expo 2020. So we partnered together to release digital canapes, so sort of like food NFTs. And so digital artists are being asked to submit their works to Bompus and Par, and whoever selected gets to be featured on our website. So we're very excited with that. And we've also, in that mix is MA Creative, which is another agency. It's one of the world's largest talent representation agency. They now represent artists, pretty much top tier artists that work with a lot of brands. So we're doing a lot of exciting projects with them. So that's sort of a little bit about me. I'm also an art arbitrator with the International Court of Art at The Hague, and I'm on the blockchain committee at the Standard Council of Canada. So I have a lot of involvement in the art space, on a lot of boards and committees. So I'm coming more from the traditional art space. So just to see this new genre of digital art erupting over the last few years with crypto artists is just so exciting, and I'm just excited to see kind of the merging and the blending of it all. So.
It's amazing. I mean, I think people watching right now or see the archive like, she's my hero. I want to do all those things. I want to have that kind of impact in technology in the world. And so, everybody's, how does she do it? So I guess that's one question. How do you manage and do so many different things with excellence? How do you know what to take on yourself as a quarterback when to throw the ball, and how do you know when to hand off the ball and to encourage the team to kind of do their job and to delegate across the different people that you have access to help support you?
That's such a good question. I'd say that what I'm doing right now with Artcryption is really just a culmination of my whole career, basically. And so it's not doing anything differently than what I'm doing, but instead of using my legal knowledge, it's using now technology and embedding some of that legal knowledge in blockchain and in a platform to help creators in a different and unique way. So, a lot of the issues that, I've been dealing with all my life, now I'm using, the platform to also help my clients, which is, really exciting. So I'm, sort of already doing those things. And when it comes to like working with a team, I'm really lucky. I've got some amazing people working with me, like some really top designers and top marketing people and developers. I think I just got lucky. I think it's all about relationships and then trusting those people that you work with to, let their professional opinion come in. And surprisingly, it's so exciting to see that instead of your brain always kind of, trying to have your sort of point of view. So it's been as lawyers, we're so used to having to do it all. So just, having now a team and working with others is, it's quite exciting.
Let me ask you a final question about the future, one that I asked Christina. I say to you, NFT 2024, and what hopeful projections do you have in your mind that you'd like to see manifest in and through you and your team and your projects, and just in the industry as a whole? What are you driving towards? Where's the puck going? Where should we be skating towards?
Oh my gosh, another great, amazing question. Well, I really see it already happening, and I see it kind of, going and propelling into 2024 is really, we're just going to be seeing a whole new way of transacting online and buying and selling. And it's just shifting the whole way. Like, everyone's already starting, to get involved, and I agree with, we're going to see metaverses, we're going to see more NFTs, but just the whole way we purchase an asset or trade or, investing in a virtual land instead of maybe a real property and seeing exciting things. I see that happening, very quickly. So I'm excited to be in the space. I'm excited to, have this community. I remember coming the last NFT NYC in February 2020, and what a leap from then till now. It's like, it's, so transformative. And I just see that continually happening.
Yes, it is so transformative. I'm so grateful that you jumped in, and that it was nice actually to have you and Kim and Christina connect from it. Obviously, it was a little rough because I'm trying to manage a little bit of chaos, but I think it was a wonderful moment for the three of you, and maybe more importantly for people that can tune in live, and certainly the archive as we share it.
I thought it was fun.
Good,
sorry,
good.
go ahead.
Yeah, it was fun. No, you should speak. You're my guest. I'm here to listen. Is there any final word that you'd like to give us before I have you step away and I bring in our next guest?
Yeah, I want to reiterate what Christina was saying about, the importance of, newcomers and onboarding people. I think that as a community, we have to work together to help those that haven't been in the space as long as we have, to kind of onboard. And I just want to reiterate, it's really easy. It's fun. It's a whole new space that's exciting. So if you're watching and you've never, bought an NFT, or if you've never really gotten involved in a virtual VR experience or any of this, and it all seems foreign, I would just, encourage to, come to NYC, obviously NFT NYC, and other, events. And definitely, it's not that hard. It's quite easy, wouldn't you say?
I would say that you're right about that. That's right. Well, it was wonderful to meet you, and I look forward to seeing you out and about during the next week at NFT NYC, and we're very thankful to have you be a part of it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
I'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, I have Mike Jin joining. Here we go. Hi, Mike.
Hi, yeah. Can you hear me?
Thanks. Yes, I can. Thanks for your patience. I understand you're
No
the
worries. Yeah.
co-founder of the Taker protocol. So looking forward to learning a bit about you. learn a bit about Taker. When I ask a question, like for you to introduce yourself, I oftentimes will block my screen, so you just fill the screen out and have a moment. So why don't you make an introduction, then I'll jump in and I'll ask you about community and technology in the future, kind of in that order. And we'll spend 10 minutes getting to know each other and give you a chance to speak to the NFT NYC community. Thank you so much for being with us. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Thank you,
Great.
Ian. So, okay, yeah, cool. Hello, everyone. This is Mike. I'm the co-founder of Taker Protocol. So what we're doing is we're doing NFT liquidity protocols. As we all know, currently the NFT industry is more focusing on those issues or maybe some gamifies. But the more problem is still in early stage. It's lack of many important infrastructure tools. And personally, I'm thinking liquidity protocol and maybe along with the price appraisal things is quite important. And it's going to be those infrastructures is going to be needed in the near futures. And with the development of the price appraisal systems and the liquidity protocols itself could boost up the development of NFTs. And yeah, and for me, like I'm kind of new to the crypto, but yeah, I've been watching the industry for many long times. And our founder, Charles, he's quite crypto OG and NFT OG as well. Yeah, he joined the industry since 2013. Yeah, he even participated. Yeah. Oh, is it too much for that?
No, you have my attention. I'm listening. You're my guest. As long as you want to talk, okay. I want to listen. But if you want, let me ask you a question. Let's talk a bit about community. Where are you based out of?
Yeah.
Where's home for you?
I mean,
and so I'm not sure if you find community to be different in different environments. Are you still with me? It looks like you got frozen for a moment. Are you still with me, Mike? Maybe the internet went out for a sec. Are you still there? I see a frozen video and I don't hear your voice, but I'm looking forward to it. Can't wait for you to come back so I can stop talking and I can ask more questions. Maybe why don't you put in the chat window for me, Mike, if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me. Otherwise, maybe why don't you bounce out and come back in? Well, while you're frozen and maybe coming back, I actually lost the internet, everybody. So I started this at 10 a.m. And Mike, as soon as you come back in, there you go. You see, stop. Can you hear me though? Okay, stop this. Stop sharing your video and your mic. Let's see if it comes back for us. All right, Mike. Yes. There we go. We're back. But I don't. Oh, you're on mute. There you go. Okay.
Is it better?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
All better. Yes, we're
okay.
better now.
Great. Yeah. Sorry, what do you ask? I just lost what you say.
So I was gonna ask about community, and I was hoping you give us a little background. Where do you live? Where are you from? And because I like to get some ideas about communities that are physical and then of course digital. So where's home for you?
I'm from Zhejiang, China. It's next to Shanghai. Yep. So I say like the communities in the physical world, it's going to be quite, people are open-minded. They are willing to accept and learn more stuff about the NFTs and cryptos. Even though we have some kind of policy restrictions, but it's more to those FTs. But for the NFTs, it's still quite open. And actually, like personally, I think more people, even those people who are not more crypto native guys, or the people who have just working in the traditional industry, they're starting to talking about NFTs in their world. And some leading companies like the Cent, Alice, they all issuing their NFTs, but now it's just called the digital artworks. So it's kind of, I think, quite bump up in China as well. Yeah.
And so how about technology? For you, what parts of technology are most exciting today? That not the things that will be built, but the things that are built right now for products and platforms. What are you leaning into? And again, I'm going to block my screen so you can just have a moment to talk to everybody. Why don't you talk a bit about the tech?
Yeah, okay. I'm not a technical guy, but so I just share some my basic opinions about what I think about the current tactic. So I think especially for the NFT, it's gonna be a great concept, a great technique. It is identical and it cannot be forged as far as you can test the authentic for that. So it can be wide applicated in lots of places. First of all, it can be used as those ticket for any conference, event, parties, and if you can, it can be tied up with some asset off chains or even on chain asset as can be unique for yourself, and also it can tied up with those financial assets. I think that's its most important part, and I think it's already achieved by a few protocols. So yeah, and once those things tied with your financial asset, it's gonna be, yes, it has the some property for the fungible tokens. It's easy to be priced, but still it has some unique things. You can tie with this, like the what is the future of this note for your finance asset, or maybe what is those options you be holding, but can transfer to the NFTs.
So as a liquidity protocol, you're taking really valuable NFTs and you're basically creating liquidity against these NFTs. And so is this only one of one NFTs that you have interest in doing so? Is it just the one of ones? Or let's say there's a famous art piece, like one of the Beeples, right? So Beeple had number 1, 2, 3, all the way through 100. Could anybody take Beeple's NFT number 77 and use your protocol to create some liquidity around that? Or is it just a specific type of NFT that people are using it for?
Sorry, I just kind of lost. You said what kind of asset we support, right? Is it all kind of asset people holding can get the liquidity from our protocol, right?
That's exactly right.
Actually, I think that's an important part. I forgot. Yeah, so actually, I think that's an important part. I forgot to mention or first is the protocol. Peer-to-peer solutions. It's gonna be simple, so people is lending against each other. So it's all depend on the personal willingness. So no matter what kind of asset you're holding, as long as there's some person is willing to lend against you, you can get the liquidity from that person. Another interesting design is we have a pool-based solutions, which is a DAO-based solutions. So in this design, in these solutions, it's gonna have a whitelist. So not all kind of NFT will be supported. Only those NFTs in the whitelist will be supported by the DAOs. And because it's more like a pool-based solutions, so the borrowers holding those NFTs can get an instant loan from the DAO. Yeah, I think this could make more sense for the borrowers, especially in the crypto world. Time is gonna be important.
So how about if we talk about the future for a moment? So if I say to you NFT 2024, and you think, okay, 2 or 3 years from now, what would you like to see develop in the NFT market in the next 2 or 3 years?
I would say I think it's going to be a very great future. As I said before, the NFT is still in an extremely early stage right now. So I probably say that the future is, well, as you said, NFT 2024. I would say, first of all, I think the structure of the NFT asset will be changed. Currently, we have more of those artworks, collections, or like near half of the those GameFi or Metaverse assets. I'll probably say that in the future, there'll be more Metaverse, and especially I think that the more things going to be introduced to the NFT world is going to be those financial assets. Because there are lots of financial properties in the crypto world, and the crypto people, they are more like those financial things. But also, as I said, those custom NFTs, it has its unforgeable and identical things. So it can be widely applied in the financial, in the real world as well. I've heard some of the companies, they're already trying to do those financial NFTs backup for their loans and other things, and in the traditional world. And those amount of money, once the amount of asset and liquidity, once it's being introduced to the crypto world by the NFT method, so it's going to be have more connection to merge the two world, the physical world and the crypto world. So I say back to that, when we go to the 2024, I see there'll be more type kind of NFT asset, and volume speaking, I will be there, and still more GameFi asset will be holding up, because I think play to earn is definitely a great concept. And with the development of Metaverse, more people will join the NFT, the crypto world. I think that's another very important trend. Yeah. Also, some of current platforms which holding, which give the artist those capability and freedom to do their creatures will still be going there, because it allow those people to do their works and get support from their fans more easily. Yeah.
Well, as we wrap up our conversation, let me ask, do you have any final words for the NFT NYC community? Is there anything that you want to communicate to all of us before we wrap up this conversation and see each other at the event? Not 100% sure I'm coming through. Can you hear me? I just like to get a final word from you, kind of your final thoughts on our conversation. But I think maybe you're having internet troubles. Is that correct? I can hear you though. Well, maybe I'll wrap up for Mike. It's, I believe, Taker. Are you still there, Mike? Well, Mike, why don't I just wrap up for you? If you want to find out more, yeah, okay. I hear your voice. So go ahead. Why don't you give us a final word before we wrap up? Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, I'm here. I can hear you. Well, I think your internet's not coming through very clear. So I'm gonna have you.
Hello, can you hear me?
I'm gonna have you bounce out, and I'm actually gonna bring in the next guest. So I look forward to seeing you at NFT NYC. And if anyone wants to find out more about your organization, they can go to taker.org. Mike, I look forward to seeing you at our event. Thanks for joining me. Okay, I'm bringing in the next guest. Hi there.
Ian, how are you, my friend?
I'm good. I've done I think you're interview number 39 today. 39 in a row.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Because I have no energy and I don't ever try extreme things.
We'll make it easy then. Are you in New York?
Yeah. I'm here at the Westin. I've got my back against the wall on the 44th floor. There is Times Square. And you can take it away. I don't really want to talk. I want to learn. My ears still work, but I don't really have anything to say at this point. So why don't you tell us about Infinite World? Tell us a bit about yourself. When you speak, I go on mute and I block my video so you can take the screen and have your moment. And then I'll come back in and pepper you with a couple questions, and we'll take 10 or so minutes and get to know you and a bit about Infinite World. Why don't you take it away?
Sounds good. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Jonathan Lapchik. I'm the CEO of Infinite World. We provide infrastructure for brands that want to get into the NFT / virtual / metaverse. And we do so by creating first a white label solution that allows any brand to sell NFTs in the same way they sell assets on their e-commerce. And then by producing tools that will give life to these NFTs through different utility tools, going from chat apps to ways of distributing and creating NFTs. We come from the Deloitte's blockchain lab in New York. We joined there in 2014, and we've been building solutions for that lab for 4 years until we decided to leave and join one of our clients. The client was Suku. We were helping them design a supply chain solution. And so we did like the spin-off from Deloitte to join Suku. Suku started as a traceability solution provider to provide transparency for brands. And those same brands started asking us for authenticity solutions. And that's where we started building this authenticity tool and we didn't even know, but we were dealing with NFTs already a couple of years ago. And then we went deep into NFTs once we realized that those brands didn't want to stop just on authenticity. They want to continue pushing the limits and creating new incentive mechanisms and new experiences for their customers. And when I say brands, it might be a fashion brand, it might be an auto brand, where they want to create new segments for their consumers to get them closer and build communities around them, and basically replicate everything that happens in the physical world into the digital world. So we are here building that infrastructure for them.
And so what's the perspective of these large clients in terms of building community? Because so many of them have been established for a long time. They built community in different paradigms, Web 2 paradigm, Web 1 paradigm, just the physical world paradigm. So how are you educating them, or how are they educating you? Because it's everybody's learning from one another. So talk to me a bit about the conversations around switching the mentality to decentralized communities and doing so on purpose.
That's a great question. And I think it's one of the biggest challenges, and also the biggest opportunity, because they understand that there's some community building involved. They really don't understand how important is that until we go through the process of building the NFT, putting together the white label for them, and then start thinking of the strategy of releasing NFTs. And it's really a different mentality, right? I mean, building communities where you create the right incentive models is really unique to Web3. And in Web2, I mean, you're selling assets, right? And now they're gonna wear the assets. They like them on how they taste and how it fits. But there's now a third component, which is the experience that you have, or the access that you get, or the membership, and really the opportunities are endless. And they need to make that switch, right? It's a different audience. They have different needs. There's an incredible, like, huge learning curve, not only for the brand, but also for the audience and their clients, to understand that what's behind the technology is not that important. What's important is, what is the value that I'm getting when I buy this, or when I get access to this? So really trying to separate the technology and make it as easy as we can for them to buy, hold, transfer, and get the experience is the most important thing that comes with education.
In the education process, it's beyond community development. It's also the platform, the product, the technology, and you have what's in place, they have what's in place, and then everybody's trying to kind of bring these ideas together. But you also can't go too detailed with the wrong people, and you can't go too light with other folks. And so how do you measure where to go in the conversation when it comes to the specifics on tech, and how do you kind of pace yourself in that and know the audience you're speaking to? Maybe you could come from a couple of directions and just talk about tech as the CEO of Infinite World.
Yeah, and I think it depends on the client, right? We are talking with a lot of Fortune 500s and big brands that would have, obviously, a marketing team, an innovation team. Many of them already have a blockchain team, and they'd be looking into NFTs for a while. So it really depends on which companies. What I think the common pattern is that even if they weren't on the blockchain space, or they don't have a dedicated team, a couple of weeks in, they already have someone that it's going to help them, and it's going to advise them, and it's going to spend a lot of time going through it. So us coming from the blockchain space a few years ago, when it was Bitcoin 2.0 in 2014, it wasn't blockchain. And then trying to change the mind of these Fortune 500s that were coming to the office to understand how they can use blockchain to improve their operations or reduce costs and improve and increase sales. It was a huge lead time, right? From the idea of blockchain can help you with this to, okay, let's get something done. Right now, it's something that you can touch, right? It's an experience. NFTs really changed, not only changed the paradigm on ownership and authenticity, but really change the fact that it's easy to understand, it's easy to see, and you can touch, and you want to act on it. And the blockchain, it was more complex to be able to set up something that in 6 to 12 months, someone would appreciate and value and track and measure. I think that's the biggest thing, which it gives you a way to act now, and they're acting now.
So how about when it comes to the future? Because you have to cast vision as an executive, right? You got to cast vision to build a team, to get the clients, to get all the different pieces coming together. It ultimately results in you being able to say, hey, here's where we're going. Here's the hope. Here's what we're projecting towards. So if I say to you NFT 2024, and you think, okay, 2-3 years out, where are you hoping things land over the course of the next 2 or 3 years?
I think, first of all, NFTs are not going to be something we talk about. They're just going to be assets, like as anything that we buy today in the physical world. So it's not going to be about NFTs. We're talking about NFTs because, I mean, we had NFTs for a while. Now we're talking because we found a way to actually change ownership, identify authenticity immediately. But this is the first step. We see it as a foundation. We always joke about this concept of us putting together a building, right? So when we go and demo the solutions, they're going to see, okay, what's the art of the possible, right? And they get the showroom. And then we need to put the building together, right? The building is a foundation for you to be able to replicate what you have in the physical world into the digital world. For us right now is assets. And those assets represent those physical assets, or might just be purely digital. And that's the NFT, that's the foundation. You need to be able to create those assets and then distribute them. And that's going to be the start. I think we're going to be on that phase for a couple of years. But really where we're going is a place where those assets do something. They have real utility. They are integrated with games. They are integrated with new experiences in the metaverse. And that's, I think that's going to take a couple of years. So the vision to me is we stop talking about NFTs. We really focus the effort and the attention to give those NFTs value and life through everything that we are building collectively in the metaverse.
That's great vision. You know, we have 5,000 people that bought tickets. There's 150 events besides ours that we put on our website. We aren't even involved with them. We're decentralizing our event.
Incredible.
Only in Web3 would we do something of this nature, right? You know, 600 speakers. I think our waiting list for speakers was well over 1,000 people we had to say no to, which is of course unfortunate. So we have big vision for next year regarding that. Even sponsors, I think we turned away more sponsors than we said yes to, which whoever would do a thing like that? Well, the event that doesn't have enough space. We keep adding days and adding buildings, but we do have one moment where we're bringing everyone together. And that's Tuesday morning on November 2nd at 8:30 a.m. We're going to bring everybody together in Times Square, bring them onto the red steps. We're going to give 1,000 hats with an NFT chip inside them as a gift to the first 1,000 people. We're going to have a picture taken with all of us, and then we rented the Times Square billboards so we can put NFTs up on the screens for an hour and just all celebrate together. When you think about having everybody's attention in that moment, and if you could speak to them as an executive at Infinite World, and if you could speak to them separately, maybe one side is Infinite World's message and the other side is your message, just from peer to peer. What might you want to say to the community if you had their attention for that moment?
I would say, let's get together. There's one huge difference between what we've seen a few years ago and what we see now. It's the amount of collaborations. NFTs brought us, maybe it's cheesy, but I think it brought us happiness, and it's a different component. Everyone has incredible energy. Anyone is trying to collaborate and help each other. And I think we need to take advantage of that and the momentum to be able to build together. This is not about one company killing it. This is about all of us being able to interact, create interoperable solutions, and really working together, because we have that momentum. The community is receptive to that concept. And if we are all together, I think that's a message. Let's keep working together through this. Let's really produce the decentralized world that we all want to live in, not against Web2 or centralized companies that want to get into the space, but really because we see the value of us collaborating and us being decentralized. So it's now the moment, and let's do it together.
What a great message. Now is the time. Let's get together. Let's do it together. Let's collaborate. I'm all about it. I want to get together. I want to do it with you too, and all the rest.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. So how about a final word? Maybe about your company specifically, anything that you want to share with us before we wrap up our conversation and we get the enjoyment of being together here at the event next week. Anything else you want to leave us with?
Yeah, I think what we've seen in the last 6 months is that a lot of companies and individuals try to rush into say, hey, we're doing NFTs, we're doing display in the virtual world, in the metaverse. But really what was lacking was a long-term strategy, right? How do we think about a long-term strategy from a virtual perspective and setting the right foundations to go there? So that's really have been our focus, to give the tools in infrastructure to these companies to create something long-term, not for today, not to hit a home run, but really to create something that will totally disrupt the way they interact and they work with the communities.
I'm with you. Well, Jonathan, thank you for jumping in and being a part of this extraordinary effort of giving lots and lots and lots of your peers and, of course, yourself a chance to break through the noise and say hello to everybody and introduce yourself. So I appreciate it, and I look forward to seeing you in the next few days here at NFT NYC.
Thank you, Ian. See you next week.
Okay, I'll see you next week.
Cheers. Bye.
All right. Well, that would have been it. And that would have been a good one to end on. I was digging that. That was nice. But now I'm waiting for Kim. Kim popped in the same time as Christina, the same time as, I'm gonna call her V, because I don't want to say her name wrong one more time. So in any moment, Kim will be here. And when she gets here, we'll jump in and dive into a conversation about what she does as the head of global brands. And by the way, for those that live stream, if you have to cough, let me just encourage you. There's a mute button. It's always nice to press that bad boy, if you can remember. Yeah, I'm like out of words. I used up all the words that I have. I don't have much else to say, but if you're watching live, stick with me. I promise you, Kim's coming back. She just said she'd be here at 7:45, and I trust that is going to be the case. And as maybe I'll just take a few moments to kind of wrap up what we have accomplished during this time. I went live at 10 a.m. with David Pacman at CoinFund, formerly at Venrock for over a decade, one of the very first venture capitalists to really empower some of the Web3 companies that set the standards for this ecosystem and environment. And we've run all the way through the course to interview number 40. Here we are. I'm bringing in Kim, and this is the finale, everybody. So I'll do my best to make it great. Hi, Kim.
Hello again. Hi.
Well, I'm glad that you came back for the final conversation. You are the capstone. You are the keynote. You are the end of it all. You are number 40 of 40. Congratulations.
I know the pressure is so intense.
You should feel, I expect excellence.
I know. Well, it's late, so
I don't
I'm
care.
running
We
out of
laugh.
excellence.
Wait, we just won. Like, that is good enough. We've just chuckled together and enjoyed a human connection. That is the ultimate win. So
That's right.
why don't you introduce yourself and a bit about what you do as the head of global marketing at your layer one blockchain, and then I'll pepper you with a couple questions and we'll have some fun for a moment. So please go ahead and let us know a bit about your background and what you're currently up to.
Sure. Yeah, happy to. So my name is Kim Fournier. I'm head of global brand marketing for Conflux Network. We are a proof of work layer one blockchain. We are based in Shanghai, China, and in Toronto, Canada. So we are a global blockchain. our technology is very similar to Ethereum. We're EVM compatible, Solidity. The main difference is our consensus mechanism. It's called a tree graph. And so it processes blocks in parallel, which basically wastes no blocks in mining. And it also speeds up sort of the throughput, and it allows for scalability. So that's kind of the unique thing about Conflux. This was developed in a research lab in Shanghai. Our founder, Dr. Fan Long, he's amazing. He had the vision, I think, for Conflux and the strategy that I think he played it right. So we are basically the last blockchain standing in China at the moment, which is a good and a bad position to be in, because we did not do a public ICO, which was very strategic on Fan's part. We are the only regulatory compliant chain in China. So this gives us the opportunity to work with the Chinese government, with our enterprise chain and our public chain to a certain extent, to build out the key infrastructure. China outspends most other countries in blockchain research and development. And we've received funding from government of Shanghai, gave us $5 million and a beautiful research center. We just opened a branch of that research center in the Shanghai Free Trade Zone. We're exploring a lot of, I think, very, very innovative things with the Chinese government. The flip side of that is that crypto has been outlawed in China. So that's a challenge. Everything except NFTs, interestingly enough, which is why our whole global team will be at NFT NYC next week. So in China, you can purchase an NFT with fiat, like a credit card or something, but at the moment you cannot resell it. And so all the bans in China around mining and cryptocurrency are really to avoid speculation and people losing money. That is the government's motive, but at the same time, the government has its eye on global trade. And so Shanghai Free Trade Zone is one of the only free trade zones in China. It is the only free trade zone in China that has been given special permission by the Chinese government to explore an offshore RMB stablecoin. So they do have the digital yuan, but it is different. That is run through the People's Bank of China. So it's a centralized currency, essentially. It's not a cryptocurrency. So you can pay in China, with the yuan at McDonald's, at Starbucks, places like that. What we're doing is offshore RMB with approval from the Chinese government. And the goal is to turn Shanghai into sort of a world-class global trade zone. And so that is sort of where our messaging came from. So my role at Conflux was primarily to help craft the messaging, the positioning for the Western audience, because taking a blockchain from China and trying to sort of translate that to the West in terms of how you grow community or how you do marketing or even branding, or, it's very, very different. The landscape in China is very, very different. We have a team in China that's excellent at what they do. And then we have our global team. And we do the rest of the world, basically. So yes, we're here to drive awareness for Conflux outside of China, relaying the benefits of what we're doing in China, the innovation, fiat to NFT payments. There's a lot of things that we're building with the government there that will eventually make their way to the public chain. The public chain outside of China, our goal is really emerging markets at the moment. That's what we're focusing on. Part of the reason we're going to NFT NYC is to launch a gallery and a grants program for emerging artists to help fund innovation in art. We're focusing right now in Latin America and Nigeria, but it's open to anyone. And I think interoperability is also something that's a big focus for us, having bridges with other chains. DeFi is banned in China, so all of the DeFi projects now fall on the global team. So it's an interesting and nuanced project, I will say that.
it's definitely unique. There's not other people that are in the same position, obviously, as you've mentioned. It comes obviously with some very, very strange challenges. The challenges that you face as the head of global marketing are different than the challenges that the legal team are facing and the executive, operations administrative team are facing, and certainly the challenges that the tech team are facing. When it comes to how you navigate these challenges with those that are on your team, and if you have, contractors, and as you're navigating these different elements, what do you keep focus on? Like, but we have this going for us. Let's stay optimistic. This is all the great things happening. And then what are the hurdles that you have to manage expectations and say, hey, everybody, time out. Remember, we have these hurdles and we can't really go that direction. But as the head of global marketing, how do you keep focus on the optimism of where you have some win in your sales and just the reality of some of the challenges that you have to mitigate risk because of it?
Yeah, definitely. That's a great question. Our challenges are, I think, mostly in the United States, where we're up against a lot of other layer ones that don't sort of have the complicated, China government relationship. I think the key on our team and with our community outside China is the truth, getting the truth out. Fan, our founder, is very open, very honest, explains the Chinese landscape to us. We talk to him frequently. He's in China now, but he actually is a professor at the University of Toronto, so he'll be returning to Canada in the middle of November. And he keeps us updated, and he tells us the truth about what's going on in China, what they're working on, what he's trying to push through. He has a lot of sway with the Chinese government, and he knows how to get things done. And so taking that information and trying to relay that to the community, I think, has been the biggest win we've seen outside of China, because there's so much misinformation. People don't understand the difference between offshore RMB, onshore RMB, a decentralized stablecoin versus one that's centralized through a bank, central bank digital currency. And there's a lot of misinformation just about our chain. We get all the questions in social channels, are you a communist chain? And, all of those sorts of questions. And, no, we're a public, layer one blockchain. We're Ethereum compatible. We can be used as a layer 2. We're proof of work. We have a POS layer that we're integrating for extra security. There's just a lot of innovation on our chain. We're not yet even a year out from our mainnet launch, so we are very young in the space. And so a lot of people don't know who we are. And so it's the education, I think, but there's also, and I see it in our social channels and I see it in the questions reporters ask, there's a lot of FUD. There's a lot of the, but China banned crypto. That means that, you'll never succeed as a project. And, no, it just means that our token can't be sold legally in China like every other token, but outside China, it's a different story. So there's a lot of education that we've been trying to do over the past year. We've gone through a rebranding, new website, new messaging, new positioning, a lot of partnerships, working with Chainlink, working with DeFi projects. It's been an amazing learning experience for me, I think, coming from an Ethereum project originally and then going to the, a China-based project that's trying to break out globally with a very specific agenda of, supporting global economy and cross-border payments and cross-protocol payments. And I think, it's been an amazing learning experience. I've learned more about China, I think, in the last 3 months, specifically, because of the offshore RMB. I think when that news came out, it caused quite a stir with the community, because we had a lot of people saying, you're lying, it's outlawed in China, they would never support this. And it's sort of like, but they are supporting this. So, we have a lot of those kind of hurdles to get past, but our community has been so supportive, and we have grown like 10 times in the last, 2 months, I think. And we have, Italian communities popping up, French communities popping up. So it's been really, really nice to see.
Well, it's really good that at least you're there. It sounds like a lot of it has to do with your executive team
your founder the ability to work, well within the regulations. And there's a lot of minds that you must have to navigate around in all aspects. Let me ask about the future for a bit, because one of the best ways to keep people's eye focused on doing great work today is to give them a vision for the hope of where we're going in the near future. So if you were to cast a vision of, like, let's say NFT 2024, and you say, okay, 2 or 3 years from now, this is where we think the puck is going, and that's why we're skating in that direction. Where do you think the industry is leading? And specifically for your blockchain, what do you anticipate happening over the course of the next couple of years?
Yeah, I think I agree with what the earlier comment from Rarible, which was about corporate NFTs. We are seeing that in China right now because NFTs are not illegal in China, so they can be purchased. Just at the moment, they cannot be resold. So we just launched, actually, we did a collaboration with McDonald's in China, and we're going to be giving away a McDonald's NFT at NFT NYC, one of 188 in the world. So yeah, somebody's going to get very lucky if they win that. But it's a Rubik's Cube of the McDonald's building, so it's a very, very cool NFT. And we are in talks with a lot of other leading fashion brands, luxury sports cars, things like that, in China, who, because we're the last chain standing, want to launch corporate NFTs on Conflux. And I think our founder's vision, beyond turning Shanghai into a global trade port and really focusing on helping emerging markets get a leg up in the crypto economy, I think the NFT space for us is going to look probably more towards the secondary market. I think offering a secondary market to China where they can legally resell NFTs, or even list their NFTs for sale, and having some kind of integration with like an OpenSea or something like that. I think so, being able to sort of close the gap a little bit between East and West, while NFTs are the only legal thing that can be acquired in China, it's really a golden opportunity for us. So I think 2024, I would imagine we would have a very active primary market, a very, very active secondary market. We would have global currency, the offshore RMB as our stable coin, and RMB CFX pair on exchanges. All of this is kind of what we're talking about now, actually. So, and it will probably take a while to get there, although we are testing the offshore RMB right now. But NFTs for us is a huge area of focus, because I think that is, especially in emerging markets, I think empowering emerging markets and artists in emerging markets is what we're about, and giving them the opportunity to sell their art and showcase their art. I think my first exposure to NFTs was when I was working at Status Incubate, and Super Rare was one of the projects that we worked with on our incubator. And it's not that long ago. And I remember, doing talks with them, and we were sit around and say, like, how do we explain to people what an NFT is? Like, no one's going to understand it. And this is probably like 2018. So it's just amazing the growth that has happened in that short period of time. And then looking at Super Rare now, it's mind blowing. They're an amazing bunch, and congrats to them. They've done an amazing job. But yeah, there's so much more room in this space to grow. And I think especially globally, I think that there is a need for a global NFT market. And that's, I think, hopefully a role that we can slide into.
Well, I'm inspired. Thanks. Thanks for coming in.
Sure.
Any final word for the community before you jump out?
No, just, we'll be there next week. We have a booth. We're platinum sponsors. So stop by our booth, enter to win McDonald's NFT, learn about Conflux. We'll be giving a 2-hour dev workshop on our tech, and a little bit of history about our chain. And yeah, just stop by and say hi and meet our global team.
I look forward to it. And I look forward to spending time with you here at NFT NYC. And I'm very thankful that your team's come to be a part of this with us. And so I'll see you very soon.
We're thrilled. Thank you, Ian. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yes, absolutely.
Take care.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Okay. There's one more person that came in. I remember now that I told them they couldn't make it, so I said, come at 8. So here we are with Evan. Hi, Evan.
Ian, hello there. How are you?
I couldn't be better.
I am so thrilled to hear that. What a wonderful day in the metaverse.
What a wonderful day in the metaverse together. Yay. So thanks for readjusting the schedule so you could be here. I actually forgot to put it in the calendar. So I forgot to say the calendar invite, and I'm like, okay, this is the last one. I'm like, oh, good. Evan did come. Yay. We get to find out about you and the project you're working on. Thank you for being a part of NFT NYC. We're grateful for that. Would you like to introduce yourself and tell me a bit about your background and what you're working on? Usually when people are talking, I block my screen so you can fill the screen and have the moment to be heard and to be seen. And I think that's what people would like anyway. So please introduce yourself, and I'll be back in just a moment to ask some questions.
So wonderful to be here. Thank you so much for having me, and I really appreciate being part of the wider NFT NYC family. My name is Evan McMullen, and I am co-founder of a project called Certo, and we work to make data more independent, self-sovereign, verifiable, and private. And so we like to enjoy data that is just as trustless as data that we find on the blockchain, but is private and flexible, mutable, so it can evolve just as we do, just as people do, just as the world does around us. And so we intersect with the NFT space anywhere where NFTs want to carry data about themselves, whether it's their authorship, their context, where they were first presented, how they were created, how they've been displayed, and more. So very excited to be part of the ongoing metaverse development, where we're using new Web3 primitives like NFTs and verifiable credentials, decentralized identifiers, and more to create a decentralized metaverse that we can all enjoy, full of new experiences.
Well, that's very exciting. So for those that would hear you live or be able to see the archive of this, they may have questions about community development. So maybe you could talk a bit about what your specific role is as the co-founder, and then your perspective on developing decentralized communities and how you keep focus on that, and in regards to not the focus on tech and the dev and the product side, but the people side of things. So give us a little insight in terms of what your specific role is as the co-founder and your take on community development.
Absolutely. So on the Certo team, we are very fortunate in that we think very deeply about the human experience of Web3, what it means to enable new privileges or capabilities for people like you and me. And so in my role, I help our team and the enterprise products and tools that we have unlock new capabilities for enterprises and for the ecosystems of partners that they work with. We also help anybody, any individual enterprise group or other, find more information about the decentralized assets and data that they find in the world of Web3. So our team is really focused on discoverability, how we can find each other and trust the information that we find in this decentralized metaverse in a way that doesn't rely on centralized authorities. And when it comes to curating and nurturing vibrant communities in Web3, I think it's valuable for us to remember that blockchains provide yet another public identifier. They are not a new identity. They are not a new plane of existence that is wholly unrelated to the one that we occupy. We are simply adding another facet to the diamond that is many-sided manner of human interaction. And so the tools that we build using Web3, blockchains, NFTs, and more, those tools are simply enabling the desires and impulses and intentions that human beings feel outside of the context of the technology that they're using. So enabling better lower effort, higher value forms of building trust with one another, enabling us to discover one another, to interact, and to solve complex coordination problems, requires us as stewards of this community to build tools that are not only accessible in the current experience of our users, but also enable them to remove friction from their experiences or solve real problems. And so in the context of community, when we think about NFTs, it is valuable for us to remember that we are trying to facilitate human interactions by generating these assets and using Web3 in general. So the more we can envision and build deliberate journeys that are token permissioned adventures, I think that the more tangible and valuable we can make these kinds of Web3 experiences for those who are just foraying into this space.
So when it comes to the human side of things and talking about the need for community and to do things differently in this new ecosystem that's being developed, part of it is talking about the future and not just talking about the now, but here's where we're going. So when you frame where are you going in the context of a couple of years, if I say NFT 2024, what comes to mind? What positive things come to mind over the next 2 or 3 years that you and your team are building towards, and also that you're just excited about in general in the metaverse?
I am so inspired by our collective movement, specifically the effort on my team to allow the subject of data to be its own transport layer. So what does that mean? To allow each one of us individually to collect the data about ourselves around ourselves in a way that we can control, as opposed to having that data live in Facebook and Instagram, in WhatsApp, in Google, fractured across these separate environments that can't talk to each other and that are not under our agency, consent, and control. So I'm very excited about the possibility of having more sovereignty over our information, which means that we can build reputations in one space and then leverage those reputations in other spaces. And so this concept of decentralized reputation unlocks so much potential in the world of DAOs, in the world of business to business switching costs, in the world of collaboration. And to that end, right now, the only identifiers we have about one another in Web3 are our public addresses, our wallet addresses, our blockchain addresses. And that means that the only information we can identify about one another is what's in our wallet and our past financial transaction history. That means the only signal we have is financial. The only kinds of coordination problems we can solve using that tool that set of tools are treasury allocations. So that means we can only build plutocratic governance. So I'm very excited about the idea of a richer data environment so that we can solve more complex coordination problems than wealth allocation, and we can build even stronger decentralized communities that solve these complex problems together.
I love that. How about a final word in our conversation? And what would you want to say to everybody, right? This is not people coming to check out NFTs. Nobody's going to be here that's checking things out, right? This is 5,000 people fighting for tickets. I get text messages all day long. Everybody still wants to be a sponsor. We have no space. We kept creating sponsorships. We keep running out. We have no more buildings, no more stages, no more speaking slots. And it's because the builders realize this is where everyone's going to be at. This is where the strategic partnerships we built. This is where the investments we made. This is where people will be hired and where people will find themselves on the right team. This is a place of tremendous productivity and decentralized productivity. And that not only does NFT NYC have this incredible responsibility of, facilitating and stewarding this, but in addition to that, there's 150 more events that are coming in addition to ours that we're promoting on our events page. If you could have the attention of all of us, what would be a final word that you'd want to give us before we wrap up our chat?
I am so excited for our global NFT community to come together and set forth technical standards that we can all abide by and to explore what is possible when we decentralize the whole stack. And we don't just create centralized apps that sling decentralized assets inside of them. Because when we think about today's Facebook rebranding into Meta, I would ask all of those of us in the NFT verse, do we hope to choose the bounds of possibility for the NFTs that we create? Or are we hoping to receive those boundaries from the Facebook, now Metas, the Amazons, Apples, and Googles of the world? And I think our community is at a decision-making point where those incumbent leaders of Web 2 are starting to make moves in the metaverse to define what this world will be to them. And it is up to us to push those boundaries beyond what they are defining, what they're thinking, so that we can unlock the true capabilities of decentralization.
I'm inspired. I love it. Thank you for being here. Thanks for being a part
Thank you.
of this fun live stream. I love your nails, by the way. You just brought them up.
Thank you so much. They're
in
little
all their glory.
asymmetrical.
I'm all about it. I don't get to do that. Maybe I could do that, but I would probably choose.
I wish I could show you my fresh ERC 721 tattoo on the back of my neck.
You have my attention.
Oh yeah. Oh, have you heard about InkDAO?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, phenomenal. Okay. Yes. I was the first one in the chair.
Okay. Okay. Well, congratulations. You're a forerunner. Really.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited and grateful to the NFT NYC community for bringing us all together. So many of us are going to be in town, and we're actually going to be onboarding some tattoo artists to Web3. When we got our tattoos done, we red pilled everybody, and we're tipping them in crypto, and are excited. In fact, I think we're going to incorporate Web3 tattoos into some of the events as well. So if we want to ask the world to commit to immutability, I think we should be ready to do the same.
I remained tattooless for 40 years. Maybe this is the week that a tattoo artist gets a hold of this raw skin, and maybe it's an ERC 721 token that gets on my body. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well,
Nothing's out
don't
of the
forget,
question.
if you're going to do that, don't forget to use the EIP font. Super critical. Super critical.
It's a good thing.
I have no other. Yeah, I have no other tattoos, and I think this is really the only one. But I love technical standards for crypto primitives so much, and ERC 721 is so historically meaningful to me that I was like, well, even if everybody else thinks this is really silly, I'm gonna love this one of one.
Well, I love it too, and I'm glad that you talked about it.
Thanks, dude.
Okay, awesome. I'll see you soon here at the event.
All right, looking forward to it. I will catch you then. Have a great evening.
Okay, I will. You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Somebody else in the waiting room, everybody. So if you're still there, so am I. Let's bring him in. I must have invited him at some point. Hi there. Welcome to the party.
Thanks, dude.
I can see you, but I can't hear you. You're on mute. But I'm glad you're with me. Can you hear me? I cannot hear you.
Hey, Ian.
There we go. There we go.
Hey, how you doing? Long day?
No, nothing. It's like any normal day. Just 40 interviews back to back since 10 a.m.
I started watching you this morning and there was light in the back. Now I see it's dark.
It is dark. I have lights in the front now. I know we had a meeting scheduled earlier and then we rescheduled it, and it's been so busy I actually forgot, but I'm glad that you're here. I like your background. Why don't you there you go. It's very nice. Very, very nice. Are you here in the
San
city?
Francisco in the background.
Yeah, are you in the city right now? Is that where you're from?
So I actually had to reschedule from this morning because I was flying to New York from San Francisco. So that was the reason why we had to reschedule, unfortunately.
Yes. Well, I'm glad that you're here. My family's lived in New York for 10 generations. Mm-hmm. My ancestor founded the Presidio in San Francisco. I said New York. I meant San Francisco. My founder founded the Presidio and the city of San Jose. So like all of my family stories for the last 250 years are all about that city, and it's fun. It's fun to see a photo of it. I'm digging
fantastic.
it. Well, yes, it's fun. Well, I'm glad that you're here. What I usually do is we spend 5 or 10 minutes, kind of give you a chance to talk to the NFT NYC community. There's maybe a small audience watching, but ultimately it's the archive that we promote on social media afterwards. So I usually kind of block my screen and give you a moment, introduce yourself. I'll come back in and ask you some questions about community and tech and the future. But why don't you introduce yourself and tell us about the project that you're working on?
Absolutely. I was following the previous speaker. I don't know if I'm going to be as interested as she was, but I'll try my best. I'm Francesco, Italian origins, and I work in product for Unchained, in the intersection between like the business side of things and the engineering side of things. Unchained.ai was founded in 2018 by Victor and Ben. Back then it was like there was a lot of hype with a lot of ICOs happening, right? A lot of like great innovations, that were arriving in the space. At the same time, though, as we all know, right, a lot of scams as well. And as a technology lover, right, and a lover of the blockchain, and Victor and Ben being that as well, right, they started a company with this mission, right, to really secure the space, making sure that these innovation, this technology was legitimized, was secure, and cases like multi-million-dollar hacks would not happen in the space. So this is how it really Unchained started, right? We now 3 years in, we recently raised our Series A, and we provide a set of products and services to legitimize the crypto space, right? So we span from smart contract security audits to actually preventive solution and post-incident solutions. So we have a set of APIs to actually screen any incoming or outgoing transactions out of like one company's network, right? And we also have like an investigative platform for when cases like big hacks, unfortunately, still happen sometimes. There's been a lot of innovation in the past year, right? In the past 2 years, like from DeFi and NFT really booming, we adapted as well, right? We brought our capabilities into the DeFi and NFT space as well. Because like this whole booming of the NFT market brings so much innovation. It's amazing seeing artists from Ethiopia being able to sell on a global scale, but at the same time, that attracts a lot of scammers, a lot of hackers, and we don't want that to happen, right? So we actually expanded our capabilities into the NFT space as well, where we offer best practices, smart contract auditing, and we offer basically all the tools that whoever launches an NFT marketplace or anything NFT related is covered and is legitimized and is secure when they launch, right? So this is kind of like high level overview, Ian. Let me stop here.
Well, you don't need to stop. I mean, I'm here to listen. You're here to speak. But I felt like it was a good time to jump in and ask a question. So when you think through community and you think through technology, how do you manage those two areas? Because they're very, very different, right? The community just wants to talk about decentralization and how they can work together and consensus and governance and their ability to kind of be part of it. And technology doesn't really care about those things. It's just about facilitating those things able to happen and facilitating the progress. And of course, you have a bit of a different bent on that. So give me some insight on community and technology for a moment and how you see the two priorities being played out in your organization.
Yeah, that's a great question, Ian. Community asks, right? There's all these innovations and new projects coming in. They expand really the scope of like what technologies can bring, and we've been seeing amazing communities right out there. There was one NFT project that launched I believe like at the end of September, called Crypto.dat, right? And it launched like a 10,000 NFTs of that represent these Crypto.dats. And that is really a community, right? That brings together, the dads of the world that are interested in the crypto space right now. And that community right now is expanding, and they're launching a Crypto Moms project, right, as well. But then there are probably going to be some crypto babies as well. So really, it's nice how so many of communities come together, and they come together thanks to what the technology is bringing, right? Because their technology is simply providing the tools for these communities to come together and interact with each other, engage with each other, and not only by just creating, right, the platform that these communities can use, but on on-chain side, right, really providing the tools to make sure that these communities are safe. And there aren't scammers inside, there aren't hackers inside, there aren't people just like trying to launder money in these communities, right? So really the technology, right, creates these spaces for communities to be able to literally do whatever they want to do, right? As long as they're safe, as long as they respect the rules. This is like what technology is like providing right now for these communities.
So how about we talk about the future for a moment? So when you think about the future, a couple years out, 2-3 years out, I say to you, NFT 2024, the future of NFTs. What comes to mind? What are you projecting? What are you hoping for? What are you building towards?
Well, unfortunately, right, technology moves faster than regulations all the time, and communities move faster than regulations. So right now, the space is really, really wild west with respect to regulations. So what I expect, in NFT 2024 is really like these community to be established, these marketplaces to be established, but really to have these best practices when it comes to money laundering and security in place. This is super important, right? And right now, there's a lot of like steps that are being missed by some of the creators, right? So some of like the people building these like awesome technology innovations. One step at a time, right? All these pieces of the puzzle come together. And I think NFT 2024, right? I think the security, the compliance, the anti-money laundering is gonna have like a huge space in the conversation. And this is what we're trying to do, right, with on-chain. This is exactly what we're trying to do.
So, there's a lot of people that are going to be here, and everybody wants everyone's attention, right? Everyone wants to be each other's strategic partner, invest in their company, get investment, so everybody has desires and needs. But if for a moment you could get everybody's attention and you could say something to the 5,000-10,000 people that will be here, we're anticipating closer to 10 than 5 in terms of in the city for the event. I frame it this way. Everybody's in Times Square, the whole community, and you have all the billboards in Times Square. What's the message that you'd give to everyone?
Well, what everybody's building is amazing, but there's a lot that still needs to be done, right? And we're here. We have some first-hand experience building some white label solutions, some white label NFT marketplaces, and we're here to talk to you if you guys want to talk to us about digital asset platform best practices, about smart contract auditing, about anti-money laundering compliance, because right now it's like building this stuff is amazing, and there's so much technological innovation. But if that technological innovation does not respect what the regulations, the regulations that will be kicking in, right? All that technology, no one wants that to happen, right? So we're in this working together, and we want to make sure that we build these amazing innovations, respecting all the best practices of security, anti-money laundering, compliance. So for any like, a lot of people don't know them, right? Like they're kind of like very and a lot of people don't even want to talk about it because sometimes it's regarded as oh, I don't want to deal with this stuff, right? And I understand it. That is why we're here, right? To support and help building these great innovations.
That's awesome. Well, I'm glad that you jumped in. I'm glad we could reschedule. Welcome to New York.
I got here yesterday. I'll be here for just over a week. It'll be fun for us to spend time together along with the rest of the community. And I appreciate you jumping in for this extravaganza of conversations I've been having more than 10 hours. I think you're number 42. I think your 42nd interview. So quite a blast to do this and experience the community. Obviously, I have an experience with the community today, and I've done over 100 of these the last couple of weeks, where I have a really good understanding of the eclectic, diverse nature that makes the metaverse work, and it's building the metaverse to be even better than it currently is. So I'm glad that you're part of it, and I look forward to seeing you really soon.
Likewise, Ian. Thank you for putting together such an amazing event.
Oh, awesome. So happy our team could do it.
Looking forward to meeting you in person.
Yes, me too. Me too.
Have a good night.
You too. All right. I'm on the edge of stopping the thing and just saying, wasn't that fantastic? Which I think would be appropriate, but I'm not going to. There's something I do want to do. So let's go ahead and I'm going to show you, I've been interviewing and talking and doing all this stuff, and many people actually don't know what I myself have been working on based on everything I've been learning, right? I've been learning all these things with this community the last several years. I've interviewed, gosh, now it's going to be close to 500 people by the end of this. So let me share my screen, and I'm going to show you a bit about what me and my team have been working on, because I think it's will be compelling to folks that are with me still watching live or that see the archive, to get an idea of why do I ask the questions I ask, what makes me tick, and things of that nature. So what you're looking at is attention.live. So this is my 7th company. An easy way to think of it, it's NLP, neural language processing, combined with NFTs. So we have voice as an interface, not thumbs on glass, not fingers on a keyboard. You talk to our application, and then we build NFTs, and we're run off of smart contracts. The first application of our platform is a live podcasting or a music application. So we like to call it sonic streaming. So what we do is live podcasting with NFT creation and automatic media distribution. If that would be of interest to you, if you'd like to use our product, you can go ahead and sign up right there. As far as our product goes, this is one thing I wanted to show, because a lot of people have jumped into the space just in the last weeks, months, year. And this demo of our product, when we had fully built out the NFT development to where you could put audio files through and have NFT spin out, this was done in my treehouse. I live in a treehouse, if you don't know, which is awesome, by the way. It's a fantasy of a life. And in my treehouse, I have glass on all 4 sides around me, and I get to hang out with the animals. Those are my neighbors, and I have 2 little boys, and we just enjoy the treehouse. And I've also turned it into my office, as you'll see here. And so I'm going to share this product demo with you, because I want you to see what happens when you surround yourself with these types of people, right? I started doing NFT events, blockchain events, 2017, 18, and I just would ask questions. I've interviewed so many hundreds of brilliant people, asking questions, learning about market research, figuring out what people maybe want. And ultimately, we felt like it was the proprietary technology we want to build would automate wealth creation for content creators and for their communities. And that's what we've tried to do. So I'm gonna go ahead and share this video with you, and let's give it a roll. I get the feeling that potentially when I shared my screen, I didn't include audio. And, hey, this is just the way things go. I got to share sound, everybody. But I do think this is worth sharing. And if you're around for the ride for 10 hours, sorry you got no audio for a moment, but let's give this one more shot and see if I can give you an idea of what can develop when you ask enough questions and figure out what the market wants. And that's the purpose of showing this. Obviously, it's also nice for you to get to know me. I don't have any more words left, so I'm not going to tell you all about us. I'll just show you this for a moment before we wrap up. And so we'll give this another try. Here is a demo specifically done about a year and a half ago when we had locked in NFT creation and using all these different platforms. So enjoy this. I'll be back in just a moment.
My name is Ian Utile. I'm the CEO of Attention Live, and I'm currently live streaming my voice in real time to Amazon's Lexi speaker and YouTube, and I'm using our product right now. I chose to use it on my cell phone because I have LTE connection, and if something were to happen with my internet, it would still be going through. But it doesn't matter if it's a cell phone or a tablet like this Samsung tablet or a computer like a Windows computer. It doesn't matter what operating system it is, you can live stream your voice to any device from just one place. And that's what you see here on our Go Live page. You get to decide on your title, your description, you start the stream, you choose the places it distributes to, and the NFT, which is a non-fungible token, is a new way of proving the ownership of content and automatically monetizing that content, and that is the problem that we are solving. You see, 99% of podcasters, and there's 850,000 of them, don't make any money. Most of these folks are not like Joe Rogan. They didn't just close a $100 million deal with Spotify. They're not like Adam Carolla. They don't have 1.1 million people tuning in to their live podcast. And so we believe we can solve that problem for people with this very simple product. You might say, oh, this reminds me of Anchor. Yes, well, Anchor can send to Spotify and iTunes, but not voice devices or social media sites. You might say, well, Restream.io does. Yes, Restream.io will send video to YouTube and Facebook and Twitter if you have a team that knows how to use it, but not podcasts and not voice devices. We are the only company in the world, as far as I know, that can live stream directly to a voice device. And let me show you exactly how that works. Alexa, open Attention Live.
Hey there. Welcome back to Attention Live. What would you like to listen to today?
Ian. I hope you enjoy listening to my live podcast. Thank you so much for your attention. Yes, well, Anchor can send to Spotify and iTunes, but not voice devices or social media sites. You might say, well, Restream.io does. Yes, Restream.io will send video to YouTube and Facebook and Twitter if you have a team that knows how to use it, but not podcasts and not voice devices. Alexa, stop. As you can see, I'm streaming right now in real time. This is how our product works. It is very, very simple. You don't need a nice microphone like I have on my neck. I have one going to the cell phone in front of me and one going to the cell phone that's live streaming. Not necessary. Grab your junk iPhone 4, grab your old beat up Samsung Tab, grab your old jacked up Windows Surface that's been dusty for years, or even your old Toshiba or HP computer, any hardware and software operating system our product will work on. You don't need a media team. You don't need to pre-produce anything. You don't need to post-produce anything. And you know what's really great? It doesn't matter how you look. It really doesn't. It doesn't matter what you wear, because it's not demanding. Because we aren't asking podcasters to stream video, just to authentically, in a raw, vulnerable way, to share their knowledge, their wisdom, their insights, their interviews, and to do it in a way that's not so demanding and that allows them to do it maybe a bit more often. In addition, think about the people listening. Do they really want to look at you? Does anybody really want to look at me? Or if I have something valuable to give them, do they just want to listen? Isn't that what a consumer ultimately wants, is a passive experience? And that's what we're trying to do. But don't forget the problem that we're solving. The problem that we're solving is to automatically monetize content for podcasters so that the podcasters, the 840,000 that don't make any money, don't quit giving their knowledge and wisdom to the world. Because the way things are going with automation, artificial intelligence, and everything transforming, there's not many things that human beings are going to do in the future. We're going to teach, we're going to learn, we're going to create, and we're going to promote. Wouldn't you know it, that podcasting is basically those things? Podcasters teach, the people that listen to the podcast learn. It's a creative, artistic process to give yourself away. And it's all about promotion, right? That's why Joe Rogan got the $100 million deal with Spotify, because his podcasts sell advertising. There's so many things I'd love to tell you about our product, but I just want to stop for a moment and give you a quick demo. Let me do one last thing and show you the back end of our product. So take a look at my screen behind me. What you see right here is our Go Live page. And what I'm about to show you is the other pages. As you can see on the top navigation, we have my streams. This is where all of my podcasts are at. You can pull the podcast over to the stream list. You can organize a 24-hour radio station of sorts that will always stream, that you can interrupt scheduled or spontaneous. In addition, you see this little logo right there? That's for Lately. Lately is the most important marketing software automation tool in the world because it leverages artificial intelligence. Much like Netflix knows what you want to watch, Lately knows what your audience wants to hear. And so when you do a live podcast, Lately uses artificial intelligence to transcribe what you said and create little micro pieces of content that are 10 and 15 seconds and share across all the networks where your audience is at. You're welcome. In addition to that, you have your profile. This is where you set everything up when you first log in, and you can make changes to that at any time when things change. You have your social media site where you put in your default title, your default description, you connect to your YouTube account, so that's all automated for you. And finally, I mentioned the NFTs or the Nifties, and this is where you can have the tokens created, and what the tokens ultimately do, as you can see on the bottom of the Go Live page, is these tokens right here, these NFTs, or an ERC 721, what they do is they stamp something and say, the podcaster owns this. The what was said, the transcription, is owned by the podcaster. How it was said, the audio file, is owned by the podcaster. It goes inside a marketplace so that it can automatically be leased. Imagine Random House, HarperCollins. They want access to this podcaster's information to write a book. This is an automated way of doing that. Or imagine CNN or Fox wants to acquire something that somebody said for their broadcast, or Clear Channel Communications or Salem Radio, one of these big networks. They say, we want this content. Well, we have set it up to let the technology, the smart contracts, do the brokering for our podcasters. We just get out of the way and automate the process. So this is what I wanted to share with you today. Let me just show you our demo one last time. Alexa, play. Company in the world, as far as I know, they can live stream directly to a voice device, and let me show you exactly how that works. Alexa, stop. Remember just a few moments ago, I had the Amazon device play my live stream in real time. And I was explaining how, yeah, Restream.io can do YouTube and Facebook and Twitter if you have a great media team. And yeah, Anchor can do Spotify and iTunes, but and then I stopped so I could do this part of the demo. Well, we know what the consumer wants. At least we'd like to think we're empathetic toward the consumer. We believe that if a consumer listens to a live stream of somebody they really want to hear, but they have to take a phone call, or they have to run, they have to say stop to the device, that even though they started it in real time, they don't want to miss 3-4 minutes. So when they come back and they say play, they want to start off where they left off. We're very thoughtful about how to serve our audience, your audience. And so we hope
that you're as excited to use our product as we are to bring it to you. If you'd like to use this product, go to attn.live, sign up to be a beta user right now, and we can't wait to empower you to monetize your intelligence, your passion, your ability to promote. May you be graced in all that you do. Thanks for your attention.
So hopefully that gives you insight in terms of me, what makes me tick. Since I've done 140 interviews, I don't talk a ton about myself on purpose. I'm supposed to host others. And also what I've been working on, right? That's what we accomplished a year and a half ago. So we started the process of that product in 2017. And it's been the culmination of my 20 plus year career as a tech entrepreneur. It is my life's work, Attention Live is. I will share my screen again, and I'll go over a couple other things that might be of interest for those that have stuck around for the ride or are watching the archives. So in terms of how to engage with Attention Live, you can use our streaming platform that we just have a rev share model. So there's no upfront costs. Rev share model, you can download the agreement right here. It basically just walks through what we ask people to commit to use it, and then the presentation, right? A traditional PowerPoint type presentation of how our product works and what we have going on with that. Then strategy, you may want to have us do some strategy for you. We do have enough people on staff that are specialists in this area. And so some folks want to bring us in for a one-time strategy project. And if that project lights our fire, we are usually happy to do so. And ultimately, we have funded our company with services. All of my companies I have not raised money for. It's the first time I've ever raised money for, because the ambition's so great. I finally realized, I should bring some other people to be involved. So we really fund our company with services. And you saw Gabe earlier today. Gabe was the one that narrated all of these different videos. So why don't I show you this 1-minute video that Gabe did for us.
We are the first. We provide tech-enabled services to our clients at Attention Live. We are the first mover creating a new category, partnering with or matching best-in-class tech-enabled services in a comprehensive manner. Our proprietary software platform is already built. You can monetize unprofitable content with live podcasting, NFT creation, and automatic media distribution. This sonic streaming NFT platform demo was carried out at Project Voice Worldwide. This is a client scenario with 6 agreed upon goals for a famous YouTuber, celebrity, etc. Basically anyone that has a large global community. This platform is already built and is very easy to explain. We have a world-class team that consistently exceed our clients' expectations. We welcome you to develop a long-term relationship or partnership. We are happy to customize our platform to your specific needs.
So again, a little more insight into what we've built in terms of it's certainly not all about me, right? There's a great team. I've been able to bring the same team overall from company to company. I'm very thankful for that, having been with me for 10, 15 years. And then we come here not to speak and teach with our main emphasis, but really to learn from all of the NFT NYC people. This is why I've done this effort that I've done today, as well as the last couple of weeks interviewing 100 people. It's really a hobby, right? This isn't my business. NFT NYC is not, and I'm not an event company guy. I come so I can do market research, find out where things are at, really know what's happening, what's possible, what the future might hold, get inspired by all of those things, and make sure that we have the sails set right for the wind that is to come. Final couple things I'll show you in terms of a lot of people here are interested in things like white paper. So we did write a white paper. You can read it in English, listen to it in English. You could also listen to it or read it in Hebrew. We also have it in Spanish and in French. We have a video in English and French. This is me with silver shoes on, sitting in my treehouse. You can see my 150-year-old oak tree around me. And I basically have the white paper on one side, and I sit there and I just slowly kind of read the white paper. So probably something to watch at double speed if you like to watch videos. Finally, we say we're kind of like Spotify in that we do podcasting or music, OpenSea, we create NFTs, have a marketplace for them, and HubSpot, we distribute content across every device where people are at. Our pre-seed investment round was oversubscribed last quarter when I finally opened it up and reached out to the network. And we'll open up a seed round this quarter very soon. So besides the NFT space, I actually said our company in the beginning is kind of like NLP and NFT. Well, I'm equally involved in the NLP space with all of the big voice tech companies. And so this was Project Voice Worldwide, which actually is happening again tomorrow. And this was the last Project Voice Worldwide, where I show everybody our V2 platform and really walk through the heart of what we have going on. You'll see me kind of standing. I'm also on a one wheel at our Project Voice 100, kind of telling a couple stories. And there was one other person that said they might want to come in at 9. So I'm like, I'm filling up time for a moment, but it's just good, right? I get to share a bit about what's important to me. And so I'm just waiting for the final word to see if we're going to go ahead and do everything here on this stream for my final interview, or if that gets punted. So I will show this while I wait for a final answer, and I hope that all of you enjoy it.
Wonderful.
Ian, how are you?
I'm wonderful. It's good to be here with you.
Yeah, likewise. So I'm going to make you the host.
Great.
So you can share your screen. There you go.
Before I do so, before I share my screen, let me start with this. I got to spend the last few days, Bradley, with you and some of our mutual friends at Project Voice 100. And you were kind to let me speak at the end of the day yesterday.
If Attention Live is not successful, there'll be a competitor to our company, and they will be successful. So it will either be my team that's been with me for 10 or 15 years, or it will be somebody else that executes better than us. But the company that fulfills the vision that I'm trying to manifest will unlock trillions of dollars in the global economy, because we figured out a way to create a communication tool that's as easy to turn on as a light switch, as easy to use as running water, even though it's as hard to understand as a microwave or a rocket ship. And most people can't even understand CryptoKitties or NFTs, let alone voice as an interface, or being able to create all of this mass distribution, track everything, monetize all of it at scale in real time.
You know, Attention Live exists to bring light to other people. The purpose of our technology is to empower others, huge organizations and people that are impoverished, to make money from audio content and to be known, to bring them attention.
If you're trying to explain it to Grandma, Grandma, it's kind of like radio and the flea market and the post office. It's live social audio with a marketplace to monetize that audio with mass distribution.
Attention Live is not about me or my team. I have a team of over half a dozen people, been with me for a decade. It's not about us. It's not about our goals or having a big exit. This is my 7th company. It's not about what we want to attain. This is the expression of my heart as a lover of souls. And we built this platform. When it was finished in 2019, it automatically broadcast to Amazon's Lexi devices, to YouTube, and immediately made an NFT that lived in a marketplace 18 months before the world knew about NFTs. But it was too manual, so we spent the last year rebuilding our entire platform so that we can bring it to market at scale. I'm going to show you very quickly what we've built. This right here is the main point of Attention Live. Now, since I am using my microphone to talk to all of you, I'm not going to use the desktop version, although this is how it works. The title and the description are automatically filled out. This is for an individual to go live. Now, we have applications for enterprises like radio stations and universities and nonprofit organizations to take terabytes of their audio content and create live 24/7 stations for them. So we have major enterprise applications, but I'm just talking about amazing people like you. When you want to go live, the title and description are automatically filled out. You can start the stream. Now, you may not want to broadcast to Lexi or YouTube.
Maybe you just want to create an NFT to prove that that's your content. Or maybe you could care less about blockchain stuff and you just want to send directly to the Lexi skill. Regardless, most of the time we find our customers create the NFT, which is an ERC 721 token, as well as go live to Lexi and to YouTube. We will turn on all these other social media channels and voice device channels when our company is fully capitalized and we have the ability to safely handle those technical issues that will come up for our customers. A couple key things with our product as I start going live on my phone so that you can see the actual demo of what it's like. So here I am on a cell phone. And in this case, I'm just going to start the stream. Here I am at Project Voice Worldwide, and I'm doing a live demo. And you can't see me if you're listening, but thank you for your attention. So back to all of you watching this demo. First of all, social media integration. This was very difficult to do. So we integrated with YouTube. This allows us to connect to a personal or business YouTube account, or let's say I'm interviewing Danny at Google. Now, Google Assistant's channel is not going to let me have access. They're not going to make me an admin, but maybe they would allow me to use their API key one time, and that's why we built this section. Now, we don't use voice flow, but we've created something similar to voice flow for our people. We immediately spin up a skill channel. So this allows people to control what happens when you open up my channel.
I hope you enjoy listening to my live podcast.
Hopefully you can hear that. We have the URL, the title, the device response if there's not an audio, the image that goes on, in this case, the Echo Show, and all of the keywords to call the channel forth. And what most people are excited about is our NFT automated creation and the fact that we place it into a marketplace. This is the NFT marketplace that we use. You can see these are NFTs I've created inside of Attention Live when I created it. You can see these are NFTs that I've created with Terry Fisher for the Voice Den, or we've been doing this inside of Clubhouse recently. Clubhouse is very interesting. We're converting 20 to 50% of the people in our room are going to the voiceden.club, giving us their email because they want to get one of these cool NFTs. We create gold NFTs for the speakers so they can own their intellectual property, and silver NFTs for the viewers. You can see that our NFTs are actually on the Matic blockchain, which is the same as what OpenSea has been using, so that we can have interoperability and move our NFTs from our marketplace to others, or from our chain to other chains. These are automatically created inside of our platform. Finally, go to attn.live. I have spent an unfathomable amount of time trying to take what is complex and make it simple for all of you, right? We built Sonic Streaming. It's social audio that creates NFTs while broadcasting live to Lexi and YouTube. We have a 1-minute explainer video of exactly how it works, what the problem is that we're solving. We have the different offerings of our services, our application, and our enterprise platform. And probably most importantly is our white paper. I spent 2 years writing with a couple guys. One has 2 doctorates from Stanford. He's very smart. He made all my vision sound very academic. And we have much longer videos. And this is the team. Landon's been here 15 years. A couple of my other guys have been with me for 10 and 15 years. Jen is newer to our team, but she is the operator builder that brings peace to some of the chaos that I create. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I'm going to end with this. I'm still streaming, but I'm getting this out of the way so that you can just see my face. Look me in the eyes. I'm talking to you right now, whether you're watching live or you see the archive of this. Don't be overwhelmed by the complexity of the idea. It's not about the technology. Our technology works like turning a light bulb on. It works like running water. It doesn't matter if it sounds complicated, like building a rocket ship, or if you don't understand how it works, like you don't understand how your microwave works. Our platform does some very important things for you, and your peers can do it for your company and for everybody that you're going to be in contact with. If we are successful, billions of people will use this system. It will become the Gutenberg printing press of the digital age. It will become the most important communication tool. If we are not successful, somebody else that's better at executing than me and my team will be successful and will manifest this vision. But I want you to use our product and to help us be successful in doing this. Because we are a family here, Project Voice Worldwide. And we're all here to help one another. It's one reason why I bring light to other people, not just because that's what our company is about, but because that is what I'm about. In conclusion, if you had to explain what Attention Live does to your grandpa, you just say, Grandpa, I don't really understand it all. It sounds like it's radio and the flea market and the post office, because it's live social audio with a marketplace to make money from that audio and mass distribution with transparent analytics, as we're building a decentralized, autonomous community to put the power back in the hands of the content consumers and content creators, rather than the traditional slave master institutions that big tech are often criticized for. I did not prepare this talk, but I felt pretty good about it, and I thank you for your time.
Ian, thank you for being here. You make an impression, and it's going to be exciting to see how Attention Live evolves. You built something fantastic. We appreciate you being part of Project Voice Worldwide.
Thank you, Bradley. I appreciate you. I hope that all of you and your network will become our clients. I hope that many of you will become strategic partners. Maybe some of you will become investors.
All right. Well, I did get the word. I have one final guest coming in, which I thought was worthwhile filling a little time before they come in. If you're still watching us live, thank you so much for your attention. I so appreciate it. If you see the archive of this, I sure hope that you enjoy the journey that I've been on. And it's amazing to have so many folks come in. So I'm going to bring in Abron first. I try to make sure he knew we were live. So here we go, Abron. He is the founder of Create Labs. Here comes Abraham. The party's starting. This is happening, everybody. Hello, my friend.
What's up, boss?
Welcome to the party. I've been live for 11 hours. Abron first. I try to make sure he knew we were live. So here we go. I can hear myself now. Founder of Create Labs.
All right. Live.
We're live, bro. This is real.
Hey, everyone.
Here comes Abraham. The party's starting. This is so here's why I basically filled time for the last 20 minits with stuff about Attention Live, so that there's time for you guys to come in. Welcome Here's to the party. I've been live. I keep hearing myself. It's very exciting. And finally, here comes Dr. Fisher. Oh goodness, we got us all. So just so everybody's aware, we're really live right now. Terry, Bob, Abraham, and Abron, we are fully live. And so my goal is to end this 11-hour extravaganza where I have literally interviewed 42 people without stopping. It was really bright earlier. And I interviewed some of the most significant investors, builders, enthusiasts, people in media, all around the NFT space. And something that gets talked a lot about is collaboration amongst eclectic groups. And I think that the five of us represent something that's super unique in the way that we have collaborated. And since I'm involved in it and I understand how to allow you guys to share really light about your organization, we can do that. And then I'll end the live stream. We can have a private conversation as we had already planned. Abron, could you go first and let everybody know about Create Labs and what you do at Create Labs, and anything you'd want to share with the NFT NYC community? I think they'll be incredibly intrigued by the amazing things that you've done here in the Bronx.
Absolutely. So I'm the co-founder of Create Labs Ventures with my co-founder Grady Spivey. He's also working with Triller and leads the Versus brand. So if you've ever seen these iconic artists go head to head, through live concerts, that's my co-founder running that with Swizz Beatz and Timbaland. And I'm the nerd on the crew. So I'm the guy that's running things from a technology standpoint, but we're both Black and brown founders trying to do things for the underserved Black and brown community that don't necessarily have access to the technology and the ecosystems that we've been a part of. So we're trying to change that. And by trade, I'm also an AI developer. I'm a dev ambassador for OpenAI. And I'm one of the first to really explore connecting GPT-3 and AI to avatars, NFTs now, and a whole slew of other things.
Thanks. And publicly, I just got everybody know, I so honor who you are, what you do, the way you impact young people, the way you make room for them and a way for them, the doors you open up for them, the way you train them. It's so much beyond the technology. You call yourself a nerd, but you're like a technological humanitarian, and I just dig it. I'm all about it. Terry, you introduced me to Ebron. So why don't you jump in and talk about how you and Ebron first connected, why you brought him into the Voice Den, that experience that you'd want to share. It's all live anyway, so you can say whatever you want. Obviously, you and I have been partnered in the Voice Den for the last year and a half, so the floor is yours. Terry, take it away.
Awesome. Thanks, Ian. Yeah, really fun, really great to be here. So I'm a physician. Ian, you've heard this many times before. I like to say I'm a physician by day and I'm a voice tech enthusiast by night. And I love to bring community together. I love education. I love cutting edge technology. And the Voice Den is an online, really a reality show where I bring together some of the thought leaders in the voice tech space, and the community gets to come onto the show. They get to ask the questions. They get to be part of the dialogue, and they are really what the show is all about. So I met Ebron actually through Clubhouse, hearing him speak about Clara and hearing him speak with Clara on Clubhouse. And I thought, wow, this is incredible what he's doing with GPT-3, with AI, with Clara and his mission. And I've got to get this guy on the Voice Den. And reached out to Ebron, and I was thrilled when he and Clara agreed to join myself and the community on the Voice Den. And we had an opportunity to have the community talk to Clara directly, ask Clara questions. And I still feel that show is probably one of the top, if not the top show as far as the excitement and the enthusiasm that it generated from the audience. And of course, from that show and Clara's answers, we are now to where we are in terms of this project. Typically, we create NFTs for all of our speakers that come on the Voice Den, collectible NFTs. But for Clara, we've done something really special, is that we've actually taken that audio and we have created those into NFTs. So I'll stop there, Ian. Thanks so much. Great to see all of you here. And like you said, it's a great group, an eclectic group, and it's wonderful to be able to work together and bring this project to fruition. So Ian, back to you.
Okay, great. I'll just mention one thing about the Voice Den in that specific session is that the people that asked Clara, and Clara is the expression that Ebron has co-created of GPT-3, a woman of color that is AI. And so what happened was Terry, he invited all of our friends that are from the voice tech community, but this was Alan, one of the leads in Google Glasses, Roger, the guy that helps lead Samsung Bixby, people that help lead Amazon Alexa and Google Assistant. So you have these really unique executives coming in to ask questions of what Ebron created in Clara. And it was a really special moment. Abraham, you want to jump in and give a little insight in terms of who you are and what you're working on at Wild and West?
Absolutely. Yeah, so Wild and West is a digital marketing agency that's focused on primarily nonprofit clients for the last 5 years. We have over a dozen nonprofit clients. So I care about the nonprofit space tremendously. And sometime in July, I decided that I wanted to launch something very similar to GoFundMe, but primarily focused on nonprofits, where GoFundMe is focused on beneficiaries and not nonprofits. So we're building a platform very similar to that called Donate Hello. And through that transition of building this company alongside Wild and West, I decided to pivot Wild and West into the crypto NFT space. I've been in crypto since 2013. I've seen a lot of different technologies advance in the last in the last 8 years in the crypto space. One of those being NFTs. And yeah, now we're focused on NFT projects. We're working with you guys on Clara NFT. We have our own project, Wild and West NFT. And yeah, that's a quick overview. Yeah, I'm excited to be here. Really appreciate you inviting me over, Ian, and excited to be working with you guys.
And finally, Bob, do you want to jump in and talk about Tonic? You've been a part of the ETH community for a long time, but you saw an opportunity with IC, the Definity Foundation's blockchain, and you and your team put together a marketplace that was specific for it, very similar to what all of us are used to seeing with OpenSea and Rarible and Super Rare and all these different platforms. But when I heard about Tonic and the ability that Tonic has to create different opportunities around NFT projects, on the IC, I thought, this is it. Finally, Braun and Terry and I have the right technical tool to really pull off our big ambition. And with Abraham coming in, we had the marketing ability to pull it off. And this is why I wanted to end our live stream with this. I filled up time for 20 minutes so you guys could get here, because I wanted to have a example to the NFT NYC community that a collaboration is possible in this type of way, and that we're not the example, but we're just one of thousands of different groups collaborating. But I have the ability to share it with the world because I'm in charge of the NFT NYC YouTube page. So here we are. Bob, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and talk about Tonic and Steve and Steven and your team and what you guys have rocking and rolling.
Yeah, so I'm Chief Product Officer at Tonic Labs, and Tonic Labs building exclusively on the internet computer, which is a new blockchain designed to, it has 2-second finality, basically serving, you can have real live web applications, social media applications, et cetera, because it's just faster. You can mint NFTs for fractions of a cent on the internet computer because you don't need global consensus like you have on Ethereum. You have subnets, so you have consensus within kind of a sharded chain. And because of that, we can do all sorts of crazy, cool NFT things. So we have a marketplace, we have a wallet. The marketplace is Entrepot. The wallet is Stoic Wallet. We're building a play to earn game that's coming out later this month. I know we're almost at the end of the month, so in a few days. Also have a game already released, Rise of the Magni, all on chain, based on NFTs. You can pull NFTs in, and then really want to support creators in launching NFTs, fundraising for future projects, supporting community, our play to earn game. We really want to enable people to, make more money than what they can traditionally. And so, yeah, this project is really close to kind of the mission that we want to strive for. And we're really excited about this collaboration.
And I think the rest of our conversation is private, everybody. So I'm ending the live stream unless anybody want to show something, which you got to jump in right now and do it. But otherwise, I think I'm going to wrap it up. And I'll just give my final word with the importance of being open-minded. How many people were Bitcoin maximalists that never really gave themselves over to the benefits of ETH and what ETH could create? How many people were ETH maximalists and would never really give attention to all the forks that were developed? And every time there was a new thing, people maybe had a tendency to potentially feel threatened. How many times has Charles from Cardano been fired at through tweets and comments because he's bringing something different to market? And I think that the potential of the NFT NYC community being isolated and being about the CryptoPunks and the Bored Apes and this marketplace and this blockchain, if that becomes a thing that we allow to thrive in our community, then it won't make space for incredible new opportunities like Tonic's marketplace, or bringing in the voice tech community through Terry, or bringing in LeBron and what he's doing with GPT-3 and OpenAI, or drawing Abraham and Wild and West to transition to NFTs. And one of the things that really brought the 5 of us together and our teams is a chain called IC that the Affinity Foundation launched. And my great attractor to it is that you can put basically unlimited amount of content on chain. You can put a gigabyte on chain for $5 a year, which makes things possible that were not possible in the past. And so our ability to do some very advanced NFT developments with visual and audio and video, and really swing for the fences with our ambition around doing something significant for the first woman of color that is an AI. I think it was worthwhile looking and seeing what is possible and what can we do if we're open-minded. So for all of you out there, my name is Ian Utile. Amongst many things, I am the co-producer of NFT NYC. These are 4 of my friends I get to work with, and now it's time for us to have a private conversation. So I salute you, and I will see you in New York. You will definitely see me as I roll around on the one wheel with my space helmet, acting like a fool, begging for attention.